You can't say the color black without walking on eggshells.
This is what you're waiting for. I think we're ready to ride.
I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I say, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
Hey, yo, what's up, fools? Today is 3/3/2025. It is 8:07 p.m. Eastern Time. How y'all doing? What up, Justin? Yeah, we're gonna go over the Destiny debate. I meant to stream yesterday, but my power was in and out. When my power was on, my internet was in and out, and even my phone, my cell phone signal was in and out. So I was wondering if we were getting attacked or something. Like, truly, I was wondering. I was like, bro, are we about to get fucking bombed? Like, it'd be a weird place to bomb. Be odd to bomb the Atlanta or something, but I guess it's possible. You know, we are one of the bigger cities, so one of the major cities. So I was like sitting just like in pitch black all day, and all night, just didn't have anything I could do or anything to do, and so yeah, it was hi, boyfriend. Listen, all of you can't call me boyfriend, okay? Can't be everybody calling me boyfriend all the time. Leave the boonies? I'm in Atlanta! Atlanta's not the boonies! That's what I had a mod that I used to video chat with while I was driving around. And she used to always say that I lived in the boonies. And guess where this bitch lived? Fucking Ontario. And she kept saying that I lived in the boonies. So weird. So weird, dude. It's not the boonies. It's just there are issues with Atlanta's infrastructure when it comes to power, and especially out here where I live, everything is very like mountain-esque and up and down. And so we are kind of surrounded by mountains. There's lakes all over the place and crap like that, and so it's just I went to the Destiny debate. Oh, nice. Nice. Wait, so you're in London, so is that where the Destiny debate was done? Was it in London? Atlanta isn't Georgia, according to my Augusta friend. Atlanta isn't Georgia. What does that mean? What does that even mean? Like if you think of like Georgia and Georgians and people who live in Georgia, that people who live in Atlanta in the way that Atlanta is structured is very different from the rest of Georgia. Yeah. That's they disown you there? Yes, they are different. Yeah. The rest of Georgia is upset that we have a lot of black people here, so deal with it. It is what it is. And they're very upset that we are enough of the population right now to where like we're like half of Georgia, to where yeah, they're very upset that we're able to affect elections as much as we are now in Georgia. The rest of Georgia is pretty upset that we have really changed the dynamics of our elections here, and we now have, you know, 2 Democrat senators, and Joe Biden won in 2020, close call in 2021. I'm sorry, not 2021, 2024, but we've practically turned it into a purple state just because we alone are like half the state. So it is what it is. It is what it is. An hour ago? Did this happen today?
Durbin as well, and the distinguished members of this committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be with all of you today and talk about the important matters and work that the Department of Homeland Security does every single day. The Department of Homeland Security...
Hey, could maybe pull the microphone closer to you, please? Okay. And the red light is on?
Yep, it is.
Okay, proceed.
The Department of Homeland Security was established in the aftermath of 9/11, one of the darkest days in our nation's history. That resulted in the death of nearly 3,000 Americans. The mission of the department...
When we're scratching for every penny and we're fighting over rescission packages, I just can't agree with Madam Secretary. Are you still running those ads?
No, Senator, I did not have anything to do with picking those contractors. No politicals at the Department of Homeland Security did.
I understand. Are you
Clear
still running
officials
those
followed
ads?
the competitive bid process for
Are you
that.
still running
Everything
those ads?
I think the ads are due to end here in March, I think within a week or
So
two.
they
I'm
are
not sure of the
still running?
update. The one that is running is focusing on angel families. Have you seen that? It is the one that's talking about this is our why. This is why we work every day.
Okay.
It's for the angel
I've gotta
families
move
and their
on.
victims.
Dude, they're like only showing Republican senator's talking to her.
Either way, it was unprofessional not to honor the agreement with the court. There is also a court rule against photographing people in the courthouse. They were photographing people in the courthouse. They either didn't know or didn't care about that court rule. Either way, it was unprofessional. They were pursuing an intern and taking photos of this young intern who was not the person supposedly sought. The intern was in high school. The person sought was in his 30s. It shouldn't be too hard to tell the difference. They couldn't. It was unprofessional.
Okay, to be fair, "13-year-old Mexicans are growing fucking full beards and mustaches, bro. Like, it's not easy. It's not always that easy to tell, you know. To be fair to ICE here, it's not all that easy to tell. There's a lot of Mexicans. They're growing full facial hair at very young ages. So I don't know. I don't know what you do there.
The state judge escorted the intern out to his car to take him back to high school. The agents didn't recognize the judge. They operate against the agreement in a courtroom and don't bother to know who the judges are. Again, unprofessional. They followed the judge out to his parked car, which was parked in a spot reserved for judges. Whether or not they already knew he was a judge, it does not take much in terms of powers of deduction to understand that the person getting into a car in a parking spot reserved for judges is probably a judge. Again, unprofessional. Then they threatened to smash his windows and drag him from the car. A judge with a high school intern in the car, here the court sheriffs, and let them know what you're going to do. This all could have been headed off if if your people had spoken to the sheriffs first and said, "We're concerned about this guy. Oh no, he's an intern, he's in high school." None of this was necessary if they had bothered to deconflict. So please, send the message down to your people that there's a reason that deconflicting is standard law enforcement practice for, among other things, officer safety. Will you do that?
Yes, sir, but I will tell you that our law enforcement are being doxxed at unprecedented levels. So at times we've run into situations in sanctuary cities or in sanctuary states where
all of this doxing bullshit, dude. Like, all cops have the same issues. All cops have the same danger level, except ICE officers just tend to die at much lower rates. They tend to be physically attacked at much lower rates. They tend to have like all the things that they're so afraid of. This happens so much less for them than it does pretty much every other police officer. And it's super weird that they feel like they are the only ones who have to go above and beyond to take these precautions when nobody else is doing that and everybody else is being attacked at higher rates. I mean, we all saw the clips of the fact that the highest killer of ICE officers is COVID, and they're running around acting like they're getting killed every single day, and they're getting, like, you know, they keep saying that their cars are getting hit all the time. People are ramming their cars when it turns out they seem to have been ramming more cars of other people than they're getting rammed. They have killed way more people than have killed them. Like, it makes more sense that people are going to wear masks around them then it would make sense for them to wear masks.
We're notifying that local law enforcement on some of these operations has doxed them and their families and leaked a law enforcement operation, which puts people's lives in jeopardy. So they absolutely want to work with cooperative local law enforcement.
About that,
and in that case specifically,
I strongly suspect that there's a big difference
these
between
individuals
non-cooperation and actual interference with your operations. But I'll reserve that to a question for the record so you can substantiate that. Could you explain this?
Oh no. Oh no. This is the picture of the bed that's inside of the plane. Their like luxury jet that apparently the US government was paying for, and it was her and the other guy, I can never remember his name, but the guy that she's supposedly dating. It's like the luxury jet that they took apparently.
Sir, I'm looking at a picture of an interior. Looks like a bedroom.
Of an airplane?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
You're not familiar with that?
These photos are not accurate. If you're referring to the airplanes that the Department of Homeland Security has purchased and are purchasing, we're using them for long-range command and control aircraft that is dictated in statute by Congress for the Department of Homeland Security to have a plane.
Luxury jet with a bedroom in it?
Yeah, we used a 737. I've been on it once, but it is being used by other administration officials, and it is used for command and control flights for the department. The department
so the
has
answer
found
is yes.
that
so that the picture is not accurate. So you're saying you didn't use that? Well, we use it. Everybody uses it. So then what was inaccurate about the photo?
purchasing our aircraft, that we will save the taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars.
Does it have a bedroom in
In fact, we spent $1.4
Is this the one that they got from Qatar?
$2 billion on ICE deportation flights
Does it
last
have a bedroom
year.
in it?
I believe it's being refurbished and not having a bedroom in it. So it is being refurbished.
What kind of deportee justifies being flown out of the country in a luxury jet with a bedroom and accommodations like this?
Only 2 officers were reported killed directly by violent acts during this period. It's literally that only 2 officers, like this period is since the beginning of ICE, since ICE was created. I think it was in 2002 or 2005, somewhere around there. But yes, 2 officers have been killed on duty ever, like as long as ICE has been a thing.
Aircraft being purchased that will be utilized for executive air travel and for deportations. If you remember, in the past, we have used jets of this size and this configuration for deportations in the past. If you remember,
in this configuration, by this configuration, you mean with a bedroom and luxury accommodations like this you've used for deportations. Is that true?
Sir, we have 737s that are being purchased by the department to replace.
There's a third, it just didn't make the news. This isn't the news. Like the people who died, this isn't the news. This is from ICE. Like ICE themselves has put out this reporting. They have a website that honors all of the people who have died while they were ICE officers. And by far the like largest killer of ICE agents was COVID. And second was like cancer, and third might have been like diabetes or something like that. But it is it's a drastic fucking difference than the one that they portray things to be. Oh, I thought you meant ICE officer killings. Oh no. That's the point, is that there's been way more ICE officer killings, like people killed by ICE officers, way more than there are people killing ICE officers. It's not just 3.
Contracts that we have on ICE deportations. That's what they're going to be used for. And in fact, the Coast Guard is the only entity within the Department of Homeland Security that has jets at this point in time. They had 2 G5s that were 20 to 25 years old that are being replaced so that they can continue to serve our Coast Guard and our military for years to come.
About these aircraft. They've been reported as saying, although they don't want to say publicly this, but individuals described as senior administration officials have described these airplane purchases as the world's worst deal and an abuse of federal funds. Can you tell me what the Republicans on this committee who voted for what I call the billionaires bill that gave you the money to buy these jets knew about your plans to acquire luxury jets when they voted for that money?
The dollars for these airplanes was appropriated by Congress. In fact, it's mandated from Congress and rules that you've given us that we need to have a long-range command and control aircraft that will seat up to 17 people in the Department of Homeland Security for national security purposes. We are complying with the law. Those planes are being refurbished and will be utilized for that,
see.
and they'll be utilized by members of the
minute,
administration and
mind.
other components.
First,
they will also cut our costs, sir,
first, in my last
by
minute,
almost
if you don't
40%. We are safe.
Meanwhile, Israel is now facing a two-front war with missile and rocket attacks from Iran, as well as Hezbollah in Lebanon. For the latest on the ground, we go to our chief foreign correspondent, Trey Yinks, who is live in Tel Aviv. Trey.
Hey guys, good morning. I do want to start with some breaking news. A senior Israeli official telling Fox News that more than 1,000 enemy combatants have been killed in Iran since the operation began. This is based on their latest battle damage assessment. As we continue to track developments here, we are looking to Israel's northern border with Lebanon, where overnight the Israelis sent forces into southern Lebanon to take what Israeli officials are calling a defensive posture against the Iran-backed terror group Hezbollah. This posture is expected to remain over concerns about cross-border attacks. Overnight, more rockets were fired into northern Israel from Lebanon, and the Israelis striking back, hitting more targets in the Lebanese capital of Beirut, specifically around the Dakhya neighborhood, a Hezbollah stronghold. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking with Sean Hannity overnight, saying this.
With these ballistic missiles, these weapons of mass death, these weapons of terror, they're terror weapons. They bombed all these countries. And when they develop the intercontinental ballistic missiles, they'll threaten you and eventually they'll bomb you. This is what President Trump understood. And alone among U.S. presidents that I've worked with, he took action. And we're all very, very lucky that he did.
Israel's prime minister making clear that this Iranian threat, it's all connected across the region, whether it's their proxies, their ballistic missile program, or their attempts to rebuild their nuclear program. And overnight, the Iranians launching more attacks toward the Gulf, targeting the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, with 2 drones. The embassy was vacant at the time. There were no injuries reported. We're also following developments out of Kuwait, where smoke was seen rising as these attacks against Gulf countries continue. Now, Vice President J.D. Vance tried to lay out a timeline overnight, describing new details about the plans of the Trump administration. Take a listen.
There's just no way that Donald Trump is going to allow this country to get into a multi-year conflict with no clear end in sight and no clear objective. He's defined that objective as Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon and has to commit long-term to never trying to rebuild their nuclear capability.
That is, I'm not gonna lie, that is pretty good. 1,000 Iranian combatants killed in the operation so far. That's pretty amazing. And we've had, what, 3 Americans die and 5 injured? That is pretty amazing. Six dead, I thought. As of March 3rd, 2026, 6 U.S. service members have been killed in the ongoing war with Iran. U.S. Central Command confirmed these personnel died following an Iranian drone strike. Okay, so maybe I haven't heard about it since it first happened, because I think when it initially happened, there was 2 dead and 5 injured, and I guess 4 of the 5 injured ended up dying as well. Interesting. Okay. I was about to say that looks like fucking Khaleesi, but I guess I thought that this chick was wearing jeans, but I guess that's when she's at the place in the middle of the desert where she marries, or she's supposed to get married to the black dude who wants to take over.
Hey everyone, Trav here, just to remind you that every new active subscriber directly contributes to how quickly we can produce these kinds of conversations for you. So please take a second to subscribe, smash that like button on the video, and make sure you leave us a comment in the comment section. Now please enjoy.
Technically it's not an official war zone. Yeah, of course. I don't think I called it a war. I think I called it a war. I wouldn't call it a war.
Konstantin Kissin versus Destiny.
Are you the same as you were 10 or 15 years ago? What do you mean by that? The same. You're not.
Like again, there's never been a war declared in my lifetime. And the last time that like for all the things that we would consider wars, like colloquially, you know, with Afghanistan or Iraq or Vietnam, none of those were ever declared wars. The last time we declared a war was World War II. Now, we have had war. We declared a war on drugs. We declared a war on terror. Donald Trump has declared hundreds of wars on wokeism, transgenderism, DEI. But outside of that, no wars. No new wars. Donald Trump, no new wars. Of course.
Unchanged.
War on
right?
Christmas. Yeah.
Are you pretending to be a moron, or are you actually being one?
Your guys' definitions for everything change.
From the clips that I've seen of this, it gets ugly. Like, from the clips that I've seen of this, and I don't know how many of you have already watched it, but from the clips that I've seen, this gets ugly. Like Konstantin just literally shuts down, refuses to answer questions, starts just like throwing every accusation out there of debate tactics or whatever he can to try to run away. I from what I've seen, and I've only seen clips of this, but from what I've seen, yeah, it gets ugly.
Change at all points in time. That's always the issue. That's always the frustrating thing when it comes to fighting.
Who's us guys?
Conservatives.
I'm not a conservative.
I know you
so.
say you're not, but are you sure you're not running for a political party right now? Because that was the most politician answer I've ever heard in my life of a conservative view on foreign policy. Over the past 5 years, so you do this thing where you're like, well, I have to choose between two things.
I'm not going to talk if you keep interrupting me. I'm not interested in this. Whatever this is, you are.
Pearl type debate. So this is that actually the one clip that I saw was of like Destiny calling him out for something and saying like, if that's true, then like just tell me what it is, just say. And then they turn to Konstantin and he just sits there just not saying a single thing. He just sits there quiet. So it does the Pearl example actually makes perfect sense.
I'm literally not. I'm asking you a question. You just refuse to answer. This is the game. How did I do it again? I'm asking you a clear question. You can't give me an answer.
I'm not going to talk to you unless you listen to what I'm saying as well as me listening to what you're saying.
I am listening.
Okay, good.
Welcome to Pangburn. Are we ready to go? What I hope to see on the Pangburn stage here tonight is what I always want to see, and that's good faith, helpful discourse. The Pangburn maxim, the communication maxim, is that good faith and helpfulness are the minimum requirements for a fruitful dialectic. That's what we want to see. And ultimately, I hope this conversation tonight, when it's shared with the world, will maximize well-being for humanity
I think you'll
in
be
one
surprised.
way
Okay.
or another. So, in saying that, please welcome to the stage Konstantin Kisin and Destiny. Can national identity survive open immigration?
I guess I'll I'll kind of take the reins on this. I feel like when I hear people talk about things related to open borders, mass migration, or national identity, there's kind of two questions that always pop up in my mind, and I never hear people actually kind of tack down what they mean when they say these things. So the first thing is, for national identity, I don't know as much about the various identities that exist in the UK, but I know for the United States, to try to find an overlap between identity from a gay guy in San Francisco versus like a farmer in Iowa or something, there's not many commonalities there to speak of when you talk about national identity, especially when I'm thinking of it in the context of what type of immigrant would threaten that whatever unified identity, whatever those two things are. So I'm kind of curious, I guess, when I think about national identity, when I think about it being threatened by people, my first question is, what is the national identity that we're trying to protect for the United States or for the United Kingdom? And then when we talk about like migration or mass migration, what do we mean exactly when we say that?
Well, okay. So there's two questions there. What is national identity and what is immigration? Why don't we start in reverse and talk about immigration? Take Britain as an example, right? So I've lived in this country. I came to Britain it was just about Russia. Prior to that, it was the Soviet Union in 1996. So let's go back to 1991, because that's the data when we have the census. 1991. What has happened in the last 35 years? So in the last 35 years ago, this country had a population of 58 million people. Today, the population is 70 million. Almost all of that is due to mass immigration. So the population of Britain, the immigrant population of Britain, that's first generation, people who've arrived, went from 4 million to 12 million in the space of 35 years, right? It trebled in 35 years. Now, you might say, well, you know, is that a lot? Is that a little? Who knows? That is more people, in the last 35 years, more people came to Britain than came to Britain in the previous 2 millennia. So more people in 35 years than had come in 2,000 years. Now, that seems like quite a lot, right? Now, we'll talk about some more facts about this, and then we can talk about national identity. I'm going to take a little time, if you don't mind, just to lay this out.
Yeah, I guess just to kind of poke around as you answer.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me just let's talk about what we mean by immigration, right?
Okay. Well, then also the mass, because I hear a lot of these words will be like, it was a lot of people.
Well, hold on.
I was like, what does that mean? Yeah.
I'm explaining it. So
Okay.
more people in 35 years than 2,000 years, that sounds like quite a lot of people. Is
Not
that fair?
necessarily, no.
Is that fair?
No, not really, right? In the
Not
context,
really.
like if I were to ask.
Well, so more people doesn't mean much. Like you would care about proportionalities. If you look at the amount of people who came into the United States when we first started, and like, you know, let's say 100 years after the United States was first like founded, we had the Declaration of Independence. If you look at the amount of people coming in then, and then you compare hard numbers to the amount of people coming in now, that's not going to be that's not going to be a relevant number, even though this was a place that people were trying to immigrate to from all over the world. This is a place that like was dying to get more people into the country, and we're hoping that more people would immigrate here. They still would not be like the right number to use when you're talking about immigration, because the proportionality would be, I would think, that would matter more. There's more people in the world today than there were back then, and so like whether or not that's a huge problem is only relevant to how many people you already have. But this is what I've mentioned a bunch of times when it comes to like whether or not immigration is a problem, is it's always going to be about like the proportionality that's there. It's going to be about like, you know, did It's going to be about like oh my goodness, holy shit. It's going to be about like if you're getting too many people compared to the amount of people that you have in the country at the time, then like that's when it's going to make a big difference. That's when like having like mass migration or whatever is actually going to be a problem, especially when it comes to like a cultural identity and things changing too quickly and shit like that. Like that's what matters. It's just the proportionality.
For like the total growth of wealth compared to like the last like 50 years might also dwarf the last 2,000 years, or the total amount of carbon pollution, or the total amount of TV episodes or plays written or songs written. Like I don't know if I would just arbitrarily say I'm going to look at immigration and I'm going to measure it past some 1,000-year thing or whatever.
You don't think that more people coming into a country in 35 years than had come in the previous 2,000 years is quite a lot?
I just think that statement is like vacuous and meaningless. When we say quite a lot, what like should it have been less? Like, what kind of immigrants shouldn't have come? No. What does that mean?
You're making it into a moral conversation. I'm talking about purely numbers. You might think it's a great thing, right? Like,
well, to be clear, I'm not talking. Just to be clear, I'm not talking moral.
You keep interrupting.
You said a lot, yeah.
You keep interrupting. So,
okay.
If we're talking about quite a lot, you keep trying to make it a moral thing.
I'm not making it a moral thing.
If we're going to have a conversation, you're going to have to let me finish a sentence at least.
Well, just don't misquote my position.
Okay,
yeah.
So just calm down for a bit.
I'm super calm.
I know you've got your Red Bull. Just
I have my Red Bull. I'm still super calm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hate these people with the fucking black slithers because I can't see them. I'm listening and not watching, but now I'm watching because Tom is talking weird. But he's playing Slither, so it makes sense. Yeah, I got. If you were watching while it happened, I just killed 2 people like in the middle of my sentence, and so it got a little rough to concentrate on what I was saying.
Yeah, it's a very simple question. Yeah.
If more people, if you're making a moral issue, it becomes very clouded and complicated. Let's just talk about what we're talking about in terms of pure numbers, right? If more people have come into a country in 35 years than have come in 2,000 years, that is objectively a lot. Now, you might think it's a good thing. Like, I like ice cream, and if I eat a tub of ice cream, I'm not...
That's objectively a lot. I don't think anything could ever be objectively a lot, considering the fact that nothing is... Like, a lot is, like, the most unobjective term of all time. Like... It's like calling something big or tall or something like that. It's objectively a lot.
I'm going to say that's not a lot of ice cream. I still like it, but it's a lot of ice cream, right? We'd accept that. It's more, a scoop is not a lot of ice cream, a tub is a lot of ice cream. So more people coming into a country in 35 years than had come in 2,000 years is objectively a lot of people, okay?
Just to be clear, when you say a lot, that's a normative value that's with respect to some kind of norm or when you say a lot.
Oh yeah, yeah, compared to before.
Yeah,
compared
that's
to the entire
objectively,
span
yeah,
of the
that is
history of this
objectively true. It's just kind of a meaningless statement.
You.
Like
So
everything is a lot
you've
more
accepted
than the
that
past
what I'm saying is
2 millennia.
objectively true. I'm grateful.
Correct, yes. That's a meaningless statement, but yes.
Now that we've got there, what does it mean? Well, first of all, think about it like this. And again, it's not about whether you like it or not, whether you think it's a good thing or not, or a bad thing. The 3 biggest cities in this country in the last 30 years have ceased to be majority inhabited by the people who are native to this land. That's just a fact. And I am one of the people who's come here in that time. So I'm not saying it's only a terrible thing, but it's an objective fact. The 3 biggest cities in the country are now majority minority. London, and this has happened very quickly. London was 80% white British in 1991. It is probably around 30% white British today. So if you have seen that level of change in the city in which you live, think about this as well. 3/4 of the people who live in this country today are over the age of 35. So all of this has happened within the lifetime of 1 generation, effectively. That is a level of change that is A, completely unprecedented, B, extremely transformative, whether you like it or not, good or bad, whatever you may think. You might think, oh, you know, the amount of different kinds of food has got better. It's true, objectively. But it's also true objectively that entire swathes of this city are no longer inhabited by the people who used to live here. Again, this is an objective fact. You can like it, you can dislike it, but that is something that has happened. This is true of London, it's true of Manchester, it's true of Birmingham, and it's true of several other smaller cities in this country. By 2060, according to current projections, white British people will become a minority in this country. 2060 is the next 35 years, right? And that's the entire kind of demographic transformation. These are the facts. Forget about people's opinions, my opinion, your opinion. In terms of illegal immigration, there are now almost 1 million. We don't know exactly because it's hard to measure, but we have almost a million illegal.
So he asked to talk and said like, oh, well, in order for this to be a conversation, we both have to talk. He's been talking forever now. Like, when is he going to shut the fuck up?
Illegal immigrants in Britain today, which for a population of 70 million is quite a lot. We currently spend 14 million pounds a day spent. I'm not talking about the cost to the taxpayer of having 1 million illegal immigrants here. I'm talking about how much we spend to accommodate them and all other things. Now, 14 million, is that a lot per day? It's quite a lot. But also this is happening at an unprecedented rate. More people come to Britain illegally today than came legally when I came here in 1996. I'll say that again. More people come here illegally every year than came here in 1996 when I came here. That's the level of change when it comes to illegal immigration, and the cost of it, 14 million pounds a day, is increased by a factor of 10 in the last 10 years alone. So it's 1,000% more than what it was. Those are the facts about immigration. So when we talk about immigration and whether it's compatible with national identity, it depends what we mean. If we're talking about, 20, 30, 40,000 people a year, highly selective from compatible cultures as it used to be, perfectly compatible, and in fact, I think probably quite desirable. If we're talking about what we've seen over the last 30 years, I don't think it's compatible with any sort of national identity at all. Now, I've been talking for a long time, so we can get to national identity after you've addressed that.
Sure. So I guess the thing that is a little bit strange to me about the immigration question is that sometimes I'll hear a bunch of descriptions laid out, and I don't know exactly what I'm supposed to do with them. There's oftentimes a lack of a prescriptive statement. It seems like there's a little bit of fear of committing to any particular idea about what an ideal immigrant would look like. And then it feels like we're sometimes also lumping a ton of immigrants together. So for instance, when we say there have been so many more immigrants that have come here in the past 30, 35 years, but then we also mention like illegal immigrants or asylum seekers, these are all different groups of people. So I don't know why. I
separated them out. I talked about legal immigration and illegal immigration, right?
I understand, but so the prompt has to do with basically can a country's culture, whatever, survive mass migration? Illegal immigrants are not mass migrating here. The mass migration.
They are. So I just told you more illegal immigrants come here every year now than legal immigrants came here 30 years ago.
I understand that, but if you look at
they are mass migrating.
So then are the legal ones mass migrating, or what? Is it just...
The legal immigrants are also mass migrating. It's possible for them both to be mass migrating.
But it's like 10 to 1, right? So so comparing the two, it seems like we're talking about different kinds of... We're probably talking about different kinds of immigrants. We talk about legal versus illegal.
We're talking about both, yeah.
Well, no.
I'm talking about both.
You don't see any difference between a legal immigrant versus an illegal immigrant?
Well, of course I do.
Okay.
But they are both mass migrating here. They're both coming here in unprecedented numbers.
Everything definitionally is unprecedented.
That is so stupid. This is such a dumb way of talking about it. Like, when you're talking about immigrants who are coming into the country, and you're talking about, like, maybe in total something like 10 million legal immigrants, and then the most ever illegal immigrants we've had in a 4-year period is like 2 million at most, like not even that. Like there's orders of magnitudes in difference, and it's so weird to consider them both mass migration by themselves. Now, if Konstantin had said, well, both of them combined are part of mass migration, okay, like that would make a little bit more sense. But when he says each one is mass migration by itself just because it's happening at numbers that it's never happened at before, that is so stupid. That's such a stupid thing to say. Like, that just makes mass migration mean it's just any time something within immigration happens at a level that is unprecedented. That's so dumb.
And as you move forward in years, we have an unprecedented amount of technology, an unprecedented amount of energy generation, an unprecedented amount of
I think you might be confused about the meaning of the word unprecedented.
Unprecedented as in it hasn't happened at that level before. Yeah.
Right. So if we have immigration of 20,000 people a year, that wouldn't be unprecedented because we had that before.
Yeah, but the population is growing of the country, the population of the rest of the planet is growing, the economy is growing, there's a whole bunch of other factors at play. It's not like all else equal, there's just 10 million people that have shown up. Like there's other factors at play at all points in time as well. So
Yes,
it's a bit reductive to say like, well, we have an unprecedented wave of whatever. There's unprecedented things happening definitionally every year forward into the future we go.
No, that's
yes.
not true.
What's the thing that's been frozen in time?
I just explained it to you.
Yes, you laid out a bunch of numbers, and I just explained why they're contextless and meaningless. But now I'm asking, what is the thing that's unprecedented?
Look,
or I'm sorry, what would be a thing that is not changing in the past 30 years? Like if you had to look at something.
One of the most amazing things of arguing with anybody from your position is the extent to which they refuse to understand what words mean. I just explained to you repeatedly what unprecedented means. It means that it hasn't happened before. There have been times in the
Destiny literally just said that. Destiny, he literally just said, you don't know what unprecedented means. And Destiny said it means it hasn't happened before. What the fuck?
History of this country when its immigration was in the tens of thousands, and for us to go back to that would not be going forward to something unprecedented. It would be returning to something that we used to do.
Sure.
Right?
And my question
and so what has happened in the last 30
I understand
years
what's happened. You've explained it
is
several
unprecedented.
Times. Is there anything in U.S. culture, in British culture, that has remained the same for the past 30, 40, 50, 60 years, for the past 100 years, that doesn't have an unprecedented thing happening constantly?
Absolutely. I mean, that is what a culture is. It is what is preserved over time.
How?
A culture is what people do without having been told to do so by a law.
But what is an example of a culture that is unchanging?
How much have you traveled around the world?
Probably more than you?
Probably not, actually.
Okay. So then you should be able to very easily answer. Well, here's an example of a culture that exists.
Every time I try and answer your question, you keep talking over me.
Well, it's because when you answer, you ramble and say irrelevant things. So my question is,
how can I ramble in half a sentence?
You've been saying plenty of sentences. Do you think the speaking time up to this point is even, or do you think you've spoken more than me?
I have spoken more than you, but I haven't interrupted you.
So then you've had an opportunity to speak. You're just not answering my question. So my question is very simple. What's a culture that you feel has been unchanged for the past 50 years? Or what is an example of cultural preservation? I feel like cultures are evolving all the time. It's definitionally a part of culture.
Of course. Cultures are evolving all the time. But if you were to be plonked in 1970s Afghanistan and 1990s Afghanistan and 2010s Afghanistan and 1950s Britain, 1970s Britain and 2010s Britain, there would be common themes that run through both of those places so that you would instantly recognize, I am in Afghanistan, I am in Britain. Would you accept that?
I agree that different cultures are different, yes.
Right, well done. Good. So we've got there then.
Well, you just established that there are, this is like saying
different cultures are different.
That different culture, he really is just not answering the questions. Like, I think early on, Destiny was, he was being a little weird on an answer, and I forget exactly what it was, but at this point, Konstantin just saying different cultures are different doesn't mean anything. That like you're going to be in a different culture in Afghanistan versus Britain, it doesn't mean anything. You're not saying anything. So what? So those are different cultures. He never denied that there aren't different cultures in different places. He denied that cultures don't always change, or that Destiny was saying that cultures always change. That like complaining that a culture changes is kind of stupid when cultures will always change one way or the other. Yeah, there's not just saying cultures are different in different places doesn't mean anything as far as whether or not cultures always change.
Different, which means that they have something about them.
Yes, and
that makes them different.
If you have a brother, both of you will be different for your entire lives. But that
there would
mean,
be a family culture that you have that's different to other families.
But you wouldn't be the same as you were when you were 10 years old.
No,
you
would
grow and change,
of
right?
Course.
So when you talk about
but
preserving
you're still the same
culture,
person, right?
What?
You're still the same person.
Yeah, but you're dramatically changed.
But you're still the same.
No. Are you the same as you were 10 or 15 years ago? What do you mean by that? The same. You're not unchanged, right?
Are you pretending to be a moron, or are you actually being one?
So your claim was that we need to preserve culture because cultures aren't supposed to change.
No, that's not my claim.
Okay, then help me understand. So
I will.
Because
if you,
if you don't remember,
me.
this whole topic started with, I'm curious, what is a thing that is precedented? What's the thing that happens continuously through all of history that isn't changing? And then you pointed to the fact that Afghanistan and the United Kingdom are different cultures. Like, that's something that I would reject.
No, I didn't. I was just explaining to you what cultures are, which are the cultural differences between groups of people that remain fairly constant over time despite change.
Yes, but why? Why would you point to the fact that they have different cultures? Or why would you point to the fact that what culture is? When the question has nothing to do with asking you what culture is. You guys don't have a disagreement on what culture is. This is so ridiculous.
Changing somewhat, as all cultures do.
Your definition of culture is the difference between your culture and another culture?
No, I gave you my definition.
You just said. You said it was the differences between cultures that change over time that define one culture against another.
He said earlier the culture is things that people do without being told to by a law. That's what he said culture is.
Other one.
Okay, let's reset. And you talk for a bit, and then I talk for a bit, and then you talk for a bit.
Well, no, because I noticed that this is how it feels like a lot of these types of people, the centrists, the reformers, the MAGA, whatever, is you paint with such broad brushstrokes that by the end of a sentence, I feel like you haven't really said much at all. And I'm just kind of curious why, when you guys speak about things like the preservation of culture, I don't really hear you allude to anything concrete. Or when you talk about wanting to preserve something, you talk about how something has changed. I don't necessarily hear, like, what are the things that are changing that you don't like. You'll point to things like crimes, but I mean, like, crimes are illegal. Obviously, they shouldn't be happening. I just don't really hear anything concrete ever, and it's very unsatisfying to listen to a bunch of people kind of ramble on and on and on without ever having a clear point about what they're talking about. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out, for British or American culture, what are these things that you feel are common, maybe you go back 30, 40, 50 years, that were common across the whole country that you feel are changing in a way that they never changed in the past?
Okay, done?
Are you going to answer that question? He's not going to answer the question. Go ahead.
I've attempted to answer your question many times, and I'll do so again. However, first of all, am I going to be okay to speak now for a bit? Is that going to happen?
Sure. Can you repeat my question first so I know what you're...
Your question is about what is culture. You brought up crime.
That wasn't my question.
Oh my goodness! This cannot be real, bro. This cannot be real. What the fuck? What the fuck? Your question is, what is culture? Holy shit.
My question is, over the past 30 or 40 years, what are things that have changed in American or British culture that you feel over the past 200 years before that were unchanging?
Okay. One of the things that has changed in Britain over the last 30 years is we now have an extensive number of Islamist terrorist attacks, mass stabbings, mass rape of British girls
what does that have to do with
Islamist
culture?
and Muslim grooming gangs. This is not something that happened in this culture before.
Okay, so sexual assault and rape did happen before in
Did you hear the words I said, or did you?
So you said grooming gangs. I know there's the example from the 80s and 90s with the Rotherham.
Yeah, even the term of like grooming is a newer term. It's a newer concept. Like these sorts of things used to happen all the time. We just didn't categorize them, and we didn't talk about them, and we didn't know what they were, and we didn't think of them as like horrible things, and like the idea that these things just didn't used to happen, or not at the same rate or anything. But we wouldn't even know because we didn't keep stats on a lot of these things. We have no fucking idea.
They're not from the 80s, 90s. They're happening right now.
What is another grooming gang example? Because I know there are rapes and stuff that happen, but I don't think there are...
Yeah, well, let me explain it to you. So grooming gangs, this is a euphemism that we use to pretend that they're not what they are mass rape gangs where young British girls, usually underage, but also often sometimes young women, would be plied with drugs, plied with alcohol, would be taken from the care homes where they were, predominantly by Pakistani, sometimes other Indian subcontinent Muslims. they would be targeted primarily because they were white and British. So these were racially aggravated hate crimes. And they would be mass raped over periods of years sometimes. That did not used to happen in Britain.
I don't think that was ever. I don't think that was ever substantiated, that they did it because they were white.
So
that is a cultural change. Can I finish what I'm saying, please?
Okay, you're not going to answer my question. Okay.
I am answering a question.
Well, my question was, what are examples? I don't think this has happened outside of the Rotherham grooming gang, that whole scandal. There have been rapes, there have been gang rapes, but the idea of like a coordinated grooming gang type mass Pakistani targeting British girls rapes, that type of thing is not a thing that I'm aware has been seen in Britain outside of the large Rotherham scandal.
Well, I don't know. I think the fact that somewhere between 500,000 and 1 million British girls might have been raped by these gangs is quite a big deal, and it represents a change in the culture of this country that I think is quite unwelcome.
I never said it wasn't a big deal. I think rape is bad. I just think it's bad when white people do it too. I think it's bad when everybody does it. My understanding is right now for the crime stats in the United Kingdom, it tends to be more white people are even overrepresented in terms of sexual assault and rape, but I'm aware that there are immigrants that rape people as well. I think all rape is bad, but the idea that there is a mass Islamist, jihadist, rape gang-centered thing in the United Kingdom that's functioning,
so
I think
how many girls would have to be raped for you to admit that it's a mass thing?
The question isn't if it's a mass thing. The question is if it's organized. You have a huge problem with definitions. I'm sorry, let me try to keep this tight. You're not understanding.
Yeah, if it's a mass thing. Well, more women were raped by Muslims in the last 10 years than ever before. So that's when it's become mass grooming gangs. Aren't there more Muslims aren't there more rapes by everybody? Like, again, proportionality is what's going to matter here. I don't feel like Destiny's mentioned this, but that should be the argument. Like, it's all about proportionality. Everything is about whether or not it's proportional. And yeah, it's kind of annoying that this guy just keeps making it about like, well, what is the number? Is the number bigger? Well, then it's mass.
You're not following the conversation.
Stephen,
rape is bad, but organized grooming gang
You've asked me a lot of questions, and every time I answer them, you ignore my answer.
At all, but
now answer my question.
Yeah.
Answer my question. If 500,000 girls have been mass raped in this way, specifically being targeted because they were not of a particular religion or ethnicity, how many of them would have to be treated in this way for you to admit that it's a mass thing? What's the number that makes a mass? Answer my question.
I don't know how you would identify
Give
a
us
mass
a number.
thing.
Give us a number.
The question was organized
Give us a
grooming.
number. You said
500,001. So you're right.
Yeah, I don't think Destiny ever disagreed on whether or not it was mass. Whether or not mass was an okay term.
You're right beneath the threshold. Maybe tomorrow you'll have it.
It's actually.
So the question is there organized?
Between 500,000 and 1 million.
Okay. I'll ramble for a second, and then you can ramble after.
So you agree that it's mass.
My issue is because you do this thing over and over again where you won't accurately identify a problem. You'll invent these things because rape isn't bad enough. Now it has to be like a mass grooming gang rape thing. And then what happens is you conservatives, you play this game where you falsely identify a problem, you lie to the audience about it, and then you manage to gain power. You go through with some wacky scheme. Go figure, the wacky scheme doesn't fix anything, and then somehow you come back with the same recycled narratives over and over again asking for another shot at it. It's happening right now with Farage and reform. It happened with Brexit. Brexit didn't reduce immigration. It didn't help you with your economy. It didn't do anything really good for the United Kingdom at all. And then it's happening now with reform coming in and making all of these promises to the British people that you're going to be able to cut all of the revenues coming in. You're going to be able to increase all of your funding. You're going to have a no-wait NHS. And it's all built on the same lies over and over again that didn't help you affect any positive outcomes in the past, and it's not going to help you affect any positive outcomes in the future. You can sit here and you can be upset about it, but I watched you and Matt Goodwin debate on stage where you guys both made the bold prediction that once the Tories were out, your immigration numbers would be over 1 million per year. They plummeted to 300,000. I haven't heard you say anything about that. Your predictions were completely wrong, just as they were with Brexit as well.
Well, that was a wonderful presentation. The problem for you is I voted Remain in the referendum.
Because you hadn't been bullied by the Cambridge students yet. I'm aware of the history, but I know.
So, you've come here with a bunch of talking points. That's great.
Hold on. We can break down anything you want.
Stop interrupting.
Don't accuse me of having talking points.
Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting.
Then address what I said.
Stop interrupting.
Address what I've said.
Stop interrupting.
Address what I've said.
Stop interrupting.
I believe in you.
Stop interrupting. I let you talk, and I let you make your points. Have some respect for me and for my opportunity to express myself as well. That is how a debate is conducted. So stop interrupting. We started this with a conversation about mass immigration, and I gave you the facts on it, and I defined what immigration is, right? Mass immigration. Now, you're talking about culture. I also explained to you what culture is, and I explained it to you by explaining that it's a continuity of certain things, which may also evolve over time. Now, in terms of your point about mass immigration since Brexit, I was not a supporter of Brexit. I didn't think it was necessarily a good idea. And I agree with you that it hasn't reduced immigration. But I don't see how that's relevant to this conversation. We have had mass immigration happen in this country continually over a long period of time, which has changed the country in the way that I gave you. And I gave you a number of examples, like Islamist terrorism, like grooming gangs and other things, which I don't think you're able to address because they counteract the argument that you keep making, which is, well, nothing changes when you bring in 8 million people over 30 years.
Did I say that?
Can I finish, please?
Did I say that?
Can
Why do
I
you have
finish?
to invent
Can I finish,
points?
please?
You just can't address anything.
Can I finish, please? If I
Pretend it's
interrupted
a
you,
podcast
if I
episode. Go
interrupted you every
Make a
time you
position for me.
misrepresent my
Go for
argument,
it.
you'd never talk at all.
Go for it. Okay.
So can I finish, please? You made the point that basically what I'm trying to say is, not trying to say, what I'm...
Well, just to be clear, every time he's felt like Destiny misrepresented him, he has interrupted. He has jumped in immediately and been like, wait, I didn't say that. That's not my position. I never said that. He has done that. So that isn't just Destiny doing that.
I'm saying is, when you bring in large numbers of people into a country from a different culture, that will necessarily change the culture. The other thing that I explained to you is, there's been such a large wave of immigration into this country now that has fundamentally changed the sense of British people about the place in which they live. It is affecting the demographic dynamics of major cities in this country and the way people feel about that. But all of those things, the facts that I gave you about immigration, they are what they are. You can think that they're good, you can think that they're bad. That is a separate conversation. The facts are what they are, right? There's also a thing about how British people feel about it. When I came to this country in 1996, 3% of the British public thought that immigration was a major concern. Today, about 65 to 70% of British people say that there are too many immigrants in this country and too many immigrants coming here. Now, I think British people probably have a better idea of how they feel about immigration than you, Stephen, and that is how they feel.
Why do you think over half the British population believes that the majority of the immigrants here today are here illegally, if they've got such a great handle on it or a great idea about what immigration is doing to the country?
The reason that people overestimate immigration is people generally, when asked about things, overestimate pretty much everything or underestimate things terribly because people are not very good with numbers. But the other reason, of course, people aren't able to quote you the exact number of people who
I didn't ask for a quote of the exact number.
You said this earlier, and I'm addressing your broader point, which is why do people misunderstand the immigration statistics, is that people don't look at immigration as this is the number of people who came this year and this is the number of people who came last year. They look at the reality of the
terminally online media. Good one. Good one.
Their lives. They look at the change they see around them, and what they're really concerned about is the cumulative impact of immigration over the period of their lifetime, which, as I explained to you, has been huge, unprecedented over the last 35 years, and will be even more unprecedented in terms of its cumulative impact over the next 35 years. Now, it's true that...
So again, a cumulative impact is going to be based on proportionality. It's really frustrating that this isn't where the conversation is, because this is all that matters when it comes to whether or not immigration is making a drastic change to the culture and to the society. All that matters is the proportionality of the immigration. Is it like, are they immigrating at a rate to where they actually could have some sort of effect on the culture? Are there enough people coming in to where they could actually make some sort of change?
immigration has come down to 300 or something thousand in the last year. Doesn't mean it will stay that way, but also I never predicted it would get to 1 million. I think Matt did. But the point I would make is the transformation over a 30-year period is what people actually care about, and which is what they're right to care about. Now, as for the point about illegal immigration, yeah, it's true. Illegal immigration is a smaller percentage of the total immigration that we have than legal immigration, but it's still higher today than it was 35 years ago and 30 years ago, which is way too high. Illegal immigration should be zero. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Do we have any final thoughts before we move on to the next?
Yeah, I mean, every crime should be zero, but there's always going to be some amount of crime or some amount of illegal immigrants. I guess the issue I have is that, you say, why do the British people not understand the exact numbers? I didn't ask for the exact numbers. It's like 10 or 11 million to 1 million. There are different estimates from 500,000 to 1.3 million or whatever illegals. That's a big ratio, 10 to 1 to be off by, to assume it's 50-50, or that there are more illegals than there are legal immigrants here. And I think the issue is people in your position, or people like Reform or Restore, depending on how far right you want to go, lie constantly about the immigrant population in the United Kingdom, and then as a result of selling those lies to the people, you get these ridiculous plans or attempts to fix it all in the United Kingdom. And because the problem was never as severe as it was stated in the first place, the problem ends up not being solved, and then you exacerbate other problems. So at the end of the Tory government, with this attempt with like the Rwanda plan, this idea that you're going to ship people to other countries to have them processed first, or with the idea that leaving Brexit would give the UK greater control over their illegal immigrant population. And the reality is it did just the opposite. You didn't have the right to access the same people that would try to claim asylum in the EU, and then if they were rejected once there, to send them back if they came to Britain next. You lost access to a lot of these things. And then the same people that were in charge of pushing those ideas are now telling you and selling you on the idea that reform is going to come in and somehow fix the very same issues that they've been lying about and have failed to fix in the past. And you might hear this talking point, this cope that, well, reform is different. We're not going to be like, the old conservatives. But then you've got, all your politicians are going to be MP Tories that are defecting to join the new Reform Party. So I don't know where all this new blood is going to come from. I don't know. It just seems like a whole bunch of like, here's a fake problem. I'm going to put it in front of.
I didn't know you played tennis. Yeah, I played a little in high school. I'm so glad we were able to do this. I'm really glad we could do this too. It's nice we get to hang out.
I know, right? Yeah. It's too bad Lillian couldn't play with us today. Poor thing, she's so busy.
Oh, I know. But she's not really that into sports. Even when we were little, she didn't like anything that was too competitive.
Oh, well, she certainly enjoys playing tennis now. It's funny how people
This is Destiny and Konstantin.
change, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Do people really change?
I think they do.
Yeah, but I mean, they still stay who they are, pretty much.
I think we change all the time.
I think we stay the same, but grow, I guess, a little bit.
I think if you're growing, then you're changing.
But I mean, we're changing from who we are, which we always stay as.
Not really. I don't think so.
I think so.
I don't.
I didn't know you played tennis.
Top five best movies. What is this? Bridesmaids? Bridesmaids was a really good movie. It's a very good movie. It's probably one of the last good comedies that ever came out. It's probably, I cannot think of another good comedy that has come out since Bridesmaids. That's that might be the last good comedy that I've seen. Like, can anybody name one? Movie night when? We gotta hit 1,000 members in the Discord. We gotta hit 1,000 members. We're at about 980 right now. So we got only 20 more to go. We only got 20 more to go, so everybody join the Discord. Link is in the description. Make sure you join the server so that we can do it. Tom, can I join the Discord? Everybody can join the Discord. It is open to everybody. Link is in the description. Just click to join.
point this cope that, well, reform is different. We're not going to be like, you know, the old conservatives, but then you've got, you know, all your politicians are going to be MP Tories that are defecting to join the new Reform Party. So I don't know where all this new blood is going to come from. Yeah, I don't know. It just seems like a whole bunch of like, here's a fake problem. I'm going to put it in front of you. There is like a real problem here. Regardless of what you said earlier, I don't think rapes are good, mass rapes or normal rapes. I think there should be some probably cap on what type of immigrants and
I think there should be somewhat of a cap on the amount of rapes. Ooh. Ooh. Why did I? Fuck. I don't know why I do this. Sometimes I try to like turn left and I end up turning right instead. And I guess it's because I don't like wrap all the way around their head before I try going. I just do like a little loop and I don't hit all the way around their head.
How many should come to the country. I just never really hear a discussion on any of that. I just hear 500,000 British girls have been gang raped by mass grooming gangs, and it wasn't like that when I came over in '96.
Mass rape.
The fact that those Rotherham grooming gangs.
They were mass raped. They were raped with the size of dicks that they've never been raped with before. That makes it mass rapings. Fuck.
Scandal started in the 80s, so I don't feel like I ever hear anything of substance being spoken about.
Well, it's a pity we didn't have someone from Reform on stage so you could rehash your Wikipedia talking points to them.
You're a Reform voter, though, right?
No, I've never
Really?
I've never voted for Reform.
Would you vote for Reform in the upcoming election?
Depends on who stands in my constituency. Last election, I voted for a Liberal Democrat.
I didn't ask about last election. In the upcoming election, will you vote for Reform?
I will probably vote for the same person who's a Liberal Democrat.
Okay, so you don't think you would support the Liberal Reform guy? I don't know, in your
Liberal
constituencies.
Reform, there's no party called Liberal
I'm sorry,
Reform.
you won't support the Reform candidate in whatever upcoming election. I don't know what constituency you live in.
I just told you that at the last election I voted for Liberal Democrat.
Yeah, I know, but the reason why you're saying that is because you won't answer for the next one.
Stop interrupting.
Totally question
Stop
dodge.
interrupting. Stop interrupting.
Yeah, go for it.
I just told you that at the last election I voted for a Liberal Democrat, and at the next election I intend to vote for him as well.
I'm just curious. You said in the past that you regret, or not that you regret, that you voted Remain for Brexit. Do you think that was a good vote? Do you think you should have remained, or do you think Brexit was a mistake?
I don't regret my vote for Remain, no.
Do you think Brexit was a mistake?
I think it had its negatives and positives, yeah.
Are you sure you're not running for a political party right now? Because that was the most politician answer I've ever heard in my life. Do you think that on net was Brexit a mistake?
Every decision has trade-offs that are positive and negative.
Remember what I said earlier about saying words that mean nothing? Obviously, this is true. But I'm asking, do you think that Brexit on net, was it a mistake?
I think a lot of people think that Brexit ruined the economy.
I'm not asking what a lot of people think. I'm asking you on net. Do you think that Brexit was a mistake?
I think it had some things that made things worse, and I think it had some that...
If you were God...
Bro, dude, this motherfucker. This is so annoying. This is so fucking annoying, dude. This is so annoying. Oh, I hate it so much. I hate listening to this so much. This is gonna be so infuriating.
And you could choose whether or not the UK voted 51% Brexit or 49% Brexit, what would you push the button to have had them vote? 51% they would Brexit, or 49% and then they would remain in the European Union?
I honestly don't know.
Okay, but so the reason why I asked this question is to illustrate. I asked this question to illustrate how frustrating it is when people like you say things like, well, I voted Liberal last election, or I voted Remain. Okay, you don't stand by that anymore, though. You constantly do this thing. No, you don't. You constantly do this thing where you come on stage, or you go on your show and you'll say things like, I used to be a liberal, but the liberals have changed so much, or I used to be a left-leaning person. And the left, I know you've tweeted the dumb picture. I know you've done it. They've changed so much, and now I have to identify with the center-right. I've heard you literally say things like Tommy Robinson makes statements to the left on immigration compared to Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama.
He does.
Yeah, okay.
He does.
I've heard you say things like that, right? But then when
That's
I ask,
a fact.
but then you guys say that everybody else has changed, and then I ask you about your past political votes, you won't defend them. So it seems like you're the one that's changed, which is fine, but you should just own that.
I voted Remain for reasons that were entirely different from the reason that most people voted Remain. The reason I voted Remain is I thought that it would weaken Europe's ability to stand up to Russia. I think I've been proven right on that. And I think the division within Europe has made Europe weaker in terms of its ability to stand up to Russia, and I think we've seen that. So in that respect, I think I was right to vote Remain. What I don't agree with is the narrative that a lot of people like to spin, that Brexit ruined the economy. I don't think that's true at all. If you look at the way other European economies are performing, they're performing even worse than the British economy. So my attempt to give you a nuanced answer is not my refusal to stand by my vote. It's an attempt to use my brain and give you a nuanced answer. Now, in terms of final, did you want to wrap up and move on?
Yeah, just final thoughts on.
I was just about to say, whenever people do this, they'll try to defend it by saying that they're just trying to be nuanced, but it's not nuance when you can't actually give a straightforward answer. If he had said I don't know early on, that would have been fine. But the problem is that when you dodge like 5 times in a row and then say I don't know, now it just sounds like I don't know is just another dodge. It just sounds like you're still just dodging. Like you wanted to dodge the question entirely. You were hoping you could give nothingness answers the entire time. And once you started getting called out on your nothingness answers, you then said I don't know because you're forced to actually give an answer now. It's so fucking obnoxious.
On this topic, that would be great, guys.
Yeah, so final thoughts on this topic. I would just recap and maybe add one other thing. We have had a level of mass immigration into Britain that has been extremely disruptive over a fairly short period of time, that has created an environment in which
liberals are just weak. If they actually had some, they might win elections, at least in America. I mean, liberals are winning elections in America currently. They've won the majority of elections over the last year. They're projected to win the majority of elections that are coming up. Especially compared to anybody else, they're winning more than anyone else. Like, and they have been historically winning more than anybody else. I don't know. Like, this narrative is always really annoying to me because a lot of people, it's like the progressives are the ones who push this idea. It's leftists who push this idea. They're like, people are just sick of the Democrats and that's why they're not voting for them. But then when you go look at who they're voting for, it's the conservatives who also are not, who will like outright reject the things that progressives think everybody wants. Like when we're talking about getting health care, there's a lot more people. I think the majority of Republicans don't think it's the government's responsibility to provide health care, whereas the majority of Democrats think it's like a right. The majority of Republicans are against abortion being legal. Like, there's the things that like progressives will act like, well, Americans are just sick of Democrats because they won't do X, Y, and Z. But then you go look and you see the people are voting for conservatives. It's like, well, they're not voting for the people who are going to go do that either. Like, what are you talking about? The people that they're going and voting for are the ones who are outright rejecting that entire concept. So it just doesn't make sense to me when people act like Democrats are the ones who aren't getting things done. And literally every single time, 100% every single time, I've had a leftist up here who, or progressives or, whatever, who pushes this narrative. Every single time I ask them what it is that they expect from Democrats that they're not doing, every single time we end up going down a list of things that Democrats are doing, and they end up like kind of admitting that they're wrong. President's Sunday, what the fuck? Yeah, they end up admitting that they're wrong, or they just find like a way to like pivot away from what it is that they were initially saying. But it's just that these are like nonsensical positions to act like Democrats aren't doing anything or that they don't do enough or whatever. It literally makes no sense and does not align with reality. Like right now, the position that lefties are pushing is that the war in Iran is Democrats' fault. This is what they're pushing. The war in Iran is Democrats' fault. This is what Hassan said. This is what all the leftists are running around saying, that the war in Iran is Democrats' fault. Okay, how is it Democrats' fault? They blocked the vote. They blocked the vote for the War Powers Act. No, they didn't. Jeffries and Schumer have been pushing to get it voted on more quickly. They've been trying to get it voted on. So yeah, well, this wouldn't be happening if they had gotten it done. But they're a minority. They literally couldn't have done anything. You can't blame this on them. On top of that, even if they did get it through, right? This is all just a virtue signal. It's not going to do anything. Why? Why won't it do anything? Well, because they don't have the numbers. They don't have the numbers to get the War Powers Act passed. They're not going to be able to get it. It's not going to... And then let's say they do get it. Donald Trump's going to veto it. And when we're talking about like let's say just in a miracle moment where they actually get enough people to vote for it and they get 51 votes, Donald Trump vetoes it, that they're not going to come anywhere close to getting the numbers to undo his veto. Nowhere fucking close. So keep voting liberal, you'll be voting fascist soon enough. They have no answer to Trump. I don't know what that means. They beat Trump in the last election. Like, what are you talking about? They have no answer to Trump. Like, what does that even mean? Neither do progressives. Like, I hate this fucking bullshit where progressives act like they have all the answers, yet, and that everybody wants their candidates, yet they can't win a single fucking election. They can't get anything done. They can barely get 5 people in the House out of like 500 people. Like, what the fuck? How is it the people that do the least are the ones complaining about the ones who are doing the most? It makes absolutely no sense. The people who do literally the fucking least in politics are the ones sitting around whining and complaining about the ones who do the most. It's like being a little kid and messing up the room all the time and then sitting there and whining and crying at your mom for not being better at cleaning up your fucking mess. It's so obnoxious. Like, the progressives aren't doing shit. That's why Dems lose and they always pick the most autistic candidate. I'm sorry. Why do progressives lose? Why? Hey, answer me this. Why do progressives lose? Why do they lose? It's going to be some, like, because I don't think Dems lose. I don't know what this is. Like, oh, that's why they lose. I don't know what that means. That's why they lose. Like, they've been winning. But if you're going to keep pretending as though they're just always losing, they just can't stop losing. Okay, why do progressives lose? They lost to Trump. Yes, the progressives lost to literally everybody. So again, I don't want to hear it. Progressives lose to literally everybody, always, ever, in the history of fucking ever, okay? So I don't give a fuck. Like, it doesn't mean anything. Your criticisms mean literally nothing. Dems love Sanders. So then why couldn't he win a fucking election? I'm sorry, but when you're whining and crying about the fucking people who lose, yet Bernie Sanders can't even get into the generals to be able to lose to Trump. Bernie Sanders isn't even capable of losing to Trump. He can't even get far enough because he's losing to the horrible fucking losers. He's losing to the horrible big bad losers. Like, what the fuck? You know you're wrong, dude. Okay, so answer the question. Why can't progressives win? Why can't they win? Bernie is the Dem party right now. Okay, why can't they win? I don't know why you can't answer the question. Are you fucking Konstantin or what? Like, are you doing a bit right now trying to avoid answering a question? Is this is why they're the same as MAGA every fucking time. They're always the same as MAGA. Every time. Why can't you win an election? Democrats are so bad and everybody loves you guys so much. Why can't you win an election? Sassafras, nice. What the fuck? What the fuck? Say something bad about Bernie. He can't win an election for president. He keeps pushing an idea for single payer that would be like the most extreme version of healthcare in the entire world, yet keeps lying and saying that all the other countries have systems like it. He has consistently pushed an idea that the majority of Americans want single payer when there's pretty much nothing to back that up. And even the majority of Democrats in every single poll that's ever been done on this would choose a public option over single payer, because the majority of Democrats still want private insurance companies to exist. This has been proven literally in every single poll across the board. There's not a single poll that will disagree with that. They rigged. Yes, see, they rigged it. They rigged it. Every fucking time. You guys are MAGA. You guys are MAGA. Like, there is no difference between you guys and fucking MAGA. You guys are the same people. You just push misinformation, you lie, you can't accept a loss, and then you'll sit around and whine and cry about how bad Democrats are when you can't win a single fucking election. And then when you do lose, you sit and whine and cry and say that it was stolen from you. There's no evidence that an election was ever stolen from Bernie Sanders. Not a single fucking election. There's no evidence that any election was ever stolen from him. But you guys will always make sure that you align with MAGA as much as possible.
Major cities in this country are effectively no longer the domain of the native population of this country, which is very...
Say something bad about Sanders. I just did. I just named 3 fucking things. What do you mean? I just did. I just named 3 fucking things. Were you not listening? I just rambled about numerous things that are bad about Sanders. I just did.
Disruptive to the people who've lived here. I'm not one of them. I myself am an immigrant, but I totally recognize that that's happened. I think culturally there have been some terrible things that have happened. I mean, the example of terrorism and grooming gangs is just one of them. But the failure of integration more broadly has been a big problem, to the point where you now saw in the by-election in Gordon Denton, the Green candidate campaigning in Urdu, in a foreign language, in a language not of our country, which I think is a signal of the terrible divisiveness that is we are likely to see in other communities or in other constituencies where some communities haven't integrated at all. And I think what that signals is a democracy works when people vote on the idea.
Why does the base love him? What does that mean, the base? What is the base? Bernie Sanders is not liked by most Democrats, and again, he can't win a fucking election. Like, he can't even get to the generals. Bernie Sanders loses to the people who lose to Trump. Bernie Sanders does not have wide popularity, just the same as, like, right now progressives are running around saying that everybody needs to try to be Mom Donnie because Mom Donnie shows what it takes to win elections. Mom Donnie has very low approval ratings and popularity ratings with Democrats in America. Even with Democrats in America, he has low popularity rates. While again, progressives are running around pretending that everybody should follow their lead, they don't know that the majority of Americans don't agree with them. That everything that you guys watch tells you that everybody agrees with everything that you guys say. Meanwhile, you guys can't win a fucking election. You guys have a couple of progressives in the House and the Senate, and yet you still run around thinking that the whole country agrees with you guys. It's insane. Like, when Donald Trump is literally winning the popular vote, you guys are sitting there thinking everybody agrees with you guys. Not even the Democrats agree with you guys. You guys think the fucking country agrees with you. This is peak cognitive dissonance. DNC chair admitted, look it up, his interview with Jon Stewart. DNC chair admitted what? Admitted what? Are they way behind? I can't tell if they're like 3 minutes behind or if they're... Yeah, see, they're just repeating for me to watch it. Watch what? I don't even know what the claim is. Can somebody tell next up that they're like way behind in the VOD?
Ideas that are being offered to them, not the ethnic and religious background of the candidate or the things that they will tell them. And I think you're increasingly seeing that. So all of these things are big worries to me. And of course, a lot of this would have been much easier to manage if we hadn't also at the same time had the doctrine of diversity, inclusion, and multiculturalism, which have, instead of creating a monoculture into which people are encouraged to buy in and integrate, have instead created a society in which people are encouraged to see themselves as members of an individual community, which I think is essentially the end of...
Dude, that has always been the case. This is so stupid, dude. This has always been the case. Always. Like, go all the way back to like the founding of America when everybody was immigrating over here and they all had their own cultures and they all had like, you had the Irish, you had the Italians, you had all these different groups who were very much like bound by their cultures and by their you know, their family status and all these things. Like having Chinatown and all these different you know, Little Mexico, like these aren't new things that just popped up from like the idea of diversity, like in inclusion. That's not a new thing that just started all of a sudden. This is not brand new. Again, can somebody in chat tell next up that they're way behind? What game is this? This is Slither. I'd rather vote Vance. What? It's crazy that the people who act like MAGA would rather vote for MAGA. Oh my goodness. Can somebody please tell? Thank you.
Of a democratic process the way we've understood it to this point. So I think these are all terrible developments. And if this continues, it will only get worse.
I reset? Okay. I've been asking you what you're talking about. You told me to go look something up. What you said, the chair DNC said it, but because you were like 4 minutes behind, I don't know what it is. I don't know what you were responding to. I'm assuming it had something to do with Bernie, the election being stolen from Bernie, but what is the claim? How did they steal it? When your mods aren't here? Wait, what mods are here? I haven't seen it. I haven't seen any of my mods today. I think Aaron was here earlier, but I haven't seen... Oh, there's Zach. Just Zach? Zach said one thing. Next has been going at Tom Bottery. Oh, man. Yeah, Bernie is the Dem party at the moment. Tell me otherwise. Again, I did. I don't. Again, it's really frustrating when you're far behind because I literally gave like numerous reasons. You said, "Give me a criticism of Bernie Sanders." I named like 3 or 4. I went off on like a 2-minute rant about my criticisms of Bernie Sanders. When you say he's the Dem party, the majority of the party is not progressive. The progressives are maybe 5% of the fucking party right now. Yet you guys still act like the whole party agrees with you. Not even just the party. You act like the whole of America agrees with you. You think even conservatives agree with you on like healthcare and shit like that. But they don't. They don't agree. Like all of the shit that progressives push, it is just a delusion to keep pretending that everybody agrees with them. But again, Bernie can't win an election. He can't get to the generals. No, hold on. I'm asking you to tell me where I'm assuming you're saying that the DNC chair admitted to trying to steal the election from nobody likes Newsom, he will lose. When you say nobody likes Newsom, I don't know if you know how elections work, but if he becomes the candidate in the general election, it means that people like him. And if he becomes the candidate, it means that more people like him more than they like the progressive candidates again. But anyways, I'm assuming when you say look it up, the DNC chair admitted it. I'm assuming you're saying that he admitted to trying to steal the election from Bernie. And so I'm asking you, what is the claim? What did the DNC chair admit to? What did he admit to? He admitted they did what?
Thank you.
I mean, we introduced new things, so I don't know. I don't know what the monoculture is.
How many final thoughts are we going to have?
Well, I mean, when we introduce new concepts like DEI was why Liz Truss, helped 700,000 people come to this country from mainly non-EU places. I just don't know how DEI was the policy there from the Tories that enabled all that mass migration. And when we talk about the monoculture.
You're right.
Newsom is good because he appeals to everyone but progressives. And the thing is that he would be the most progressive president we've ever had. This is the crazy thing, is that Obama, most progressive president that we've ever had, progressives hate him. Biden, most progressive president we've ever had, more progressive than Obama. They hate him. Then Kamala, even more progressive than fucking Biden. Like, by leagues, more progressive than Biden. And they hated her, too. Like, there is no pleasing these people. There is nobody who's progressive enough. And then even the leftists don't like Bernie. Like, the leftists don't like Bernie and think that Bernie is... It has betrayed them because he's like pro, funding Israel and anti-immigration and crap like that. Just watch it. Okay, I still need you to give me what the claim is. What am I looking for? I feel like 90% of the time somebody says, just watch it and you'll see. And then I watch it and I literally have zero clue what they're even alluding to. Like, I have zero idea what they're even talking about when it comes to like the election being stolen. They'll have like one little claim that they backed Hillary Clinton and that they wanted Hillary to win over Bernie. Like, okay, that's not stealing it. Or that like one news network gave Hillary the questions beforehand. Like, okay, that's fine. Or that they asked all of the other candidates to drop out for on Super Tuesday. That's normal. That happens literally every single election ever. Like, that's stealing an election. Otherwise, every election is stolen. Like, this is it's just, yeah, it's always like the most mundane nothingness complaints.
You're right.
I
it
don't know
wasn't.
about the United Kingdom. I mean, Scottish people don't seem like
clearly
they share a
you don't.
monoculture with
That's
English
very
people.
clear.
I feel like rural people and city people don't have much of a monoculture. I don't know if they've ever had a monoculture. I know in the United States, we talk all the time about the difference between city slickers and the good old people in the country and doing the farms and everything. But then we're also simultaneously very concerned about demographic change in the cities. But then at every other point, it seems like the country-related people hate the urban-related culture anyway. So, yeah, I don't know.
We were literally just talking about this a moment ago where I first got on, and I was talking about the fact that I thought maybe Atlanta was about to get attacked yesterday because our power went out, then our internet went out, and then our cell phone towers were out for the entire night. And I thought, dude, what is going on? Like, this is like too many things happening at once. Are we about to get like bombed by Iran or some shit? Like, is there some sort of cyber attack going on here? What? And somebody in chat said, I was like, this is happening in Atlanta. And somebody in chat was like, my friends in Georgia say that Atlanta isn't Georgia. Like, you guys are so different. They don't claim you guys. And I'm like, yeah, because we're so drastically different. Like, Atlanta is so different from the rest of Georgia. We're just a completely different place with very different demographics and, you know, way more black people and very liberal, and we have Democrats in positions all over, whereas if you look at a map of Georgia, by far the majority of the counties and cities are going to be completely red, like very, very, very red. And then you get to Atlanta and it's very, very, very blue. So it's just very different demographics here. But Atlanta is like half the fucking state. Like, we have way more people here than the rest of the state. And so we just end up being able to kind of dictate elections now moving forward. But so did I ever get a claim for what I'm supposed to look for in this interview? Like, to claim that an election is stolen, that an election was stolen is like a really big claim, but there's never any evidence of it. It's so weird. I would have an easier time getting evidence from MAGA than I will from progressives. Like, in order to claim something like that, it should be blatant, dude. It should be blatant. It should be the easiest thing in the world to see. But for progressives, it just never is. It never is. Like, what am I gonna say? I'm gonna go find out that the Shadow app was actually Pete Buttigieg paying off this app company to get him votes or some shit.
Would be interesting at some point, maybe at some time in your life, if you ever wanted to dive into these issues for real, maybe on your show or with somebody you're more comfortable with who won't challenge you as much. It'd be interesting to hear a conversation about.
Yeah, I live outside of Atlanta. Like, I'm not literally in Atlanta. I'm in Metro Atlanta, in the suburban parts, and so yeah, we're pretty liberal here. It's interesting. If you guys remember, I went to a protest here. I think it was a No King's Day protest, or maybe it was a 50-50 protest, but I went to a protest here and there were so many people. Like, I can't tell you guys, when I grew up here initially, it was the most conservative place you'll ever see. And now it's the most liberal place you'll ever see. Like, it is a very, very liberal place. Now, not to say that there's not still a lot of conservatives. There's a lot of conservatives. But after that protest, it was kind of overwhelming for me. Like, I literally cried, like, while streaming, just kind of like really, really overwhelmed with the fact that there were so many people who showed up to the protests at the time. And there was a Charlie Kirk what do you have? I don't know what you want to call it, like memorial service or whatever in my city as well, in the same place where we had the 50-50 protest. And there was about 1,000 people, maybe, like 800 to 1,000 people who showed up to that protest. And then they had a Charlie Kirk vigil in the same exact place. And apparently, over 2,000 people showed up. And so I thought, oh shit, maybe I'm like really wrong about the changes in my city and like what's going on here. Maybe I was way off. Maybe it's not as different as I thought. And then there was another protest like shortly after the Charlie Kirk vigil where 2,000 people showed up and 5,000 people showed up. 5,000 people showed up to that one. So I've kind of gone like back and forth on how liberal the suburban area that I live in has become, but I think I'm settled on it is liberal. We're winning over here, and we're taking over. So
about what do these values look like when you talk about changing culture, and the answer is, well, some people bring crime. That's not culture. That's like changing culture would require you to identify some fundamental aspect of the culture of a country and then change and then to point out to how that fundamental aspect is changing. When you say immigrants are coming and a lot of them commit crime, it's not really a real answer. It's not very satisfying. It's not really getting to the heart of the issues. And
shall we move on to wokeism?
Sure.
So the question is, speaking of culture, has wokeism caused harm to the political climate?
I used to talk about this all the time, like a year or two ago, that like conservatives all love to be asked for their definition of woke. Oh man, they fucking cream their pants when you ask them the definition of woke. And lots of them, they will get so like poetic and philosophical with it. They get so fucking excited. Well, actually, wokeism is the changing of a culture in a almost monotheistic way where politics becomes religion for some, and they love to just get very verbose and graphic with their details. It's so annoying. And so I just feel like he's gonna ask him for a definition, and he's gonna look up what's your definition of woke? Well, I'm glad you asked. See, woke is the it's gonna go on for like 5 minutes just to give a definition.
Do you want to go first again?
Yeah, sure. My question is going to be the exact same as the last one. How do we define wokeism? And can we name like 3 woke policies that we think are destroying Western culture?
Well, you're a participant in this debate, so why don't you define them?
Well, the thing is, I can't, because your guys' definitions for everything change at all points in time. That's always the...
Yes, if you ask like us to define woke, we're going to say it means to be enlightened. That's it. It just means you're enlightened about like social issues, like, you know, racial issues or gendered issues or, you know, sex, like shit like that. Like that's woke. Just you're enlightened. But you guys don't use it that way. You use it almost the exact opposite way, is to say that they're not enlightened, that they're totally wrong and totally confused, and you're totally lost on what we're using the definitions of woke in the opposite way. So it doesn't mean anything for us to define it, because if you say like wokeism is ruining the country, how can somebody being enlightened ruin the country? Like, don't we want people to be enlightened? Isn't that a good thing? Like, so yeah, us defining it will not help move the conversation forward at all.
The issue. That's always the frustrating thing when it comes to fighting.
Who's us guys?
Conservatives.
I'm not a conservative.
I know you
so-
say you're not, but the conservative identification of wokeism and the idea that wokeism, whatever
Let's
that
forget about
boogeyman-
conservatism. Let's
Okay.
talk about wokeness. So
Okay.
what would be your definition of wokeness?
In the broadest sense, usually it's social issues that are very, very far left of the norm, I guess. But these positions in the United States.
He's really winning so far. I mean, again, every single day that we've gone over it, somebody else is in the lead in polling. The polling has been back and forth every single time we look at it. And then even the other day, we talked about the fact that me and Mantis, we talked about the fact that she was winning and that everybody keeps making it sound like Tallarico has taken off and is just way in the lead. Tonight is the night. Oh, are they voting now? I would have had this up on the screen if I knew that. Oh, they don't even have half the votes in yet. Yeah, he's winning by 80,000. So it's 588,000 to 508,000. So it's fairly close right now. I mean, especially considering third place is at 12,000 or 13,000 right now. They're yeah, this is pretty early. Because what you have to remember is it's exactly the way that I just described it, okay? It's not going to continue like this. It's county by county, these votes come in. And county by county, as I said, if you get votes from like rural parts of Georgia and then urban parts of Georgia, you're going to get drastically different votes. The numbers are going to be very, very different. And so Jasmine Crockett has like a pretty far lead when it comes to black voters in Texas. And if you hit a black area like Austin, you know, you're gonna get, her numbers are gonna jump pretty drastically. So Are there districts really like this, or is this, what the fuck? They're in squares like that? Is that for real? That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, chat. Chat. That's crazy, chat. Quick remaining votes. Like I said, there's 45,000, or sorry, 45% in so far. And then all the gray ones are, I guess, counties that haven't voted yet. And then yeah, you can see like for most of the bigger ones, Jasmine's taken those. Or sorry, oh no, Tallarico's taken those. Oh, shit. Yeah, never mind. Okay, so she's light blue. He's dark blue. Arlington, Crockett took it. Pecos, I think is the Terrell. Jeff Davis, Brewster, Fort Worth, Tallarico took it. Tarrant. Okay, sorry, Tarrant County is where Arlington and Fort Worth are. Yeah, and Crockett took it, as I thought. And then Dallas, their votes are not in yet. Ellis County, Crockett took it. It's crazy, dude. All of their counties are in squares like that. That is crazy. That's wild. Who will she verse if she wins? From what I understand, so it looks like it's going to be Ken Paxton. But I think it's Ken Paxton or John Orlin Corin. Yeah, John Corin. But I don't think even their polling as highly as Crockett or Tallarico. I think both Tallarico and Crockett are polling higher than Paxton is. And Corlin. Or Corin, sorry.
States at least tend to be held by...
Such as?
It might be certain things related to, I mean, trans people are obviously the hot go-to topic for everybody. It might be things specifically related to trans people. It might be things related to, they call it CRT, now they call it, or there was affirmative action, then CRT, then DEI. It might be... I'm
going to rewind this to hear his
that
definition.
wokeism, whatever
Let's
that
forget about
boogeyman-
conservatism. Let's
Okay.
talk about wokeness. So
Okay.
what would be your definition of wokeness?
In the broadest sense, usually it's social issues that are very, very far left of the norm, I guess. But these positions in the United States at least tend to be held by...
Such as?
It might be certain things related to, I mean, trans people are obviously the hot go-to topic for everybody. It might be things specifically related to trans people. It might be things related to, they call it CRT, now they call it, or there was affirmative action, then CRT, then DEI. It might be people who are socialists, about the economy, or whatever that means to people. It really depends on where you're at, who would consider what woke, or what the conservative boogeyman of the day is.
I don't know what the conservative point of view. So your point of view is the...
So you hear when Destiny's talking about things, he keeps saying, like, depending on what you mean by that, or depending on, like, what people mean when they say that, or something like that, right? This is a common part of, like, people who are being good faith, is that, like, they're going to accept that different people mean different things when they say things. And so asking for definitions early on in a conversation is an important part of having a conversation. But there are very few conservatives who will accept that. There's very few conservatives who will accept giving a definition to explain what it is you mean when you say a word, because to them, definitions are like objective. They're like, language is objective. Things just mean what they mean. It just is what it is. Everybody means the same thing, and whatever they think everybody thinks the same thing. And I'm not saying this as like a necessarily like to dog on conservatives, but more so like this is the way that I thought when I was conservative. This is just a normal part of being conservative, is that when you grow up Christian, like, everything kind of just is what it is. Like, there's not a whole lot of thought put into why something is, because the idea that you grow up with is that, like, God made things the way that they are, and you can't know why God made things the way that they are. They just are that way. And so it's language is part of that. But from what I understand, later on, from the clips that we saw at the beginning, he starts to get mad. Konstantin starts to get mad that Destiny's asking for definitions of things. And he's claiming that Destiny's being bad faith by asking for definitions, that he's purposely trying to, like, make things confusing and muddy the water. But as I said, like, you can hear Destiny as he's talking about things, like, including the fact that, like, it depends on what definition you use. It depends on what you mean when you say this. It depends on X, Y, and Z. So Tom's saying this after trying to force me to use his definitions like 5 times. Wait, what are you talking about? It hasn't happened in the last month. Okay. That doesn't, so just to be clear, there are times where, like, if there's a confusion, right, and somebody says, this is what I mean when I say a word, and then I'm like, what? That's not what that word means. And they're like, yes, it is. And they tell me, like, this is what the word means. And then I go look it up, and the word means something drastically different, right? It means something drastically different. It is, like, way off from what it is that they mean. And the definition aligns with exactly what I said. It makes sense that if you're going to use that word in a conversation, like, this is what you're going to mean, if that's the way that, like, people seem to understand it. But it doesn't mean that, like, if you're trying to tell me something and you use a word to say it, most of the time I just want to understand what you're trying to say, and so I want you to define it just so I know what you mean. But there's times where people will use a word in a way and then they define it, but then the optics that they're, like, using, so, like, if I say this thing is evil, this thing is really, really evil, and you're like, what do you mean by evil? And I'm like, I just mean that, like, people don't like it. It's really, really evil. It's obvious that it's evil. I am not, like, nobody should accept that, right? Nobody should accept you saying evil as people don't like this. Even though that's your definition, that's the way you're using it. I understand now what it is you mean when you say it. I can't accept that as a definition because nobody else is going to hear that when we continue our conversation, right? If I start to accept that, like, you know, people think illegal immigration is evil. No, people don't think it's evil. What the fuck? It's not that normative of a thing. And then you're like, well, yeah, it just means that people don't like it. People don't like illegal immigration. So, okay, I'll agree with that. I don't agree that it's evil. If we have this conversation and people are hearing me now just let go that, like, illegal immigration is evil and everybody agrees that it's evil, yes, everybody else is going to hear me agreeing to something totally different than what it is we're saying. And so, yeah, there's times where I'm like, I can't accept that in the way that it's being said for those sorts of reasons. But
the wokeness is about trans people and DEI?
That seems to be the case when I look at
So that's your definition?
I don't define things as a wokeism. It seems like a really vapid, stupid definition. I would just talk about the issue or the policy itself.
I guess your issue is with the topic of our debate then.
Well, no, because I think that you obsessively talk about wokeism, so it's probably a good thing for us to have a discussion
I'm asking you to define it so that instead of continually asking me questions and then pretending not to understand my answers, we actually address your argument. So
if you feel like there's an answer I don't understand, you can feel free to ask me to explain your answer. I can do it with ease. They're very simple. You only need the cognitive power of like a 9-year-old to understand them. So
your definition of wokeness is, again?
Well, okay, Destiny says if you want me to define something, you can just ask me to do it, but he did. He literally just asked you to define it. And then when he said, you're not really giving me a definition, you're like, yeah, because it's stupid and it doesn't mean anything. Okay. But then right after, you're like, dude, if you want me to define something, just ask me. You just did, dude. You just did. What the fuck?
Just coming back to it. So we're clear about what we're discussing.
The median view on social beliefs, the things that are to the furthest left, or the most progressive, the most college student-y, young things, they tend to be around like gender things or minority issues or LGBTQI, whatever status. These tend to be like things that people identify as woke.
So what we're discussing in this section of the debate is whether far-left politics and progressivism has ruined society. Is that the discussion?
Yeah, sure.
What would you mean?
It was the
Yeah,
question was
sure.
on wokeism.
Right.
The issue is,
And I got you to define it as far-left progressivism.
yes.
So,
Insofar as I would define it, I don't see it as a major threat, at least to the United States, because I don't think that the people that tend to hold these views have any real political power. It tends to be college kids and people on Twitter. But conservatives are very concerned about this, and they talk about these issues all the time, and then they use them to power their policies that end up being even more regressive than the super woke stuff was progressive, because it wasn't really manifesting in a real way anyway. And now I have a country where half the states don't really have the ability to get an abortion for women because people thought that every 4-year-old was being forcibly transitioned to another gender. It's my issue with it.
well, that's your country and your issue. But just coming back to our definitions so that we can know what we're discussing. What you're addressing is, has far-left progressive politics had a negative impact on our society? That's how you understand this discussion, correct?
Am I going to say yes here, and you're going to go, I'm glad you agree that wokeism is far left?
No.
Yeah, I guess yes, that would be my understanding of this discussion,
Okay.
yes.
So,
yes.
good. Now we know what we're actually discussing. So, in terms of its impact, I mean, one of the most obvious things, and I brought
Wait,
up...
what is your definition of wokeism?
I agree with you. I agree with your definition.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think it's okay to agree on a definition to have the discussion, right?
That's why I did it, so that we could agree on the definition.
Oh, okay. It felt a little bit more passive-aggressive than that, but my bad.
Well,
I just
that's your
interpreted it
bad.
that way.
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
I just, I've worked out the
Yeah, I
tricks that
think
you
Destiny
play, and
read
so I've
into that
trapped
then.
you in your own logic.
And to be clear, the trick that I just played was asking you for the definition of a term.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right,
That's
my bad.
right.
I
That's
know that we
right.
don't like that here.
Exactly
okay, my
right.
bad. Okay, go ahead.
That's exactly right. Because what you do is you don't define it yourself, so that you can then argue with my definition for half an hour, and so we can't have the actual debate. Now, be quiet.
That is a thing that exists. He's not wrong. That is, people just a minute ago were saying Andrew Wilson. That is what Andrew Wilson does. That is exactly what Andrew Wilson does, where like he will fight you on a definition forever without ever defining the thing himself. And he'll keep talking about how bad your definition is, but he will refuse to give his own. And so I don't know how you can say my definition is bad if you can't give me a different definition that's supposedly better, right? Like I would need you to give me the definition that is supposedly the right definition in order for my definition to be a bad one. But yeah, that is a thing that people do for sure. It is true that when we're talking about, like, if you're the one who thinks something is an issue, right? So you think wokeism is an issue. Okay, what is wokeism? Like, it would make sense. I need to know what you think wokeism is. But then if you say, I think wokeism is a problem, and I say, well, I don't think it's a problem. Like, what is wokeism? You're like, well, you define it. Well, you're the one saying it's an issue here. Like, this is kind of your thing. It feels weird for me to define this, but at the same time, if I'm going to take a position that this isn't a problem, I guess I would have to at least know enough about it to know that it's not a problem. So it is a little bit confusing. But if I was Destiny and he asked me for a definition, I would have said, I don't know what it is. So I would have said, like, generally on the left, it's used to just say that somebody is enlightened. That's about it. But when people on the right use it, they seem to use it very differently. And from one person to another, they all use it in ways that are different from one another. So it's just a very, like, broad and vapid term that I don't know. Like, I don't know how you have a conversation with a right-winger about it without them defining it. But normally when somebody says, well, what do you think right-wingers mean when they say woke? I say, I think they mean, like, too far left. I think that's what they mean. It's just something's gone too far left.
And
I'll define my terms if you want. Well, I'm only going to be quiet. I'll define my terms if you want me to. But wokeism is from you guys use.
It took me about 10 minutes to get you to define woke. I'm glad we did it. Now we can have the actual discussion.
Now you're going to use my definition. I'm glad I could
now
provide
we
you
can
with
have
one.
the actual
Go for it.
discussion.
Okay.
Now we can have the actual discussion. So if your understanding of the question is, has far-left progressive politics made our societies worse? I completely agree with your definition, and I agree with the premise of the question that it has made things worse for a number of reasons. I mean, the trans thing became a big talking point because it's so ridiculous, not because it's so hugely actually impactful on society, although I do think a small number of children being given puberty blockers and an even smaller number of children being given gender transition surgery is a terrible thing that's happened. I think more broadly, though, I mean, one of the most obvious examples is we now have a society which has, I mean, it's not codified and it's not expressed in, you know, in the, like, no one says publicly we now discriminate against these groups of people, unless occasionally they do. So, for example, the Royal Air Force in this country, when they were in a recruiting drive, they were really struggling to get pilots, and there was a...
Nobody says publicly we're going to discriminate unless occasionally they do say publicly they're going to discriminate. What the fuck?
Woman there who got fired from the Royal Air Force because she refused to go along with the policy. Her supervisor said to her, "We're not hiring any more useless straight white men." She said, "I don't agree with this policy, it's discriminatory," and she was fired. We've had a system of anti-male, anti-white...
Can I just ask a quick question? So if I were to look that up, the Royal Air Force had a policy of not hiring straight white men.
I'm not finished yet.
Is that true?
I'm not finished yet.
Okay. I have a feeling it's not, but okay.
So you can, this is something you can look up. It was covered extensively in the news in this country. Probably wasn't covered that well on Wikipedia where you did the research, but...
No, but on The Sun and all of your favorite publications, I'm sure they talked about it a lot.
No, actually it was covered extensively across the mainstream media.
And what they covered was that the Royal Air Force was not hiring straight white men. Well, you seem to respond to some things, but not others. So that wasn't the policy. I can tell because you're not answering that.
That was the policy that was pursued by the Royal Air Force. It was revealed by this whistleblower who was fired.
Oh, it was revealed by a whistleblower. Does the Royal Air Force policy against hiring straight white men? They always do this thing where there's a whistleblower, right? There's a whistleblower, and so they believe this thing when a whistleblower said it, right? Now, if a person says something, that's evidence of a thing, right? That's evidence of a thing. We would need more details than just a whistleblower saying the thing. We would need more than that. But it's really annoying when, like, if a whistleblower comes out saying something that the right agrees with, they will immediately run around repeating it nonstop as though it's been proven. But we can have one woman claim that she was raped by Donald Trump, take it to court, win in court, have numerous other victims say that Donald Trump did the same thing to them, have numerous other witnesses back up the story that was given, and they won't believe that whatsoever. That's not good enough at all. An inquiry confirmed the Royal Air Force RAF engaged in unlawful discrimination against white male recruits in 2020 to 2021 by prioritizing women and ethnic minority candidates to meet diversity targets. While not a permanent policy, this illegal positive action led to a resigned head of recruitment and compensated victims. During 2020 and 2021, RAF prioritized female and ethnic minority candidates over white male applicants to meet BBC L&E global diversity goals. BBC L&E. What? Inquiry outcome in Ministry of Defense. Inquiry concluded the 31 men were directly affected and would have received compensation. And would receive compensation. And the head of recruitment resigned in protest. The RAF apologized, acknowledging the actions were wrong and unlawful. Though they claimed standards were not lowered, the discriminatory practices were reported to have stopped in 2022. The head of recruitment, Group Captain Lizzie Nicol, resigned after being pressured to implement what she considered illegal. The Guardian discriminatory orders YouTube. Okay. That entire thing seems to be fucked up. There were grammatical errors all over. RAF diversity targets discriminated against white men. From the BBC, initiatives to increase the number of women and people from ethnic minorities in the RAF led to unlawful positive discrimination, an inquiry has found. The head of RAF has admitted some men were discriminated against. The internal inquiry was sparked by the resignation of a female RAF group captain who told her superiors the policy penalized white men. The inquiry found she has faced significant and unreasonable pressure to meet diversity targets. These targets were set by the last chief of the Air Staff, Sir Mike Wingston, to increase the proportion of women and people from ethnic minorities in the RAF. Sounds like those white men got the black female treatment and cried about it. But the unnamed senior female RAF recruitment officer told her superiors that fast-tracking women and ethnic minorities was contrary to the Equality Act and discriminated against white men. The inquiry conducted by the Ministry of Defense found the pressure to meet those targets led to unlawful positive discrimination. Here in the United States, like, we're allowed to discriminate against people for the military. We're allowed to do it. It's not something that's a problem. Tom, go check the live feed for Crockett. This is the live feed right there. That's the live feed on screen. I have it on the screen the whole time. Positive discrimination is such an insane term. Does it mean good discrimination? The practice or policy of favoring individuals belonging to a group regarded as disadvantaged or subject to discrimination. Affirmative action. Okay. Well, it's not. I don't think it's not really an insane term. Like positive discrimination. She just spoke. She announced the SC shutdown, the voting, and is saying anything after 7 will be tossed. I'm sorry, I don't know what any of that meant. Crockett said the SC will be shut down. What is the SC? She announced the Supreme Court shut down the voting and is saying anything after 7 will be tossed. The Texas Supreme Court did? Why would that matter in... Why would that matter if they're doing this, if, like, Republicans aren't even included right now? Voting extended 2 hours in Dallas County after push from Tallarico and Crockett. After voting extended, Texas Supreme Court says late Dallas votes should be separated. The Texas Supreme Court suspended a district court's decision Tuesday to extend voting by 2 hours in Dallas County and ordered that any votes cast by people who got in line after 7 p.m. be separated. Voting was extended until 9 p.m. in Dallas County after Dallas County Democratic Party asked for an extension on Tuesday due to the confusion over precinct-specific voting locations and issues with the county's election website. Cardell Coleman, Dallas County Democratic Party chair, filed an emergency petition Tuesday saying voter confusion was so severe that county election department website crashed. Coleman asked that polls be kept open until 9 p.m. to allow voters time to get their assigned precinct location. After the district court judge's decision, voters were allowed to get in line until 9 p.m., but those who got in line after 7 p.m. were going to be casting provisional ballots, according to former U.S. Representative Colin Allred. Well, that's not so bad. Texas is, as long as they're casting provisional ballots, then that's fine. The Texas Supreme Court issued a statement Tuesday night saying voting should occur only as permitted by the Texas Election Code, and that votes cast by voters who were not in line at 7 p.m. should be separated. Yeah, this shouldn't matter so much as long as they're voting, giving provisional ballots in the, like, if this is happening during a general election, like if this is happening with a Democrat running against a Republican, this would be a much bigger deal, right? This would be a huge fucking problem because I wouldn't trust that they're actually going to sort the provisional ballots correctly. Whereas in this case, it's Democrat versus Democrat, Republican versus Republican. That doesn't matter all that much here. Understand what's going on, though. The voting places are set by political parties. They create confusion like they often do. You're saying exactly what they want, what they would want you to say, just to... When I say there's no real problem there, and you respond just by saying you're saying what they would want you to say instead of naming a problem that this would cause, you're seemingly purposefully engaging in thoughtless argumentation. Like, it seems like on purpose you are trying to avoid having any sort of thought behind your argument. There's no difference here. Like, that's what, if there's no difference, there's no difference. Think about it another way, Tom. I want you to tell me what the difference is. Why is it okay? Because it doesn't affect the parties against each other. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Okay, so if the Texas Supreme Court made it to where these are provisional ballots have like an extra step afterwards, which is why they're saying to separate them, because they actually have to go through them and do like extra checking on them and might have to have the person vote a second time, right? There's a percentage of provisional ballots that aren't voted on a second time. So if they send it back to somebody, it could be like 10%. Those people, when they get it in the mail, they don't ever see it, or they don't see it in time, and they don't send it back to get their vote in, right? So if we're thinking, oh, the Texas Supreme Court, they're trying to make sure that a Republican wins here. They're trying to make sure that the Republicans win versus the Democrats. Then yeah, I could understand like where the problem would come in. But if instead there aren't any Republicans running against Democrats, I don't have that thought. That thought is not a possibility. Therefore, it's not something I could possibly be worried about. If they're filling out provisional ballots, they're still voting. They changed locations, and in Texas, often it involves shuffling many Dems to a smaller number of polling locations. And we can look at what happened today specifically. Sure, you understand that's a totally different issue. You're talking about something totally different now than whether or not the people are allowed to vote. You were saying that they were shutting down polling stations to where people couldn't vote, but now you're just making an argument that doesn't say that people aren't able to vote.
For revealing it. The BBC in this country has internships that are not available to white people. We effectively have created a system of passive, tacit, sometimes open discrimination against different groups of people. And one of the reasons that the sort of reactionary sentiment, which you try and paint me as representing, which I don't, is rising in this country and rising quite quickly, including ethno-nationalist sentiment, is because of this. And the reason I opposed wokeness from the very beginning and far-left progressivism from the very beginning was that it was obvious to me that the #1 consequence of pursuing radical left-wing progressivism and racial essentialism of this kind would be that the majority population would begin to pursue identity politics for itself. If you discriminate against white men and say so openly, it's going to be a very short period of time before white men look at that and say, well, if we're now picking people for jobs based on skin color, I am the oppressed minority now, or I'm the oppressed majority now. We need to look after my interests. And the reason you see the reactionary forces rising, both in America, in the rest of Europe, and in this country, is precisely because they've been pushed into this corner by woke leftists. And that is one of the major ways that this movement has damaged our society, as I predicted all along.
So I would say the least impressive thing about conservative predictions is that typically what they'll do is they will build their own enemies, they will cry about the enemies, and then when they manage to convince everybody else that those enemies are real, and then those people react against those enemies, they try to say that, well, it was the enemies in the beginning that caused this particular problem to come about. And I guess the issue that I have is, when it comes to woke-related stuff, it's hard to find ever, like, what are the particular DEI policies or affirmative action policies that we're talking about. It's always some vague allusion to airlines don't want to hire white pilots, or they lower their standards for black pilots, or these things that tend to not exist when you actually dig into them now. I don't know, maybe it is the case that the Royal Air Force actually had a policy of not hiring straight white men. It did, yeah. Okay, I'll look into that. I'm curious about that. I have a feeling when I look into it, it's going to be completely untrue, like most of the stuff.
It is untrue. So what it is that they said in that article is very different than they had a policy not to hire them. The fact that they were hiring them at lower rates to meet quotas is one thing. Like, the way that he's representing it is drastically different. It can be wrong either way, and still he's still wrong for the way that he's presenting it, as though they literally just would not hire any white men whatsoever.
That you bring it up, but I'll look into it. Maybe it was true. And, you know, if it is, I would say that's not a good thing, that you shouldn't be doing stuff like that. Okay. But I guess the issue I have is, when we talk about magnitude, I think you said earlier that sometimes people fixate on these issues a little bit too much, but it's because they're such common sense issues. When I look at the United States right now, and I think how many trans people are there, how many people are doing stuff related to trans people, the number of people is incredibly small. It's like 1%. And the idea that that would somehow cause so much of a population to become reactionary that, as of 30 minutes ago, I'm pretty sure Iran has tried to bomb like 7 different countries because we have a president who is a madman who is going on a rampage against the entire world insofar as trade and bombs goes. I just can't, in my mind, rationalize how so many of these smart people I'll say in the center like you, who say, well, I can obviously identify that this is a problem. Why don't you ever identify any of these super obvious problems on the right, or any of the super obvious problems that are reactionary to the other things that were reactionary, especially when the issues in the United States on the right are represented through every single pylon of power that the conservatives have, and on the left they're in colleges and on Twitter and Facebook, and sometimes in AI world on Sora.
This is an article from Sky News. Could you just read out what it says, please?
So I see the AI summary here is
read out the headline.
well, I don't know if this is a headline or if this is a...
Read out the headline.
Okay, so it says, applicants seeking to join RAF described as useless white male pilots in bid to hit impossible diversity targets.
That does not... that was even worse than what we fucking went over, dude. That was even worse than what we went over. Damn, he just fucked up his own argument with this, dude. What the fuck was he thinking? What the fuck? Why is that the one that he pulled up? Why did he do that, dude? He could have had like a much better fucking argument here. Why did he do that? Why did he just do that to himself? What the fuck was that? Holy shit.
Just to be clear, just so I can understand.
Thank you.
Is this headline the same as no straight white men were hired? Or they had a policy of not hiring straight white men? Wait. I'm just so curious. Do you understand the difference between somebody not being hired because they're white? Because I'm not going to sit here. If you're going to ask me, like, do you think there were ever racist people or even against white people? Of course there are. But you understand there's a difference between the entire Air Force having a policy of not hiring straight white men versus, I guess there was an email where some straight white candidates were skipped over. I don't even know if it was because they didn't meet qualifications or not. They used white men to describe them, but they also called them useless. I don't know if it was because they were white or not. You know there's a difference between those two things, right?
So you don't know this story?
Do you know there's a difference between those two things or no?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, gotcha. Because I was asking for evidence of mine, but you gave me that. So like I said initially, I had a feeling if I looked this up, it wasn't going to be what you presented it as. Yeah, no, go for it.
Okay. So you just denied the existence of this and you questioned it.
I did not deny the existence of that, but go ahead.
Stop talking.
You seem to have a lot of trouble following what I'm saying.
Stop
but that's
talking.
Okay.
Look, the only way to have a conversation is when people talk in turns.
No, it's not. The only way to have a conversation is when two people are making a good faith effort to understand each other. My question was, did the RAF have a policy of not hiring straight white men?
Yes.
You showed me an email that said there were applicants that were rejected that were called useless white male pilots or whatever.
They rejected applicants in a bid to hit diversity targets, which means they discriminated against white men in favor of other groups.
Whoa, that's very different.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that in this particular email, but that doesn't mean that they were not hiring any straight white men.
I didn't say they were not hiring any straight white men.
That's obviously what everybody hears when you say they have a policy to not hire straight white men. If I say I don't hire black people, you're not going to think I mean sometimes I hire white people instead. That, like, nobody ever will fucking hear that. Absolutely nobody. If I say I don't hire black people or I have a policy not to hire black people, you're not going to think I'm saying sometimes I hire people who aren't black. Like, fucking insane.
I said they were discriminating against them in favor of other people to hit diversity targets, which were described by the people who were charged with recruiting them as impossible to hit. In other words, they were deliberately undermining both the efficacy and the fair treatment of people in their hiring policies because of DEI.
Okay, so this...
Do you get it now?
The position of now, yes. And that sounds more realistic, that there might have been a hiring policy that favored some groups of people that weren't white over the white ones to cause them to get hired when it might have been in a blind trial the white people would have been hired otherwise. Yes.
Right.
Do you understand that that's significantly different than you saying the RAF had a policy of not hiring straight white pilots? First of all, I don't know what straight had to do with... Are you bi? Do you get like a special application on the...
Well, I'm sure you...
That's right, he did. He said straight as well. I forgot about that. He did. He said straight white males. What the fuck? He did. I totally forgot about that. He said straight as well. Holy shit. This motherfucker, dude. This motherfucker, bro. He is some other type of stupid. He really is. He is some other type of fucking stupid, dude. This is insane.
You'd want to know the answer to that question, but...
Well, I wouldn't, because I would never become British. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So I think I've just... Look, this is why I brought it up, because the idea of a conversation is good faith, but if you question anything that I bring up, that you don't know anything about, and then say, well, I don't believe that this happened, and I present you evidence that it did happen, and then you still continue to deny it. I don't see how we can have...
Oh my goodness, dude. He's not engaging with anything that Destiny just said. He's just not engaging whatsoever. This is so infuriating. Like, yes, this is not good faith. Like, if you're just gonna keep ignoring Destiny's arguments and just keep turning around, just repeating yourself. Well, if you said this didn't happen, and here it is, I proved it did happen. That's not what you said, motherfucker. That's not what you said.
Have an actual debate. Now, I never said the RAF hires 0 white pilots. What I said is the policy of discriminating against white men, which has been rife in the rest of...
This is not what he said. Twice now he's repeated, well, what I said was that they discriminated against them. No, you did not. You said they had a policy to not hire straight white men.
Society has created the situation where a lot of people rightly, understandably at least, feel antagonistic about it. That was one of the biggest threats with wokeness, and that is one of the biggest challenges where we are. All your points about Trump and all the rest of it, I don't see how it's relevant, and I think we're going to have a section on Trump coming up. I made the point, I think, about trans, that I think trans, I mean, the insanity of some of the things we've been asked to believe, which is like, you know, if you say you're a woman, you automatically become a woman. I think people rightly balk against that because it's ridiculous. Doesn't mean it's the #1 issue. I've never said it's the #1 issue. In fact, I pointed out it's quite a minor issue in terms of the number of people affected by it.
Like, at this point, he needs to just go straight Pisco and just be... Did you say initially they have a policy to not hire straight white men? Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Like, he needs a yes or no answer at this point, because this is fucking ridiculous that he's going to keep avoiding that part.
But I'm just curious, in terms of your shows, of all the social issues you talk about, do you think that the trans stuff is at the top 3?
Well, I don't think we've talked about trans for like a year and a half, maybe 1 or 2 episodes in a year and a half.
Okay, do you feel like for conservatives in general in the United States, do you think that trans is one of the top issues that they talk about? On all the reform stuff that I looked at, trans was listed on a ton of it. It was in the manifesto.
I'm not a Republican conservative in America, so I don't know what they talk about. It's up to them.
Well, who would you voted for in the last American election?
It's up to them.
I voted for Donald Trump for sure.
Okay, so I don't know. Okay.
Doesn't mean that you're a conservative Republican.
Of course it does. Definitionally so. You're voting for the conservative Republican candidate.
So if you present me with a small pile of shit and a big pile of shit, and I picked a small pile of shit, you go, oh, you love shit. No.
If the vote is between a guy who resembles the furthest right you can be insofar as how they conceptualize the government
and a guy who has no brain, yeah, I'll go with the guy with a brain.
So
yeah.
Kamala Harris, the person who was a DA in California, who was Attorney General in California, who served as Vice President, who was a Senator in California, versus Donald Trump, who brags about taking and passing 3 cognitive tests in a month.
Yeah.
The dumb person is Kamala Harris there.
Look, I just explained to you that when you make choices between things, it's not because you necessarily love the choice you're making. If you're forced to choose between 2 things...
Yeah, he's not going to fucking answer. Bro, you just said that Kamala Harris was the fucking brainless one, that Kamala Harris was the dumb one. Destiny presents like an obvious problem with your thought process here. And then instead of answering that question, you just go back to repeating your fucking vague nothingness statements again. This is infuriating to listen to. This really is. I hate this fucking conversation. Like, I actually was excited for this conversation because I thought that he would actually engage. I feel like a lot of times when I watch him argue with lefties, he's very good at pushing them on things. He's very good at stopping people if they're not answering questions. This is a problem that he had with Pearl a while back, where Pearl did a bunch of like songs and episodes on the Jews taking over and ruling everything, and that nobody's allowed to talk about the Jews. And they brought her on, and Konstantin grilled her on this, and she kept trying to avoid answering the question, and he kept pushing her on it until eventually she just said, I don't want to talk about this. It was so it's not as if he's too stupid. He understands. Like, he knows how to engage. He knows how to have an argument. He's a pretty good journalist when he chooses to be. So I thought this was going to be like a fairly interesting conversation, and that they were actually going to be able to get into a back and forth about the more regressive parts of Konstantin's politics, but instead we got this bullshit.
You choose the one that is the lesser evil, effectively.
Sure. I'm just curious. Over the past...
I agree with a lot of Donald Trump's foreign policy.
Sure, of course you do. I know you do, because you have a conservative view on foreign policy. Over the past 5 years, so you do this thing where you're like, well, I have to choose between two things. When you've had this same
That's
choice...
what an election is. It's a choice between two things.
Well, not in the UK. You can vote between a lot of things. We have two parties in the US, but that's okay. I can always educate you in your political system. It's fine. But so my question is, of all these things that you have to choose between, at what case in the last 5 years have you leaned to the left on and would vote for the left on versus the right?
I voted for the left. I voted for a Liberal Democrat at the last election, and it's...
Yeah, again, the Destiny does keep doing this, where he keeps ignoring the fact that he has said numerous times that he's voted for the Liberal Democrats and that he will do it again in the future. He does keep ignoring that part. And earlier, Destiny was being a bit bad faith, where he said, you say that you vote for things, but as soon as I ask you about it, then you just fall apart and refuse to defend it. But he did back up, defending for the Liberal Democrat Party, so
it's likely that I will again at the next one. I just told you this.
What about in terms of supporting major issues? How many lib left candidates, I guess, do you guys have on your show, or do you talk to or support?
As many as will come on.
Does that mean zero?
So when he says lib left, again, the Konstantin, I don't know if he'll actually differentiate the more radical left-leaning people versus liberals, but when they have on left-leaning people, it's normally a fucking Marxist, or it's a radical feminist, or it's some critical race theory teacher, or shit like that. It's people who are way more extreme and way more radical than normal liberals. They had on Sam Harris, and normally when they have on people like Sam Harris, they don't press him too much, they don't get into it too much, or if they do, they end up looking completely fucking retarded at some point and then just give up. When they had Sam Harris on and they were talking to him about the whole Hunter Biden thing, and his statements on that, and initially acting like these were ridiculous statements that he made, and then eventually I think they ended up kind of conceding on this or agreeing with him in the end. So it was but yeah, the majority of the time they have on a liberal. It's not, or somebody on the left. It's not a liberal.
Or how many? Okay, because I know Faraj has been on a ton. I know you've done a lot of content with Goodwin.
Okay, they're not far left, right? But we've also
they're right. Yeah.
We've also had the co-founder of Extinction Rebellion, who's currently in prison for blocking roads, on the show. We've had Aaron Bastani, who's the co-founder of Novara Media, a far-left news organization in this country. We've had a bunch of... I could go down the list for ages if you want, if that's what you like.
I've seen the top 10 lists of the people that you've invited the most on are all generally
we had comedian
people,
Mark Steele, who's a lefty. We had Deborah Francis White from the Guilty Feminist
I'm guessing
podcast.
When you say lefty for these people, they're populist lefties that think that the whole institution is rotted and they don't support actively. So the guy that you just described, is he a Labor voter? Would he support Labor? Has he supported Labor?
Which guy? Mark Steele. He's a lifelong Labor voter.
Okay, well then you get credit for that one, I guess. Okay, I haven't seen every episode of Trigonometry. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, maybe you should...
Okay, I haven't seen every episode of Trigonometry. I'm sorry. That's a fucking... That looks bad in my eyes. That looks really bad. Don't push him on this thing. It doesn't happen, or you're about to prove some point and then just totally give up on it and then be like, oh, well, I haven't seen every episode. Give me a break. Nobody ever acted like you were supposed to know anything about his show. You were the one who started pushing on his show. Why are you getting defensive afterwards, as though he's like pressing you on whether or not you know everything about his show, rather than you being the one pressing him about his show.
Stop opining about who we have on then if you haven't seen every episode of Trigonometry.
I don't think I should have to watch every single episode of Trigonometry to have a rough idea.
You should know who we have on the show regularly before you make a judgment.
I have a decent idea.
No, you don't. You've just demonstrated that you don't.
I haven't seen you. I demonstrate. I don't know every single person that goes on.
Right.
Like you haven't made
Would
a
you like
Twitter
me to give
video
you more
saying,
lefties?
"Okay, well, call me left wing now." You did make one saying, "Well, fine, I'll be right wing now." Like
So
there's
you-
clearly you lean in a certain direction.
No,
Clearly,
no.
people perceive you. Why do you think everybody perceives you as being right wing then? If you're so centrist, or you
Why
lean
does the
left or right?
BBC think I'm right wing?
Why does everybody, on my side at least, everybody perceives you as being right wing?
Because it's convenient for you, as you've demonstrated in the course of this conversation.
In what way?
I'm about to explain if you just
Okay.
stop talking.
I hope you actually explain.
I will.
Okay, we'll see.
Can you be quiet while I do?
My mic is down.
Okay, good.
Stop filibustering.
So it's convenient to you in exactly the way that you've demonstrated throughout this conversation, where when I make a good point about anything, you say, you conservatives, and then you pivot to talking about Republicans in America, because it suits you, because then you can argue against things you came here prepared to argue against, instead of arguing with what I'm actually saying.
What is a
That's
point you
why.
feel like I haven't? First of all, I'm pretty sure the debate topics were related to America. Number one.
Were they?
They were. Number one. That's okay. Number two, what is a question that you feel like you've said that I accused you of being a conservative and then I pivoted and I didn't respond to your point?
Every single thing we've discussed.
Name one of them then.
Every single thing we've discussed.
So you can't think of a single one. What did I not respond to?
So okay, so this is literally a thing that I've brought up tons of times when it comes to conservatives and leftists, is that when I ask a very specific question and I'm trying to get a specific answer, instead the answer that I get is everything. Right? You don't know what you're talking about. Okay, name one thing that I was wrong on. Everything. Okay, everything is not one thing, motherfucker. Name one thing that I was wrong on. Everything. What is something that I talked about that you disagree with? All of it. Okay. Like, if I want to prove you wrong, if you say even if that's true, that's fine. That's not an answer. Even if you're right, it's still not an answer. Like I want you guys to understand this. Even if you're correct, that even if Konstantin was correct right now, that all of the things that they've gone over, Destiny hasn't responded to, that's still not an answer. Like, in order for Destiny to attempt to argue with him, he would have to have an exact example. Like, you didn't answer my question when I asked you this on the wokeism subject. You know, I asked you this and you didn't answer it. The Destiny can reply, oh, okay, yeah, sure, okay, I didn't answer that one. Or you can say, no, I did answer that. I said this and I said that. Like, but yeah, if you say all of it, there's literally no way to engage with that. There's no way to respond to it or prove them wrong or anything. There's just... I mean, if I was Destiny right now, I would just say, like, okay, so if I point out one thing that I answered today, you'll concede that you're wrong on that, right? If I give you one example of one answer that I gave, you'll concede you're wrong.
For immigration, you didn't bring up a point. You said a bunch of descriptions. You're like, well, this is true, and then that was
You
it.
keep talking over me, which means we're not actually having a discussion.
Because I'm asking you for an example, and you're trying to
giving you
filibuster.
one. I'm about to give you one if you just
Okay,
stop interrupting.
one point that I didn't respond to.
Can you just stop interrupting?
Go ahead, give me the point.
Can you just stop interrupting?
I'm not even interrupting. I'm waiting for you to
not
finish.
interrupting means when I say something, you don't talk after that. Can you do
Ever?
that now?
If you ask the question, holy crap, you're asking a question. He keeps asking the question. Destiny keeps answering the question. And then he asks it again. Destiny answers again. Then he's like, wow, you're still interrupting. No, you're asking questions over and over. Are you going to stop interrupting? I'm doing it right now. Are you going to stop interrupting? I'm putting my mic down. Are you going to stop interrupting? I'm not interrupting. Oh, you're still talking. Why are you if you're going to stop interrupting, you got to stop talking. So you're asking questions, bro.
Okay.
Wow.
Can I figure out? Okay, go ahead.
There you go. On every single thing that we've discussed, immigration, national identity.
Just one thing. You're not having a conversation. I guess I didn't expect you to check out this early, but I'm asking, is there a single point that you feel like I haven't responded to with substance, and you're saying everything because you realize you don't have an answer for that?
If you want to have this conversation by yourself, you're welcome to. But
I feel like I am.
You are, yeah.
I know
You
I
are.
am. Yes,
You
I
are.
know I am. I feel that way. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm speaking to the
'Cause
copy-pasted
you're-
talking points,
you're
and I
not-
can't get an actual answer out of you for anything. I can give you better answers if you're looking for them. You know, yeah. It's crazy to me that you guys cry about wokeism and snowflakes and all this stuff so much, but like, you guys do it all the time. You made the claim that I'm avoiding answering any of your arguments because I'm calling you a conservative. I think you are a conservative and I labels you as such, but I'm not dodging your arguments. There's not a point you brought up that I've refused to address. That's why I asked you for an example of one, and you weren't able to give one. And that's fine if you're not able to give one, but then don't continue to filibuster and make the claim. Just say, okay, well, I guess maybe that was an unfair thing I said, and here's a point that I'm going to make that I would like you to address. That would be the time where you would say, here's a thing that I brought up, you pivoted and you didn't address that particular thing. That would be a thing you could do, if I was actually dodging and pivoting from all your points.
I can't hear any of you. You're going to have to shout louder. Russian agent. What does that mean? So you're saying that because I'm from Russia and I have opinions you don't like, I'm a Russian agent?
Why are we debating
Because
the
I have
crowd right now? I'm
opinions
still
you don't
here.
like. Is that what
Can
you're
you
saying?
not have
I
a?
just
Can you
can't-
really not answer my questions
I'm
that
just
much?
not very clear. Is that what you're saying?
Let's not yell out questions from the audience. Let's not get into that. Let's try to let the dialectic get back on track here.
Simple question. What do you feel like I haven't addressed?
Every single thing that we've discussed.
I wish Destiny would stop asking it like that. I feel like he's almost doing it on purpose at this point. Stop asking that question. Say, give me an example of a thing that I haven't answered. Say that. Why does he keep fucking saying it like this to where he knows Konstantin's gonna give this fucking stupid answer again? Like, why does he keep doing this? Ask, what is an example of a thing? Holy shit.
Okay, let's run it down. So you said I
Immigration.
didn't address immigration, right? My point on immigration is that you guys have fear-mongered about immigration, and every single policy that you've tried to enact has
Every
failed.
time you say you guys, you've already lost the argument because you're not arguing with me.
Okay, well, I asked you for a clear stance on whether or not you thought
I was
Brexit
very
was
clear
good
on
on net.
immigration.
You literally said you would not answer the Brexit question. When I asked if you were God, you could push a button. You literally said, well, I don't know. I couldn't do that.
It's immigration. Immigration, not
that's-
Brexit, immigration.
Sure. Well, Brexit was a part of the immigration argument, right?
Not for me.
For the majority of the... Oh, my God.
Not
I'm sorry. It's okay.
Not for me.
What question
What does
did you
that
even
mean?
pose to me with regards to immigration that you felt like I didn't answer? I don't think you even posed a question to me.
What you failed to do, we started this bit of the just listen, okay? Just put the
I'm
microphone
listening right
down and
now.
listen.
I'm listening.
Just put the microphone down for a moment and listen.
I'm going to hold it right here.
Now you carry on. I'm not going to talk if you keep interrupting me. I'm not interested in
I'm
this.
not interrupting
whatever
you.
this is. You are.
I'm literally not. I'm asking you a question. You just refuse to answer. This is the game. How did I do it again? I'm asking you a clear question. You can't give me an answer.
I'm not going to talk to you unless you listen to what I'm saying as well as me listening to what you're saying.
I am listening.
Okay, good. So we started this bit of the conversation, right? Talking about the exchange that we just had. That's what we were talking about, right? And you made your points, and I tried to make my points, and you keep interrupting and talking over me, right? I've addressed immigration, and I've addressed every single other thing that you brought up. And the moment
Holy
I do,
shit.
what you do is you say, well, you conservatives say this, you conservatives say that, in order that you can then argue with things that I haven't said. And that is exactly what you've done throughout this whole thing. So when you ask me, why do people say that you're a conservative? It's because it's much more convenient for them than addressing the arguments that I'm actually making. And you've demonstrated that throughout this entire discussion.
So he still did not give an example. And I don't know why Destiny won't ask for an example. That's it's really fucking annoying, but he still did not give an example of a thing that Destiny hasn't answered.
That answers your question.
Okay, what is the argument that you're making with specificity to immigration? What does Konstantin's ideal immigration policy for Great Britain look like? And who in the past have you supported their vision for immigration to the United Kingdom?
Sorry, because I jumped in, which I shouldn't have done. Second part.
Me, okay.
Second part.
Yeah. No, who have you supported historically over the past 10 years? Whose idea for immigration, I guess, have you supported policy-wise, politician-wise? Who would you support right now? What is your ideal vision for immigration to the United Kingdom?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So my ideal vision for immigration in this country would be something like probably 40 to 50,000 people a year, highly selective, which means that you really have to qualify in terms of your skill set.
Are you in favor of H-1B visas?
All sorts of other cultural compatibility.
Because this is the problem, is that a lot of people who have always, like, it's been blatant for a lot of people who were always kind of racist. Like, they would say things like, we need to be very selective in the people that we let in. We only need to let in the best of the best. Like, if there's somebody who can actually benefit our country, if there's somebody who will actually do good for our country, there's somebody who wants to be a doctor or, you know, a technician or something, like there's somebody who has a college degree or is getting a college degree, we need to make sure that, like, these are people that are coming in that are going to participate and benefit society. And then we have the H-1B visa issue, where all of a sudden, all of the same motherfuckers are pissed off about H-1B visas because Elon Musk said that he's in favor of them. And when you look at it, H-1B visas are visas mostly for STEM. By far the majority of visas go to STEM. And these are, yeah, like these are the top fucking positions. These are the top of the top. And yeah, all of these people who always like push this argument, it was obvious that like they just wanted to like limit who could get in. And I think that they thought, well, when we say like doctors and like the best of the best and like, you know, college educated, that just doesn't mean Mexican people anymore. Like, obviously, like Mexican people and, you know, Latino people, those brown people aren't going to be getting in as much anymore. And so we can kind of set this like barrier that is going to limit people in a way that to where we won't have to say brown people. But then it turns out the majority of people getting STEM visas are Indians. And then now they're all fucking pissed off again and say, you know, oh, we fucking STEM, these H-1B visas are making it so white people can't get their jobs. Or sometimes they say white people, most of the time they say Americans. They're taking jobs from Americans. They're taking all of the STEM jobs from Americans.
Age and so all sorts of other things that basically mean you're likely to be a very positive net contribution to the country. You're probably going to have the ability to earn and pay more tax than you receive in benefits over your lifetime. You're unlikely to commit crime. You're unlikely to become a terrorist. You're unlikely to do things that we wouldn't want you to do. It would be highly selective. I think I would definitely prioritize immigration from people, from countries, not from countries really, but from people who already speak the language, who maybe have a cultural familiarity. So Hong Kongers are a good example of this, right? These are people who are formerly part of the British Empire, speak the language, they're able to come over, integrate very easily, and make a good contribution. So something like 40 to 50,000 people a year. But again, you know, it's a democratic thing. So if the British people vote to have zero immigration, that's their right. If the British people want to have 300,000 people come a year, that's their right. The part of the problem we've had with immigration in this country...
Wait, can I ask just
No, just let me just finish this bit and then you can ask whatever you want. A part of the problem we've had with immigration in the last 30 years is, despite the fact that people keep voting against mass immigration of the kind...
These motherfuckers keep voting, dude. Pieces of shit
that we've had. They keep voting for parties that promise to reduce it in 2010, in 2015, in 2016, in 2017, and 2019, and in 2024. In all of those elections, immigration was a major issue, and the British people overwhelmingly voted against what we have today. Despite that fact, we've actually had the opposite of what they voted for. So I want managed, highly selective, low numbers, high compatibility, and I want it to be in line with the democratic wishes of the British people.
Okay, so then a statement and then a question. So I would argue that the reason why people have voted for lower immigration and they haven't gotten the lower immigration is because I don't think people tend to vote for higher or lower immigration. I think that people vote for where they feel problems are, and I feel like people sometimes scapegoat immigrants as a class of people for why these problems exist. So if housing is high, you vote for less immigrants. Or if the job market is bad, you vote for less immigrants. Or if the NHS wait times are too high, you vote for less immigrants. Or if Brexit is losing too much sovereignty, whatever, you vote for less immigrants. I feel like when it comes to these issues, the immigrants become this catch-all scapegoat, which I'm not even saying, and again, you can label me however you want, but like I'm not a woke person when it comes to immigration. I don't think there's anything wrong with being selective against certain groups of people. But I think that the reason why there's such this pressure for the government, the majority government, to have more immigrants come in is because they know that as much as people might feel a certain type of way about certain types of immigrants, that the collapse of the NHS or the collapse of the education system or the collapse of the local economy is going to be worse than allowing more people to come in and work those jobs. So I guess my question is, and I'm pushing with a degree of specificity because you speak about these issues a lot, when you say selecting for certain values, like what is it? What would that test even look like when you say selecting for certain values? What are the values that you're selecting for? Number one, and then number two, you mentioned like they have to speak the language and it should be like highly skilled people that can contribute net tax positives to the economy. Let's assume that you met the threshold for all of these things. Why cap it at 30 or 40,000? If they can integrate perfectly, if they speak the language, why not have like 100 or 200 or 300,000 of these people coming in?
Because that's when it becomes mass.
It's a very good question. For me, I am less attached to the numbers. I just think where culturally Britain is at the moment is that's what the British people would want.
Oh my goodness, that is not okay. So this is why, and I'm frustrated with Destiny for not like moving the conversation in this direction as well. But the conversation again should have been about proportionalities. Like that's what the entire fucking immigration conversation should have been about, and it never at any point got to proportionalities. Like at the beginning, I thought, okay, like Destiny's not making it his initial argument. They'll probably get there at some point. But when you're talking about like mass immigration, you should be talking about proportionalities. Everything should be about proportionalities and saying like, especially when you're talking about the fact that like it's changing the culture too much, or it's it's making it to where things are changing too fast. Yeah, it makes it like you should be talking about proportionalities, because obviously if you have a larger percentage of people who are coming in, that's where it actually starts to affect culture. So the number, like most of the things that I've looked at say that when you get somewhere from 20 to 30% of you get above 20, I think it's 20 to 30%, but once you start getting above 20%, this is where like culture can start to be affected by to some degree. If you have people who weren't born in your country and don't have any like real attachment to your country, they don't have the same culture, that can definitely be a negative. And this is a real thing that is happening in London. Like that is a real thing. There's always there's one person in chat where every time I talk about this, he starts going, "You falling for the fucking propaganda, Tom. They got you with the propaganda. You fell for it." But no, like this is a legitimate problem in London where they actually have had mass migration, and they're actually like this is at a high enough rate to where it can change the culture. I think a lot of people, especially progressives, will look at white people and say they're like, oh, they don't have a culture, so it doesn't matter, like it's not a big deal, who gives a fuck. But everybody has a culture. Everybody has a culture, and there's different cultures from one place to another all over the United States, where we have like Southern culture, we have Western culture, we have Northern culture, and then even within those cultures, then you have subcultures within those cultures. We like Georgia culture and history and food and accents and like slang, like it's all very different in Georgia than it is in Tennessee. Yet Tennessee is right next to us. We're both the South. We're both Southern. Same in Texas. Texas is very different from Georgia and Tennessee. New Orleans is very, like, all of these different places are very different from one place to the other. Even just in Atlanta, as I said earlier, Atlanta is a drastically different place than the rest of Georgia. Like, the rest of Georgia is this very, like, country, boony, redneck, southern draw sort of areas, farmland, and people have chickens and goats and all sorts of shit. They're all riding four-wheelers and, have rebel flags on their trucks and shit like that. But then you go to Atlanta, and Atlanta is, and it's all white people everywhere. But then, yes, in Atlanta, it is a very diverse area. The very nice cars, very, upscale, like bullet cars, and it's just that these are drastically different places, even just in Georgia. And so the cultures matter, like, and your culture is important, which is why different groups even coalesce with one another. If you go to New York, there's a New York culture that exists. It is a very real thing to have this New York culture, and there are parts of the culture that everybody shares in. That everybody shares this New York culture. But then, outside of what they all share, then there's differences when you go to Chinatown versus, just Queens. Like, there's very different aspects to the culture, even though there are aspects that they all share with one another. There's differences as well. I think a lot of people look at this and they say that, like, there is no American culture, or there is no white person culture, or whatever. I would say, to an extent, I don't think that there is a white American culture, but there is American culture. Like, that is a real thing. There is American culture, and we have lots of things that are purely American, like things like baseball, things like football, things like hot dogs and hamburgers and Philly cheesesteak, and there's the barbecue and buffalo wings, and, like, there's so many things that are just very American and essential to American culture. And if you bring in a lot of people who are from other cultures, and that starts to coalesce in specific places, the people who live there are going to feel pushed out. Imagine living in Dearborn. Okay? Imagine living in Dearborn, and you were born there, you grew up there. It was a very white place, very white area, very homogenous. And then over the course of your life, you end up becoming a minority in Dearborn. They end up building, like, a ton of mosques, and now, like, your culture and the people that you grew up with and were around are all now a rarity. And there is another norm for the culture. There is another, like, the overarching culture that is existing there is now different. There's nothing racist. There's nothing wrong with feeling pushed out. There's nothing wrong with feeling like you're being pushed out. I mean, this is what minorities go through. This is what it is like to be a minority. I grew up a minority in New York City. I grew up the only white kid. Me and my brothers and sisters were the only white kids on our block, at our church, at our school. We were minorities, and so it's I feel like baseball is more of a Japanese culture than an American culture. The United States was the first country to have professional baseball established with the formation of the Cincinnati Red Stockings in 1989. While baseball was played earlier in the 1840s, the Cincinnati Club was the first openly to pay players, marking the start of professional salaried baseball. Japan is better at baseball now. Yeah, there's a reason why we call it our America's pastime, right? It's a thing that's like heavily part of our history and part of our culture, even if it's not like our thing anymore. And we that's not where our like best athletes go anymore. They're more likely to go to basketball or baseball or something. Basketball or football or something like that. Yeah, it's still an essential part of our culture. Yeah, anyways, the point is that like it is something that people need to like acknowledge, is that mass migration can be a thing that is problematic. It is something that can cause problems, that even white people want to feel accepted. Even white people want to feel like they know what's going on in their country, and that this is the case anywhere, everywhere. This is not just white people. This is not just in America. Literally everywhere. When you start to have massive changes within your within the area that you live, you start to have lower trust within your neighbors, and that can be a demographic change of any sort, but you start to lose trust. And when you lose trust, you start to lose any sort of cohesive community that will exist. And when you lose a cohesive community, lots of things start to fall apart, because these are aspects that are essential to human psyche. These are things that we need. These are things that like we have to have in order to really be healthy, to have like healthy minds. And so yeah, I think a lot of people like overlook these things, but it is true that you can have small changes in areas where it happens at a low rate to where it's not a big problem. It's not an issue. You got immigration at about like 15%, you're good. The main issue though that we have right now is that when we have immigration in our country coming in at 15%, and they're not spreading out in the country at that rate, but instead are all gathering in these like very few places, like we heard what was happening with Haitians in Springfield, Ohio. That's a real thing. That is a real thing. It is a real problem. And it's a real thing that where people can feel alienated within their own city and within the places that they grew up, which is why they come up with these stupid things about like they're eating the cats and dogs and shit like that, right? They start to come up with stupid reasons to be mad at these people because they feel like they're in danger, and they just know that like their culture is changing. They don't like it. So yeah, I think that this is why the conversation should have been about proportionality from the beginning. They should have been talking about proportionality and percentages, not just him saying, well, more people came in, so that's why it's mass migration, because it's so many people and now it's bad. And it's like, well, that more people, that's always going to be the case. When the country grows, the population of the earth grows, like everything's going to be more people. It doesn't mean anything to say more people. It's the percentages that can make a big difference in culture and make things start to get a little off kilter.
For me, it's the numbers are you know, Joseph Stalin said quantity has a quality all of its own, and I think there's a truth to that, which is once you have very large numbers of people coming over a short period of time, it is disruptive for the reasons we've already discussed, and it also can put pressure on infrastructure. The reason, by the way, we haven't had the policy on mass immigration that the British people voted for isn't that. I mean, I agree with you. Of course, there are some people who scapegoat immigrants to explain the problems that society has, and I don't agree with scapegoating immigrants. That doesn't mean mass immigration is necessarily good. One of the problems with mass immigration is it's effectively been used in Europe to cover up the fact that our economies are not growing. Our economies are shrinking on a per capita basis. We are poorer per capita in this country today than we were before the financial crisis. And the reason we haven't had the policy of controlled immigration that people keep voting for is that bringing in more bodies is the only way politicians can pretend our economy is still growing. That's actually the main reason that this has been happening.
Okay, so I guess my question is, what are the values, or what are the things that you would select for when you talk about like a values-based test for people coming to the country? Like, what are the things that you're talking about? And then also just a comment on, you know, the reason why we're bringing in immigrants is to shore up an economy. I think a lot of that has to do with the boomer generation as well, that you had a lot of people come back from wars, or stay for wars, I guess for your guys' case, but in the United States we say come back. And then you had this aging population that had a ton of kids, and now these people have all hit a certain age, so you're kind of this weird demographic age thing, which is why they're bringing in a bunch of younger workers now to kind of fix that issue, because you've got a lot of benefits and, you know, your triple lock pension, whatever else, all these things, Social Security in the United States.
Having multiple races and ethnicities always results in lower trust in society. Again, it's not, no. It's not just having multiple races or ethnicities. Again, it is about proportionality. It's about proportionality. It's not just having a black person in town now means that people have lower trust in society. Like, that's not how that works. It is about proportionalities. It's about whether or not you, like, when you meet people who have a lot of in common with you, right? You just tend to trust that person because you feel like they're more like you, and so you tend to have more trust in that person. And so it's the same in just like culture or in your neighborhood and your community, is that if you see other people who look like you, who talk like you, who act like you, have similar interests as you, like you have things in common with these people, you're going to have more trust in them. But if you grow up in a school with a bunch of black kids and you don't see them as different, you don't see them as different from you just because of their race. Like, you see that they play video games, that they like Pokemon, that they watch anime, that they like, you see that they have all the same like interests as you. You don't just start to distrust them just because they have black skin. But if you grow up in a very white homogenous area and then all of a sudden there's a bunch of black people, now you might have distrust because you're not used to seeing black people. You're not used to this, and you do see them as different. When, yeah, if you grew up with them and had them around the whole time, then you don't see them as different. And so it's I grew up with black friends too, and I still wouldn't want to live in a black community. That's not what I said. Okay. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I wouldn't want to live in an all-black community. That doesn't have anything to do with anything. This is just not really what I was talking about.
States, yeah.
Well, that's part of it, but the problem is if you're bringing people who are net consumers of tax revenue, then you're not solving that problem. You're making it worse, right? And that's what's been happening in the UK. So when you have mass unskilled or very low-skilled immigration and plus lots of dependents, you're actually bringing in people who are then going on benefits in this country, which I have no idea why it is in this country that we allow foreign citizens to receive benefits. It doesn't make any sense to me. But what happens is you then effectively are bringing net consumers of tax revenues, and you're making that problem worse, which is why I say it isn't that. It's the fact that politicians are able to pretend that we are growing. I mean, the British economy is growing by like 1.1% or whatever it is. It's still not even growing even on that basis. But the reason they bring in lots and lots of people is so that they can add to the total tax base without having consideration of what happens when you divide that by the number of people, which is you're getting poorer.
Okay, so then let's say that everything you just say is true. And I would agree that bringing in people to consume welfare, now I can't speak to the exact immigration schema that you have in the United Kingdom, but let's assume that that is happening, then why not speak to changing those policies rather than attacking the concept of like, well, 200,000 people came in and they're all leeching from the welfare. Why not just say that, if people want to try to immigrate, we'll do this. However, we're going to forbid people from qualifying for this much welfare. In the United States, you have to make a certain amount of money to qualify for visas or, long permanent resident cards, green cards or whatever. Why don't I ever hear a conversation about that, changing the incentives?
Well, that's exactly what I advocate for all the time. That's literally what I say every time I talk about immigration.
Okay. That's good, but because I feel like I just heard you talk a lot about it, and it was just reducing the number, high skilled only, reducing the number, but having like a cap on.
The thing you just described is literally what I advocate for on a daily basis.
Okay, I hear you talk a lot about the other stuff, but maybe I've just happened to miss those things.
The thing that what I believe about immigration, one of the problems is because, for the reasons we've already discussed, when you've had this open border policy combined with, the mantra diversity is our greatest strength, you build up a lot of resentment with other people against immigrants. And the reason you see people now on the internet talking about, Britain's been colonized and Britain's been invaded. I don't like that language. I understand why people use it, but I don't like it. And the reason I don't like it is I don't blame people for wanting to come to Britain. Britain's great. Of course they'd want to come here. I believe that what we need to do is change policy so that the British government is doing things that are in the interest of the British people. And it's not in the interest of the British people for us to be spending £14 million a day on illegal immigrants. It's not in the interest of British people to be housing, clothing, and feeding people who've come here from other countries who are not British citizens and who are not paying tax here. We shouldn't have foreign nationals in social housing. We should not be providing benefits to foreign nationals. And I say this as someone who was very poor and a foreign national for quite a significant portion of my life in this country. So I advocate for sensible policies on immigration, on what happens when you get here. That is my position, which is why with all respect, I'm glad a normal conversation has broken out between us, despite the conversation we were having earlier, because this is the reason I don't subscribe to political parties and this sort of team-based agenda, because every political party has lots of things about its policies that I don't like. I don't like lots of things about left and right political parties. I like to advocate for the things that I believe are positive for this country. I think a positive, carefully selected immigration policy, and then putting the interests of British people who are already here, who are nationals of this country first, is exactly what we should be doing. So
Sure.
I'm glad we agree on that.
Yeah, so I don't necessarily disagree with anything you've said, but one of the issues with the statement of like, I don't subscribe to a certain political party, I think that you can have a constellation of ideas that don't map cleanly onto some side, but when it comes down to election.
Yeah, it's a bullshit independent thing, I'm enlightened centrist sort of bullshit, where you act like, I don't have anything that cleanly maps onto some political party, and that's why I can't identify with one of them because I'm too nuanced. And that just means you just don't understand how this shit works, bro. Earlier you were talking about voting for Trump because he's just the lesser of two evils, and you only have two options, so you don't really have much of a choice there. That's what it means to be a Republican. That's it. That's what it means to be a Republican right there, is just that you just tend to think that the Republicans have things or run on things or legislate in ways that you agree with more than the other side. That's it. That's all it is. I talk about pretty consistently a lot of disagreements that I have with Democrats on hallmark, key issues, things like abortion or things like healthcare, things like immigration, things like there's a lot of things that I disagree with a lot of Democrats on, but that doesn't mean that I'm not a Democrat now, or that I'm not a liberal, or that I'm less of those things. it's just a lesser of two evils thing. You pick the side that is closer to you.
So when it comes down to pushing people to vote in an election, you kind of have to choose a party, or you have to choose a person. Things have to collapse into one choice.
Sure.
And I guess, I mean, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but the feeling that I get from you, from the things that I've heard you say, is that if I were to look at the past 20 years of British politics, and if immigration was a huge issue that I had with this country, I feel like the Conservatives have failed monumentally in dealing with the immigration issue.
Of course.
I feel like
just like Labour before them. Yeah.
Sure, but I feel like the prediction was that Labour was going to continue to fail massively on it, and it seems like Labour hasn't failed. It seems like Starmer, for all of his faults, I know you guys all hate him, but it seems like his government has done a good job at cutting heavily into the amount of immigrants coming over, cutting heavily through the backlog of asylum seekers that you had that the Tories refused to deal with. But now, on the eve of all these Tories beginning to look like they're going to flip to reform, I feel like all of the people who are opposed to the mass migration or mass immigration narrative are going to try to support reform, when all of these people have seemed to fail to deliver on these reduction of immigration promises over and over and over again, and that's just very confusing to me. I don't understand that.
Yeah, well, let me explain it to you. I mean, it's a fair critique. So, first of all, the Labour, your point about, Labour Party is reduce the numbers, it's not quite how it works, but yeah, the numbers are lower. They're still very high. I mean, this is why I kept bringing up the point about what was happening in this country 30 years ago when I first came here. The numbers of people coming then were about 40 to 50,000 a year. 55,000, I think, in 1996. It's still like 300-something thousand now, which is way too high, particularly given the cumulative impact of mass immigration that we've had. So both Labour and not both Labour, the Labour, the Lib Dems, and the Conservatives have all failed on this. All the mainstream politicians have failed on this for the reasons that I gave you.
Sure,
and let me address the point about reform.
Like
let me
the Labour or the Conservative Party, the Tories failed far, far, far more.
No, it started with the Blair government. So more people came under the Blair government. Let me just lay this out.
I agree. We're going Boris wave after. It seems like the Tories failed hardcore.
They both failed in exactly the same way.
Okay, so you would say as of right now, if you could flip a coin and have the Tories continue, okay, versus the Labour government, that they would both perform the same on immigration?
I think probably very likely similar. Yeah, absolutely.
How would we feel that way? What's the evidence of that?
Sorry?
Why would we feel that way? What would we look to in reality that would inform that?
I think the numbers were going to come down, whoever was in charge. I don't think the numbers this year have come down because the Labour government has come in. I think they were likely to come down anyway. My point is something else. Immigration under both governments is way too high, particularly given its cumulative impact over time. But your point about a few Tories defecting to reform, it's not all these Tories. It's like 3 or 4 people in terms of the MPs. They were all people who would have been pretty hawkish about immigration, and when they were in power, tried to do something about it and were prevented from doing anything about it by their own party, which is why they're now moving to reform. So yeah, I've voted. I think I voted for the party I voted most for in my life are the Liberal Democrats. Second most would be Labour. I think I might have voted. Yeah, I think I voted Conservative once, and yeah, I've never voted Reform. So,
okay, I guess when I look at, so here's a question. I guess when it comes to the immigration thing, let's say that for the next 5 years, we could float this idea of capping immigration at 30 or 40.
It's a little weird that they were supposed to be talking about like wokeism or some shit. Now they're back to the first topic, which is immigration. A little wild.
$40,000 per year to the UK, but it would mean I won't say severe, but somewhat of a degradation or a continued degradation of the services that the NHS provides, and then an increase in the cost of education, that the costs are going to continue to go up, but we can cut the amount of immigrants coming in as a result of that. Do you think that's a trade? Is it a trade that you would support, and do you think it's a trade?
Bro, I know this guy right here in the black and gray is really sick of me. He's killed 3 people now, and all 3 I've come in and eaten the majority of the fucking bodies that he's killed. I know he is really getting fucking annoyed with it.
That most British people would support.
I definitely think it's a trade that most British people would support, but I also don't think that that is actually what would happen. I mean, first of all, given the decline in birth rates that we are now seeing. Schools are shutting anyway, so you don't need foreign teachers to teach British children. That's not really happening. In terms of
foreign students for money, right?
Hold on, but you mean for universities?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, foreign students are coming in and paying fees and then going back to their country. I think is totally fine. I've got no problem with that. We're exporting a British service. No issue with that at all. But in terms of the NHS, I do think it would have a short-term impact on the NHS, but we have to train British people to do those jobs, inevitably so. And that short-term impact will be disruptive, but it will be worth it. But my broader point to you about mass immigration beyond specific shortages in specific industries, which, by the way, are exaggerated. You got to remember, right? In what is effectively a market economy, when you have a shortage of labor, what that does is increases the wages of the people.
That was a good play, dude. I cannot believe you got that.
Are willing to offer people to do those jobs, and that then creates more people who come in and do those jobs. So,
but it also increases the cost of those services.
Yeah,
right?
of course. But because British people are being paid properly to do those jobs, to me, that's a trade-off that's perfectly worth it.
The cost will ultimately rise more than there will be a concentrated industry that might be paid a little bit better, but the cost overall of the things, so like the NHS,
wages
would
for
increase.
British people will go up, which will help them to be able to afford other things that they want, right? I am perfectly happy for British NHS staff and doctors to be paid better. Wouldn't you agree with that?
Well, I think the question would be, is it worth the trade-off of a degradation of NHS services, which is what would happen?
I don't know that it would lead to long-term. I think short-term, of course, it would be disruptive. I don't think long-term it would lead to a degradation of NHS services at all. You would have a highly paid workforce of British people who are trained in this country to be doctors and nurses. I think that would be incredible, and that's what we should be aiming for. But the broader point I'm making to you is take the NHS and other shortages that you might create in this way out of it. The bulk of the people who've come over the last 30 years are not supporting themselves financially to the point where it's worth our time bringing them in. And that's the problem.
Even the bulk of the legal immigrants, you don't think are worth it financially or economically?
The bulk of the wave of low-skilled and no-skilled immigration and dependence that we have had is not economically beneficial to us. We should be welcoming people in who are economically beneficial. And as part of the wave that we've had over the last 30 years, some of those people have been economically beneficial. Great, let's bring those people in, but let's not bring in hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people who are net takers of tax revenue and also are more likely to be.
It looks like Tallarico's really taking it. I haven't checked the percentage in a while. So I don't know where. I don't know where they all stand currently as far as like how many votes are in, but let's see. They're at 67%, so they're almost at 70% right now. Yeah, Tallarico is now at 52%. Sheesh. Yeah, he just a minute ago he was at 51.5 or something like that. Now he's at 52. So yeah, he's jumped again. Interesting. Very interesting.
Be doing other things that we don't want.
So let's do final thoughts.
Just a quick question. What do you think then is the incentive of a conservative government to bring in more immigrants, if not to desperately fill jobs that they feel the economy is going to be lacking?
We talked about it earlier, didn't we?
Well, yeah, but when I check
pretend the economy is growing when it's not. That's the incentive.
But if they're net takers of everything, wouldn't this would increase your debt and your deficits?
No,
it would
what
hurt
happens? Well, no. What happens? The way to think about it is like this. Let's say that you're a family. You've got a wife, 2 kids, right? And you have a total household income of £100,000. Okay, and your wife says we need to grow our household income. Let's bring my parents in. Let's bring the in-laws in. They earn 20,000 a year collectively together. So you bring in now your household income is 120,000, except you now have to divide it among.
I think for Destiny you have to clarify that it's a wife and 2 kids that you live with. I think for him you might want to make sure that part is
6 people instead of 4 people. That's what they've done. They are the wife that says, let's bring the in-laws in so we can pretend our household income
So
incomes
I
grow.
understand the analogy, but I feel like it would be more you have a household of 4 people, and then there's also some kind of work that needs to be done. Maybe you need grandma to knit, and you need grandpa to mow the grass or something. And if you can't afford to do it, you have to hire out somebody else to do it.
Yeah,
and
but you can't pretend you're getting richer. You're getting poorer because you now have to feed 2 more people.
Yeah, but if you didn't bring those people in, the cost for everything would be so much higher that at the end of the day...
It wouldn't. It wouldn't.
Okay. This is a mean question, but just to push, because like it's frustrating because, well, but in every single part of the world where this is tried, it is the case that bringing in even low-skilled immigration bolsters every part of your economy, with some exceptions, especially in Europe and the UK, where you have weird rules around like asylum seekers not being allowed to work for a year for whatever reason, which I think is a whole other issue to bring up. But this idea that if we just cut off immigrants, all of our native people can just work these jobs and it'll be fine. Like, I hear this rhetoric from so many people all over the world, and this has never worked anywhere ever.
Well, if bringing in 8 million people, as we've done, boosts your economic growth, and why aren't we growing?
Well, I think Brexit hurt quite a bit. Number one, I think number two...
We're doing better than other European countries, which, by the way, have also done mass immigration.
Saying, then why aren't we growing, as though that's the only thing that matters, is insane. You have to look at each thing separately. You can't just say like, oh, well, we brought in a lot of immigrants and the economy didn't grow, therefore, like that's not how that works. You have to look at it independently and see if immigration is a net benefit by itself, because there's tons of other decisions. Like if we looked at immigration coming into our country under Trump, and then just looked at the economy and like, oh, well, immigration's gone down and so has the economy. So it's obvious that if immigration goes down, the economy goes down. We had the biggest boost to the economy in history under Biden. And that was when the most immigrants came in. So obviously immigrants just boost your economy. That's what it is. Nah, they're like thousands of other things, millions of other things that apply to this equation.
Sure, but I'm pointing it out. Your goal wouldn't be to other European countries. Your goal would be compared to where the United Kingdom could be otherwise. And I know that
Aaron just did the everything thing you were talking about earlier. Well, Aaron is special, okay? It counts when he does it.
For all of your issues with EU immigrants from Eastern Europe or whatever, you've basically replaced all of those now with a high amount of just Indian and Pakistani immigrants, which, you know, earlier seemed like the ones you had the biggest problems with. So it seems like in terms of immigration or getting the types of labor that you would want to this country, that was pretty significantly impacted.
Brexit didn't do on immigration what people wanted it to do.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I didn't vote for it, just remember.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, should we move on?
All right, yeah. Let's move on to the next topic. Is Trump's approach to political issues...
Well, so they just totally skipped the wokeism topic then.
...dictatorial or reflective of democratic consensus?
Yeah, I think...
what was the question?
Let's move on to the next topic. Is Trump's approach to political issues dictatorial or reflective of democratic consensus?
Yeah.
The problem is that democratic consensus changes based on what it is that Trump wants. That's the issue, is that like if you look at things outside of Trump, his base doesn't seem to want that thing until Trump says it. So like his base will say things like, you know, no new wars, we don't think people should be dying, like we look at all the people dying in Russia and Ukraine, we just want them to stop killing each other in Russia and Ukraine. And then all of a sudden there's a new war, and they do this like it's so like stupidly, like, you know, but what about the outcomes? Like what about the fact that like one country is like trying to take away the other country's like autonomy and their ability to decide for themselves and their, you know, just their own ability to run their own countries? And be their own people. Like, why would you give that up by surrendering to Russia at some point? Like, why the fuck would anybody ask Ukraine to do that? And their answer was always, well, it doesn't, dude, like, people are dying, come on. Like, that's all that matters. People are fucking dying. Like, people shouldn't be dying, all right? Too many people died, so that's it. Like, we shouldn't allow people to die. We shouldn't care about what's happening in other countries. We shouldn't be we shouldn't be sending money over there, and we just need to help them end that war because too many people are dying. And then Trump starts killing people out in the middle of the ocean. Nobody gives a fuck. Trump starts going to war with Iran. Nobody gives a fuck. Like, he can literally do the opposite of what it is that they all said they wanted and what it is he ran on, and they will all immediately turn around and defend it. And even when it completely goes against the logic that they were using the entire time before, they will change on a fucking dime to back up whatever it is that Trump's doing now. Trump's Trump's supposed to be helping the economy. Well, who cares if his tariffs hurt the economy? Trump has to tear the economy down. We need a reset. Like, what? That is not what he did not run on a fucking reset, bro. You guys did not vote for him for a reset. You voted for him to turn the economy around immediately. Like, what the fuck? This is the way it all goes. Like, this is the oh, we need to get immigrants out, but we're gonna get the worst of the worst, okay? We're not just trying to go after anybody and everybody. Like, we're going after the worst of the worst. And then Trump's getting into office, and now the people who have any sort of like violent crimes is at 5% or something like that. And who cares? We're just getting them all out. That's not what you said. That's not what you said before. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, it's just, yeah. And if you want to talk about it being democratic, like, it's only democratic as far as his base goes, which is going to be like 30% of the fucking country. Currently, Trump has an 86 approval rating with Republicans. And of the people who are taking these polls, that's 30-something%. 30-something% of the people polling are the ones who identify as Republicans, and they're the ones who are giving him these 86% approval ratings. So it's whatever it is that he's like doing democratically, it's just for his small minority of people. It is not. He's not ruling on behalf of Americans. He's ruling on behalf of his minority.
I think, I mean, almost definitionally, Donald Trump views himself as a guy who should be able to operate the entire executive branch just through the White House. There's a number of examples of this. I mean, we can run through any of these. I'm not entirely sure what your position would be on this. I'd be surprised if it was anything different, but yeah, you can tell me, or I can define more things or whatever if that would make you comfortable first, I guess.
Well, yeah, maybe you can define dictatorial for us, actually.
Sure. So when I think of dictator, I think of single man type rule, where there's a single person who feels like they have more legitimacy, well, I would say than the other branches of government, but he would be the government essentially. So I would say examples of this are the way that Donald Trump treats his Supreme Court. I would say that the way that he's...
Stephen, I'm sorry to interrupt. Just define, I just couldn't quite hear it. So
Sure.
It's a single person who feels he has more legitimacy?
More can enact power through his will alone, basically.
His will alone?
Yeah.
So he doesn't have to follow the law?
He feels like he's above the law.
He's above the law. He feels, or he's acting like, somebody in the audience might feel like they're above the law, but it doesn't make them a dictator, right?
No, but it would make them dictatorial.
If someone in the audience thinks they're above the law, that would mean they're dictatorial.
Yeah, it would be a dictatorial personality. They might not be a dictator.
No, if they think that Trump is above the law, their beliefs would be dictatorial, but they are not dictatorial. They would have to be in a position of authority. This is like when people say that, like, Antifa is authoritarian. It's like, sure, like if what they were doing was being done as like the president, or like, you know, in some position of authority, then sure, but they're not, so.
Because I don't have the power to be a dictator.
Okay. And if someone is, say, the president, and
You
they
have
can
the
be
power to
voted
be
out,
a
and they will be
dictator.
voted out, would they still be considered dictatorial?
Yeah, they could have. Yeah, they could be dictatorial. Yeah, of course.
Even if they can be voted out?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
'Cause to me, a dictator is someone who just basically retains power, including.
So this is why Destiny switched it from dictator to dictatorial. This is like when we say that like Trump is a fascist, but he can't run the country. We can't have a fascist government. Like we all understand, we cannot have a full-on fascistic government because we can't have an authoritarian government. It's impossible as long as there is some semblance of the other branches. It can't be authoritarian, but Trump can want it to be authoritarian, and he can try to get as close as he can by cutting as many corners as possible and trying to make sure that he is as he's as close to it as he possibly can be.
By force. If you can be voted out, how can you be a dictator?
Well, I mean, you have some people who will change their voting systems in order to be elected over and over
Like
again.
Vladimir Putin, fair.
Sure.
So
Or Evo
Putin is a
Morales.
dictator. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
But if you can be voted out in a free and fair election, then can you still be a dictator?
You could. I mean, you could nominate the next person in line to be the next king or president. I think that Donald Trump, like,
That's why I said free and fair election, right?
Sure. Which I mean,
well, but again, yes, it's about whether or not they're trying to stop those things. All Trump has to do is try to stop free and fair elections, and that would still make him dictatorial. Not the fact that he failed at trying, right? So if we look at him attempting to steal the election in 2020, that's still dictatorial. That's still, he could still be a dictator even though he failed at stealing the election. He still tried. So that's really all that matters.
I mean, they're also trying to actively impede right now. But do you think that if Donald Trump was 20 years younger, he keeps making these references to running for a third term, do you think he would try to run for a third term?
Yeah, I think the fact that he keeps referencing a third term is a disaster, and I think he should definitely stop doing that.
Yeah, I think it's dictatorial.
It's not relevant.
Yeah,
whether
I
or
agree.
not it's
Okay.
dictatorial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I say he's a pretty dictatorial guy. Yeah.
I think, well, I think that, see, here's the issue with that, right? Is Trump talks a lot of shit, and he likes to piss people off. And so he says these things, and you kind of go, well, it's 99.999% that he's trolling.
Wait, is it though?
Hold on. Just let me lay out my argument. We've established that we're actually able to have a conversation, so let's have one. So 99.999%, this is my assessment anyway, he's trolling. 0.0001%, shit, he's talking about a third term. Not good. And I regard, particularly given what happened on January the 6th, the fact that he keeps referencing a third term as a problem, and as something that indicates that the risk of him trying to do whatever it is he might do when that happens is non-zero, which to me would be absolutely dictatorial. However, I do lean on the idea that it's probably just trolling. In terms of everything else he's doing domestically, what I see is the American system of checks and balances working as intended. He is doing things, some of them are illegal. The legal system pushes back against that. The Supreme Court, in which 3 of his own appointees sit on, and 3 of the other 6 are Republican appointed judges, regularly and repeatedly deny him the opportunity to do things that he wants to do. That, I think, is how the system is supposed to work, isn't it?
So no, but I would also say that for the first part, I don't know where 99.999% of Trump's statements are trolling. I don't know where that comes from. I feel like
that specific statement about third term, I suspect, is 99.9% trolling. That's
but you
what
said earlier if he was young enough, he would run for a third term.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought you said you feel like it would.
No, I didn't say that.
Do you think that if he was 20 years younger, do you think he would try to run for a third term?
What I was saying was I agree that him talking about a third term is a worrying thing that he should stop doing. That's what I agree with.
Okay. That might be that on that issue, but then there are a load of other issues where it seems like he feels like he alone is entitled to make these decisions that nobody else ought to have any oversight over. So, for instance, this idea that the president has usurped from the Congress the ability to do tariffs and worldwide economic policy that's a pretty uniquely Trump thing, that you can levy tariffs across every other country in the world. The Supreme Court has finally checked him a bit on that power. Now he says he's going to go elsewhere and try to do the exact same thing. So it seems like we're just going to have a back and forth on this, maybe until he's out of office.
But sorry to interrupt, but just I think this is worth double clicking on. That's why I said that is the system working as intended. So American democracy is robust and strong because when the president tries to do things he's not allowed to do by law, the legal system prevents him from doing that, right?
No. So I think that the American system is strongest when everybody is trying to act in good faith within the bounds of the system. I don't think continuously...
When was the last time that happened?
Joe Biden. I mean, if you want, we can run a whole host of issues. So I would look at like the weaponization of the Department of Justice by Donald Trump. I think is a historically crazy thing by a U.S. president. If you want to give me any examples that you feel would stack up to that between Biden, Obama, and the Clintons over the past 30, 40 years.
I didn't say that Donald Trump is not doing things that shouldn't be challenged legally. What I said is I think it's the part of the American system that all these different branches compete for power in the way that has been prescribed in your founding documents. And that is an ongoing process that has been going on for 250 years. There's definitely criticisms that you could make about Trump. I think there's plenty of criticisms that people could make about previous presidents of both a Democratic and Republican. What I'm saying is, whatever you may think about Donald Trump,
I'm not
I don't think American democracy is a threat because the system is working as intended. And if he was truly dictatorial, the signal for me of a president being dictatorial is when they override the checks and balances that exist and begin to effectively break the system. I don't think that's happening.
But he's been doing that, right?
On the contrary, what's happening is every time he goes too far, the system that is in place holds him accountable and prevents him from doing what he would otherwise like to do.
Well, so prevents is the wrong word to use because oftentimes they have to check after the fact. So he's already done
that's how the system works, right?
Not ideally. You don't have a guy who's trying to break the rules over and over and over again and then getting checked and coming back.
But
and then
the system works in that way with every president that you've ever had,
but
right?
When you have
they do something, then...
Yes, but the problem is that Trump knows that, so he tries to do things that he already knows he's not allowed to do. He does a bunch of things that he already knows he's going to get in trouble for. And he does them for as long as he can, to get away with it for as long as he can, because he knows there's no sort of consequence there if he does something for a long period of time without if he does something that he knows is illegal, there's no consequence for it. So he can tell ICE to just break everybody's Fourth Amendment rights, not get the warrants to go inside houses, and just do it over and over and over and over until there's a challenge in the court. The district court rules, they get a hold on that order, and then the appeals court rules, and then they get a hold on that order, and then the Supreme Court rules, and then they're not allowed to do it, and then they stop doing it most of the time. And so yeah, it just makes it to where like he just keeps doing things so that he can get away with it for as long as possible until the Supreme Court tells him he can't do it anymore. But he knows he's not allowed to do it. Like everybody knows he's not allowed to do it.
And they get sued, then they have to change the policy that they've attempted
Generally,
to do.
no. Generally, you consult with the people within your executive branch to see if you feel like you have the legal authority to do said thing. If they feel like you have the legal authority to do said thing, then you try to do said thing. If the courts check you, you accept the court's answer, you move on. But Donald Trump, more than any president in my lifetime, tries to circumvent the other branches, not utilize even his Republican majority Congress, chastise and attack his Supreme Court when they don't give him the specific rulings that he wants. And then when he's ruled against, he constantly openly flirts with the idea of either defying the Supreme Court or going around it using any other number of things that they know will also be ruled as unconstitutional. But the problem is the damage is already done.
He follows what the Supreme Court says, right?
I don't think it works that way. It would be like saying, like, if somebody doesn't want you to beat you up and they stop beating you up 10 minutes into you asking, I'm saying, well, they eventually listened, right? Well, I mean, the damage is already done.
Well, the damage is not already done in that they can't pursue the policy that they were pursuing prior
Well, the
to that
damage is
point,
already
right?
done, though, right? So, for instance, for tariffs, he's collected some $200+ million of tariffs. He's irreparably harmed our trade relationship with basically every other country, including the United Kingdoms, on the planet. We've got people, DACA kids, we just recently found out, I think yesterday, have been deported from the country who were never supposed to be. You've got 2 American citizens that were murdered by questionable, at best, deployments of ICE. You've got the president illegally deployed the National Guard and military to states like California. Like, the damage is already done on that. The court eventually says, hey, you weren't allowed to do that. And Donald Trump goes, oh, cool, I'll find another way to get around this in the future. I don't think, especially an executive, which is the scariest thing because the executive is the guy who's supposed to enforce the laws, him continually skirting or going over these guidelines over and over and over and over and over again in so many historically unique ways, and then saying, well, eventually the court said, hey, that thing that you did 2 years ago that you've already politically and financially benefited from, you weren't allowed to do that. I don't think that's a good system. I feel like it's a dictatorial guy.
Well, look, it's not for me to comment on whether the American system of division of power is good or bad. It is what it is, and what I'm saying is that system seems to me to be standing up pretty well on balance. Doesn't mean that there aren't individual things that you might not agree with. For example, if I don't want to speak about America because it's not my country and it's not from, I don't vote in America, I don't live there, I visit a lot and I like it, but it doesn't mean that I get to sort of say, but if Britain was deporting...
Sorry. The topic is about America. It's about Trump. The whole topic is about Trump. He keeps saying, well, I don't know. I don't want to speak on America. I'm not from there, so I can't speak on America. He keeps saying this over and over. The topic is about Donald Trump. Like, you're there to talk about America, bro. What are you doing?
People to a third country without due process. I would be against that. Right? So you can deduce from that how I feel about the United States doing that. I would be totally against that. However, there is a system of checks and balances in the US, which is when the president does something which is, or anyone does something which is found to be illegal, you have to go through the courts. And the question for me is, has America become a dictatorship, which is what I think the important question is, right? Somebody can have all the tendencies they want. The question is America in a position where its leader is able to do whatever he wants and ignore the law? I don't believe that's happening. And is America in a position where its leader will not democratically allow the next freely elected person to take power? Is America in a position where that's not going to happen? I don't think that's the case either. I think power will be handed over peacefully and democratically. And I think the president of the United States is not unrestricted by the law in terms of what he's able to do. So to me, that's a reassuring thing.
Do you think a dictator thing is only bad at the very microsecond it becomes a dictator? Or do you think that all of the steps leading...
I feel like, is it just me? I keep, the way that he says dictator, he emphasizes the word tater in it every time, that it's making it sound really funny to me. It's a dictator. I've never heard it that way. Like a tater tot or whatever, but it's like a dictator. I've never heard somebody say dictator like that over and over.
Up to it are maybe cause for concern, because when we say that there will be free and fair elections, I'm fairly certain that that's the case, but you have the president right now weaponizing his Department of Justice to attack states to look for evidence of fraud in the 2020 election, a case that he's lost in front of courts and to the public and to his own prior administration over and over and over again. Or you've got the president of the United States who's already benefited financially massively that the tax department has from collecting revenue from tariffs, which was a thing he knew he never should have done, but he did it. And he's continuing to do it in other ways, and the court will probably rule against him there. You know.
Yeah, I saw that Sonny, whatever the. Oh no, wait, no, it wasn't. Yeah, it's there.
Insofar as being able to break the laws or whatever, you have a president who has now been granted.
I didn't know what they were correcting either. I was a little confused for a second.
Immunity from committing all crimes as a result of a bizarro Supreme Court.
Like a tart. I don't know what a tart is. A tater, like a tater tot? A tater?
Court ruling. So in a way, that's a uniquely new thing that Donald Trump has been granted, the ability that once he commits a
A tater dick. Yeah, yeah,
crime.
yeah.
It can never be questioned or talked about because he's the president of the United States. So, I mean, in some ways, he literally is committing crimes that, or he can commit crimes that he can't be ever held accountable for because of new precedents have been created to protect him as the president of the United States.
Sorry, what were your questions? You made, I think, 3 questions.
So basically, I think that the idea that he's not a dictator yet, because we might have the next free and fair election, when it seems like every part of his administration is through multiple vectors trying to attack free and fair elections, to say, well, as long as the courts, eventually course correct that it's not a dictatorial thing, I just think it's a very naive reading of how democracies can fail.
Well, that I don't. Sorry. In terms of just say that last bit again.
I think that a guy who is in bad faith attacking all of your democratic norms as the executive is a uniquely scary thing. In the U.S., we call it a constitutional crisis. That's a uniquely scary thing, and Donald Trump has shown a penchant for a willingness to do this over and over and over again. And just because he's not at the point where I am a dictator, angling himself and doing everything he can to get to that point, I think that interim period is worth criticizing.
I'm not against criticizing any president or prime minister or leader of any country. I think, it was somewhat humorous to some people, but I genuinely believe that there are good and bad sides to every person and every decision and so on. So there's plenty to criticize every leader of every country for. President Trump is no exception to that. There's lots of things I don't agree with him on. There's lots of things I agree with him on, as with every other.
He's literally doing the both sides thing. Like, this is what the oh, well, my answers are nuanced, like, sort of thing is. It's just this fake enlightened centrist bullshit where you're just both sidesing everything.
The person. But to me, words are important because they have certain definitions. You don't say that someone is pregnant until they've actually become pregnant. In the same way, I wouldn't call someone a dictator until they are a dictator. That does not mean that you can't say, well, deporting people to a prison in a country to which they've never been is not something I want the leader of my country to do. That is not something I want the leader of my country to do. And that is something that I would want the judicial system of my country to challenge the leader on doing and prevent them from doing in the future. That's my view on it.
Do you think that Donald Trump is uniquely dictatorial in his search for power in the United States? And then if your answer to that is no, in what ways are Joe Biden or Barack Obama or Bill Clinton, in what ways did they test the power of the executive in the ways that Donald Trump has? Maybe using the example of the weaponization of the Department of Justice.
Truthfully, I just don't know enough about all the history of the American presidents to be able to make a good comparison between all of them. So I just can't say.
So are you neutral on that, or do you think
it's not that I'm neutral, I'm uninformed about it.
Okay.
I try not
if I were to tell you that Donald Trump has told his Department of Justice to go after individuals using a prosecutor that he said that he truthed out, that this is a thing that no U.S. president in my lifetime has ever done, would you agree that that's like a uniquely bad way for him to weaponize his Department of Justice?
If that is all true, I just don't have enough detail to be able to comment on it properly. I think if you had a Republican here, they probably start talking about the fact that the Democrats tried to put Trump in prison, and their view of that would be that that is equivalent, right?
Sure. There's a fact of the matter, though.
I don't know enough about it to say which one of those cases is true. I try not to comment on things I don't know enough about.
Okay.
But I don't see. I think the conversation we're having here is Donald Trump dictatorial. It's not my impression that he is, and more importantly,
how can it be your impression that he's not if you don't have any concept of historically what presidential actions have been in the United States?
You're totally right. It's my impression, which is why I said it's my impression. It's not my hard-held opinion based on the facts.
What would be a line in the sand for you, or a thing that if you saw Donald Trump do it, you'd be like, ooh, that's a pretty scary...
If he used force to prevent the legal system of the United States from enacting its will, or if he prevented a free and fair election from taking place, or the freely and fairly elected candidate of whoever's next from taking power.
So when Donald Trump, I think he wrote an executive order, when he's talking about utilizing ICE to help the states manage their polling stations, would that be an example of that? Because these are things he's already said he wants to do. In the United States, our individual states all run their own elections. It's a very big deal for all of them. The federal government doesn't intervene in that traditionally, but Donald Trump has been on record now saying multiple times that he would like to have more control over elections in the states.
Well, it depends what those ICE people do. If they're stuffing ballots into voting booths, then yeah, that'd be a problem. If they're preventing people who are not citizens of the country from voting, I think that would actually help election integrity. So
why would ICE ever do that? Why would ICE, like, how the fuck would ICE ever have anything to do with local elections? The federal government doesn't run local elections. If ICE was at polling stations, they wouldn't be there to stop illegal immigrants from voting. That's like, that's not what they're gonna do. That doesn't make any sense. Illegal immigrants are already stopped from voting with numerous other processes. Like, this is a ridiculous thing to say. Like, oh, well, if they're gonna stop them from voting, then why? How the fuck would they do that?
Depends what they're actually doing.
So I mean, it's not like Donald Trump is going to say we're going here to prevent people from voting, right?
I'm not saying it's about what he'd say. I think it's about what he'd do. So if the ICE agents are there to prevent non-citizens from voting, I think that helps election integrity.
They don't even have a mechanism by which
if the ICE agents are there to prevent people from voting who should be voting, or if they're stuffing ballots into voting booths, then that's a different conversation.
If a state explicitly says we don't want ICE here, we don't want the federal government intervening in our state elections, and Donald Trump says I'm going to do it anyway for election security, would you agree that that would be highly problematic and somewhat dictatorial?
Well, it depends on what the reason is for the state to do that. If the state is doing that to ensure that non-citizens vote, then no. If the state says that for other reasons, then yes.
Well, they're never going to, even if they were doing it to ensure non-citizens vote, they're never going to say that, right?
Right.
And then if Donald Trump is doing it for election security, he's never going to say...
But if that was the rationale for them doing it, then I think you'd want somebody to prevent non-citizens from voting, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but it would be up to the state to enforce that, number one.
What
and
if the state refuses to enforce that because it's in their electoral interest to do that?
I mean, it would be up to the people of that state to vote, to have their state do something different in terms of the accountability. That's just how our system works.
Okay.
But I mean, like, given that I know that Donald Trump has tried to interfere with elections in the past, why would I even trust his administration to do anything related to election integrity utilizing federal officers, even if he said that that was his intention? I feel like just seeing him send those agents to any state just in and of itself would be enough to say this is a dictatorial action.
Well, no, your suspicion does not make it dictatorial. But yes, I agree with you. January the 6th was not a good look, and it created a lot of doubts in a lot of people's minds about his intentions when it comes to accepting the results of elections. Democracy depends on losers' consent, and when people lose, they should accept it. But you can also see it from the perspective of someone who might say, well, if you've got a situation where there seems to be, you tell me if this is wrong, but there seems to be some kind of, inexplicable desire to have people vote without ID or to have people vote who may or may not be citizens, that would also make you question election integrity. And I think people are totally entitled to question it and then act accordingly. So
they are, but the process is to vote on your state. Then if you want to have a different requirement for identification at the time you go to vote, you need ID to vote in the United States, just not when you go to the ballot to vote, but to register to vote and everything, you have to show an ID. Which I think it was like that even in the UK up until I think a few years ago. I think you didn't have to show a voter ID.
You still don't.
Oh, you still don't?
So it's a problem, and that's something we need to fix as well.
Yeah, so I'm saying that, like, but in the United States, it would be up to an individual state to fix what they want. The president coming in and deciding that he wants it to change, and then given his whole history with election conduct, it doesn't seem like it's coming from a place of good faith. That would be a thing it does right now worry me as a U.S. citizen. You've seen him invade Georgia right now with his FBI to seize voter information from 2020. And you've seen he's got an entire cabinet. His whole cabinet has refused to even concede that he lost the 2020 election, which is kind of insane given that we were supposed to be a bastion of democracy and everything, the leader of the free world in terms of liberalism and democracy. So, yeah, I don't know why I would ever be okay with the president overstepping his boundary with federal officers to go into states and enforce stuff and not see that as anything but dictatorial.
Well, as I say, I think you have a legal system that will ensure that the law is ultimately followed, and that's what differs it from a dictatorial system like the one that I lived in for some time, first in the Soviet Union and then in Russia, where you actually have a situation where you cannot remove a person who's in power from power. And so I just insist on defining words in the way that I think is accurate, which is a dictator is someone who cannot be removed from power and who's deliberately used.
Oh, he chooses to define words in a way that's accurate. That's interesting. That's an interesting choice that he's making there. Huh. Okay. I didn't know that that's the way he was choosing to do it.
using force to violate the law. That to me is what a dictator is. Someone can have dictatorial tendencies. I mean, I might have dictatorial tendencies about parenting, whatever. That doesn't make me a dictator.
No, but if you were the president of the United States, I would be really scared about your dictatorial tendencies.
No,
and
I
the fact
agree.
that Donald Trump has already embarked on so many horrendous actions that have been contrary to every president
But as
prior
I
to
say,
him.
I think he is constrained, rightly, like all previous presidents, by the system of checks and balances that you have. The executive will always strain to exceed its authority, and there will be other branches of government whose job it is to restrain them and to use their power for their own agenda. That's just
I
how
understand
it
what you're
works.
saying, but I mean, with President Trump, it has been unique. It has been a unique stretch in almost every single realm regarding executive authority. So,
But he is following the law
No,
once
he's
the
not.
judgment. Which laws is he not following? Once the Supreme Court says this is a thing you're not allowed to do, he still carries on doing that thing?
No, but if they say that
Well,
it's not a
that's
thing
what
that
I'm
he's allowed to
saying.
do, then he broke the law up to that point.
Okay, but the moment, but if I don't know, if I'm doing something and I don't know that whether I'm allowed to do it or not,
Yeah,
right?
what would
And
happen to you?
And someone comes in and says you're not allowed to do this, and I stop doing it. Isn't that me? In fact, the system working as intended?
No, because what would happen to you if you did that?
I would go-
Exactly. There'd be accountability. You'd go to jail probably, right? If you were doing
I'd pay
something
a
illegal.
fine or whatever,
Yeah,
right.
exactly. There'd be a punishment.
Right.
For the executive, there is none.
Well, of course, because the executive is not a person. You can't put the executive in prison, right?
Well, because they're the people that put people in prison.
No, because it's about policy. It's about policy implementation, not personal behavior. Right, that's the difference.
I mean, for Donald Trump, it is personal behavior, but I'm just saying that the idea that when you say the law is working as intended, if I were out setting buildings on fire and then a police officer came up to me and said, "Sir, we evaluated the last 20 arsons you did and we've decided they were all illegal," and I say, "Oh, okay, I'm going to stop setting buildings on fire,"
Yeah.
you would never describe me as somebody who is following the law because once I was told I wasn't allowed to do a
Yeah,
thing.
that's fair. But this
Yeah.
is where the analogy between the person and the executive breaks down, right? Because the president is testing where the law is and finding out what he is and isn't allowed to do. And the Supreme Court's job is to adjudicate on whether what he's doing is compliant with the law or not.
I think there
not
are
like
worlds-
he knows that you're not supposed to set a building on fire and then goes and sets it on fire. He is questioning the way that the system should work. He implements a policy. The Supreme Court says you're not supposed to do this. He stops doing it.
I think
That's
there's
the
a
system
world
working
where
as
that
intended.
can be the case, and I think
Right.
there are times where a president has tested where they feel. When Biden tried to do mass student loan forgiveness, there was a student education bill that gave the president pretty broad powers to forgive student loans based on like disaster stuff, and he thought for COVID he could. And I think that there is an argument on both sides where it's like, well, that would be way too much for Congress to grant without like more specific legislation. Or I think he actually was allowed that power. I think you could have a reasonable disagreement there in terms of what the president could do. For Donald Trump, the idea that I could tariff the entire planet without congressional approval ever, or that I can go to war with whatever country I want to without approving anything with the Senate, or that I could tell my Department of Justice to target individuals with what we all know are essentially fabricated indictments about mortgage fraud because they're all political adversaries of his. With issue after that, I can invoke the Alien Enemies Act so that I can more quickly deport Venezuelans because I'm trying to claim that Venezuela is actively invading the United States of America because they have gangs there. I don't think that these are good faith tests of the law. There's just a guy breaking the law and then giving some pretextual basis for why they were allowed to do the thing that they did.
We have 15 minutes left, gentlemen, wherever you guys want to go.
Fine. I think we just disagree fundamentally. To me, the question is America becoming a dictatorship? From what I observe, I don't see that.
Okay. Why do you think, do you agree that...
That's not the question. The question is Trump dictatorial? Dictatorial means that you are doing things that a dictator would do. That's the question. Destiny has been overly nice by not being pedantic about this and pushing the line on the fact that it is about them being dictatorial, not being a dictator, but bro, they're about to have a third fucking rap on this. They just had 3. There's a dead snack in the middle. And right now, there's a red one wrapped around the blue one. And there's the other one was about to wrap him up. I guess he left. Ooh. Okay. Oh, wait, there were two. There were three. Oh, shit. I didn't even notice that. Oh, shit. I didn't even notice there were fucking three there. Damn. Okay, so that means there were four at one point. Holy shit. The one on the outside died. That's fucking crazy. Crazy, chat.
If you could push a button right now to vote for Trump or Kamala Harris a year ago, my guess is you would probably favor Trump.
Well, I don't know what Kamala Harris would have done with this year, but probably, yeah.
What do you think Donald Trump did over the past year and a half, or what policies does he have versus Kamala that you think made Trump a superior candidate or do better than Kamala would have?
I think, look, again, I come back to this thing about the fact that I'm not an American citizen. So my judgment of President Trump is not the same as an American citizen. An American citizen will care about the cost of living in America, about immigration into the United States. These are things that don't affect me, that I don't care about, right? Because I don't live in America. So for me, I can't judge him on that. I can judge him on the things that affect people in the rest of the world. I think the number one thing that I would absolutely say is incredibly important that he's done is he's made Europe and Britain realize that their military and foreign policy has been a gigantic disaster combine that with energy and industry and economic policy, and that they have not been funding their defense in anything like the level that we need. We've made ourselves reliant, well, not Britain so much, but Europeans made themselves incredibly reliant on Russian hydrocarbons, Russian energy, Russian gas, Russian oil, and that meant that when the war in Ukraine broke out,
Don't they have like insanely high per capita funding for their military? Doesn't Britain have like ridiculously high funding per capita? Like they're always complaining that they're not spending as much as the United States when they're not as big as the United States. Like you don't have as much money. You don't have as many people. Why the fuck would you be comparing yourself to the United States in this respect?
Europe was completely toothless in responding to that invasion, to the point where the Germans' first offer to the Ukrainians was 5,000 helmets. That's what they offered the Ukrainians in support. So what President Trump has done is he's come in and he said, look, we are happy to be allies with you, but you guys are going to have to carry your own weight. You're going to have to fund your own defense. He's been saying this, by the way, for a very long time, when the Germans openly laughed in his face when he told them.
I hate it when it does this, dude. It's just like my keyboard for some reason just doesn't work. They're really disrespecting us by even comparing themselves to us. Yeah, dude. It's fucked up. As far as the election goes, while we wait forever for that to load, we've got 72% of the votes in, almost 700,000 votes, and 700,000 votes remaining. Tallarico has 931,000 votes. Jasmine Crockett has 817,000 votes. So that's Tallarico is with 72% of the vote, 115,000 over Jasmine Crockett. So he's at 52.6% of the vote, and Crockett is 46%. Now, you know, a difference of 100,000 when you have 700,000 to go, that could be made up there at some point. But it looked like the major counties had already voted earlier, so all right, what the fuck. Israel, Qatar, the United States, Singapore, Saudi Arabia consistently rank as the top countries for per capita military spending, often driven by regional security threats and modernization efforts. As of 2026 data, Israel leads with roughly $4,989 per person, followed by the US at $2,895, and Singapore $2,591. Wow, Norway is up there. Okay. List of countries with highest military spending per capita: Israel, United States, Singapore, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Ukraine, Norway, Denmark, Finland, and Oman. Okay, yeah, I guess not. Maybe I was thinking of Israel that had the largest per capita.
All of these things. He has forced Europe to take seriously its own defense. I think that's an incredibly good thing, and I think it's an incredibly important thing, because we live in a world now in which you're going to see more conflict. We're going to have to get better at defending ourselves and also projecting our power abroad. So just on this, and that means necessarily we have to have certain changes in terms of our domestic policy when it comes to things like energy, when it comes to things like growing the economy, when it comes to mass immigration. All of these things he has forced Europe to reckon with on a realistic basis, instead of living in cloud cuckoo land where we've been living for a very long time. So to me, that is a huge achievement of his administration, for which I am very grateful.
Okay, so I don't understand how it feels like we're reframing a whole bunch of issues or problems that Trump has caused and then trying to claim that these are somehow beneficial to the continent of Europe. So the idea that Europe has to take its own defense seriously, why? Because the United States has decided to abdicate its military role across the planet. I don't understand how this is to be seen as a positive. I think that Europe, broadly speaking, has enjoyed a pretty good century of peace, prior or post World War II compared to the centuries beforehand. I think a lot of this is because of NATO, the expansion of NATO, because of U.S. protection of basically everybody around the world. Number one for Europe. From the U.S. side is very annoying to me, because we've spent so much money on our military with the understanding that there are benefits that we get from being friends with every single country around the planet, being able to ensure free shipping everywhere, being able to share intelligence and do military operations if we need to. And now it feels like our entire military investment was for naught. And now Europe is being told, well, you guys have to figure your own stuff out, even though Europe had largely entered this agreement with the United States, saying that, like, you're going to be our nuclear umbrella, you're going to cover a lot of the military projects, and then we're all going to kind of grow economically in the meantime. I don't know how Trump basically, pulling the rug out from Europe on that and saying, well, you guys need to figure it out for yourself. Whatever Europe figures out for itself, it's going to be a worse arrangement than what existed before. It's not like Europe as a continent was struggling with their military defense as the United States stood by and watched all of it be destroyed. I think Europe enjoyed the ability to grow economically and to prosper more than it would have if every single country, or if a European Union, which has its own set of problems, were investing in their own military might. Number one, for the military thing. For the trade thing, I mean, the United States has undercut now its trading relationship with the European Union, and I think sadly even with the United Kingdom, regardless of what people think at the time. I think we can safely say that MAGA and the Brexit movement kind of like grew up together and shared a lot of similar rhetoric. It's kind of crazy to me that the United Kingdom, which was one of the only exporter economies, or that we exported more than we imported from, somehow still got punished with tariffs, that the United States didn't honor that trade surplus that we had with them, or honor any of the prior commitments or history, and now the United Kingdom has gotten screwed by the U.S. tariff regime, along with the rest of Europe. And the idea of saying, well, Europe is going to have to figure out its own stuff because the United States has abandoned Europe is a good thing. I don't understand that. I feel like if my position was I wanted to create a weaker Europe, when we talk about Russia, I want to create a weaker Europe in any way possible, I don't know what I would say differently than what Donald Trump has essentially already done. Like if I'm Putin or if I'm Russia and I'm looking at the US and Europe, my ideal circumstance is, oh, the United States just told Europe to deal with their own shit. That's awesome for me. I feel like the US being the umbrella for Europe is very much not awesome for me if I'm speaking from the Russian perspective.
Okay, so on the tariffs, I didn't say anything about tariffs because it's not a policy that, truthfully, I'm not entirely sure whether it's a policy that actually is going to work or not in the way that he claims. So I don't know. It's not instinctively something I'm a massive...
We already know it's not going to work in the way that he claims, because he claims that the other countries are going to pay the tariff. We already know. We already know for a fact that it's not going to work out the way he claims.
A fan of, but it doesn't mean that it might not work. I don't know. But in terms of your other point about security, the Americans, I don't know if did you catch Marco Rubio's speech that he gave?
Yep.
Yeah. So he was explicitly saying the exact opposite of what you just said. He was not saying we are withdrawing our support from Europe. What he was saying is we want to be allies and friends with Europe, but we cannot do it on the basis that we protect you. It has to be on the basis that we work together to protect each other. That's what an alliance is. It's when people work together.
Yeah, but that's not what it was. That's not the idea. The idea was that we want this. We benefit most from it. We continue to be the superpower. We continue to call the shots. We continue to be in charge. We continue to be the world police. We continue to tell everybody else when it's time to come out and when it's time to go in. Like, we're the ones who dictate all of these other things. And and again, yes, we are the world's superpower. We are the ones that, like, none of them are going to try to gang up on. None of them are going to try to come after. None of them are going to try to, like, create an alliance against us. None of them, like, we're making it to where everybody benefits by us being the superpower, by us being in charge. We want to make sure that everybody eats, everybody's happy, because we're the big bad wolf. Like, we want to make sure that everybody is a-okay with us being that, and that everybody looks around and is like, damn, this is fucking awesome. So glad the United States is the one who's in charge right now. Like, that's what we want. If you turn around and then say, oh, also, we're not going to help you guys help yourselves, like, we're all the same. It's like, well, I'm sorry, but you guys are getting a lot more out of this than we are. I don't know how the fuck we're all the same when we're not. None of us are the United States. Like, none of us get to be you. So it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense anymore. Like, that's the fucking deal.
Together for a common purpose. A lot of countries in Europe have been doing what we in Britain call taking the piss for a long time, which is they've not even been funding their NATO obligations to the level that they were supposed to, because they've been taking advantage of America. Now, the problem with taking advantage of America is I don't want Britain and Europe to be America's poodle. I want Britain, the country of which I am a citizen, to be independently powerful and influential.
See, that's fine for you as a Brit, but for Americans, we do want you to be our fucking poodle. If we were smart, if we had fucking halfway smart people who didn't just listen to whatever dumb shit that came out of Trump's mouth at the time and just run with that, then we would all be on board with you guys being our fucking poodle.
If you want to be independently powerful and influential, you have to have a strong economy, and you have to have a strong military, and you have a strong industrial base. So the fact that the Americans are challenging Europeans to do more is not the same as America withdrawing its support or its nuclear umbrella. We, by the way, in Britain and in France, have nuclear weapons, and if, well, we hope that they still work, given the way we've been funding them, but we think we have nuclear weapons that work. And so we don't need to be relying on the American nuclear umbrella. What we should be relying on is our own strength and our own economies, and then, of course, partnership with other countries, including the United States. I'm not hearing anything out of the United States which is about abandoning its relationship with Europe. It's about encouraging Europe to also be strong and to be competent. I mean,
While if you go watch the Davos speeches, you'll see that Europe is abandoning the United States. So Europe was pretty clear that they're pretty done with the US, or Trump for the most part, but the US as follows.
We are at a point in Britain where we basically cannot make our own virgin steel, which means we can't make the things you make out of steel. We don't have a powerful industry to be able to make anything that's militarily useful at the scale that we need to. We would run out of ammunition. I don't remember the exact numbers. I'd have to look it up, but it's like within 2 weeks or something of a full war. And the decline in British manufacturing has been catastrophic. It's the same in all of the rest of Europe. Encouraging Europe and Britain to abandon that suicidal course, I think, is incredibly powerful and beneficial for this country and for Europe, and that's why I'm glad he's done that. In addition to that, I mean, we can look at you asked me what I support of the things that he's done. I think President Trump, if you look at his first term and now, he is someone who's taken a totally different approach to the Middle East. The Abraham Accords were a great step forward. I think with Jared Kushner negotiating in the Middle East, and also the hardline policy that he's taken on.
I want Europe to be strong. Imagine how powerful Europe could be if they tried. Well, the difference is like when we're talking about like them spending money, it's not as if they're not spending money, right? It's not as if they're not taxing people. The difference is that they've just had like benefits to put their money into other areas because the United States was putting so much into their military, right? So they're benefiting, especially economically, and just for their people when it comes to healthcare. There's a bunch of areas where they benefit greatly, and they're able to do a lot more because the United States is paying some of that military cost.
On Iran, dealing with their plans for nuclear enrichment. These are all very positive developments because, of course, if Iran was allowed to develop nuclear weapons, the first thing that would happen is the Saudis would try and get them as well. It would destabilize the entire region. So for that reason, his foreign policy has been really, really strong, in my opinion, which is why I'm a big fan of it.
Sure. So there's one other thing I want to hit on before we finish. I guess as a quick thing, whatever Europe builds militarily absent the United States is going to be worse than the United States taking care of Europe militarily. And I think the United States gains a great deal of influence as a result of this. It was only under Donald Trump.
Of course, that's what I'm saying is I don't want us to be a lapdog to.
Yes, but like I get his position. I get why he doesn't want the United States to the UK to be the United States poodle. That makes sense. But we're talking about like from an American perspective, where he's saying like this started off with Destiny asking him if you could go back in 2024 and vote as an American, would you vote for Trump? And he said yes. And then Destiny said, why? Like, what is it that Trump's done that's actually been good? And then he starts talking about it from the perspective of a Briton or of a Brit. But that isn't like you're supposed to be talking about voting for Trump. So you would be talking about it from the perspective of an American. But the whole time he's been justifying it by saying that he would like it as a British person. It doesn't make sense. Like, yeah, we get it. Donald Trump highly benefits other countries. He's made a lot of other countries very happy, and a lot of other people from other parts of the world. But we want him to make us happy. We want him to be America first at some point.
to America, I want us to be independently strong.
That's fine, but I don't want to be mean about this, okay? But if we're realistic about the United Kingdom, or we're realistic about Europe, and we're realistic about where everybody's obsessive investments have been over the past century, right? The United States has invested heavily in a lot of military stuff. Whatever the UK and Europe will look like as a military thing, it's going to be significantly worse than if the United States is essentially doing the
That's
heavy lifting and
precisely what
everything.
I'd like to end.
But that won't
Otherwise-
end. That's impossible for that to end. That will
Why?
never end because we blow things up and we
'Cause you're
fuck
not
shit
on
up.
our
That's what we do in the
level.
United States. We've invested trillions of dollars year.
Yeah, I get that, like, the British people at one point were a fucking empire, okay? I get it. They were fucking killing shit, and they had all of their Commonwealth countries, and they had everybody paying taxes to them, and they were just rich as fuck, and their king was just doing whatever the fuck he wanted. That you guys aren't that anymore. You're nowhere close to that anymore. You're like the United States. If the United States is no longer the superpower, you're not in the top 5 for being like the next up. Like, you're not in the top 5 for the crown. So yeah, just to keep like comparing yourself to the United States, it's cute, but completely unrealistic. I mean, maybe they're top, maybe they're 5, maybe they're number 5, I guess.
Year after year after year after year after year in this technology, and the idea that the UK, which is also struggling, or even all of Europe, which might be struggling in other areas, is going to magically catch up to the United States in that.
No, we're not going to catch up, but we are going to be strong enough relative to the size of our country. And
maybe, but at such an unnecessary cost. Like right now, what is the pressure? You talk about
who
running.
are you to decide what military Britain should have?
The defenders of.
Well, it's literally just common sense. Like, every smaller country has bigger countries that are helping them. There's a reason why Venezuela and has been getting money from China, and even like Russia seems to get some money from China, but then other countries get money from Russia, and like there's all of these Cuba, and there's all of these different countries that are being subsidized by bigger countries because those bigger countries want those alliances, and they want to have some they want to have some like veto power. They want to have some ability to have some control as to what does and doesn't happen, and they want to be able to call some shots.
Of Britain. What do you mean? Like, if nobody is going to invade a country,
Who
that
elected you to decide whether Britain should have a military or not?
When
I want
European
this country
countries
to be able to defend itself, to have a strong economy, to have a strong industrial base, to have jobs for British people, that's what I'd like. And I don't take kindly to an American coming over here and telling us we're going to be shit at blowing things up. This country has a great history of blowing things up. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's fine. But the reality is whatever country you're trying to enact or design is going to be worse off in a world where the United States doesn't. You can say no, but that's the reality of the case. Is it will be.
If we are more powerful, we will get more of what we want for our country. That's how power works.
I'm just curious, what is the projected timeline for that? Because none of that has worked out since you didn't become more powerful from Brexit. I don't see the more power coming in from
What does
any...
Brexit have to do with this?
This idea that isolating yourselves, and I don't necessarily mean just the UK, but that further isolation and entrenchment into your own autarky-like, fantasies are...
No. I'm not in favor of isolation. Europe has not been doing what it needs to work collectively together to be stronger, right?
Because it hasn't needed to, right?
What I want is for Britain and other European countries and America to be strong.
Bro, I'm dying. Like, I can't make it fucking 2 minutes into a single round. This has been going on for like 30 minutes now. I cannot stay alive for like 2 minutes. In the first like couple games, I was in like first or second place every time and just like getting massive, getting fucking huge over here, dude. I was the biggest slither in town. And now I can't even fucking stay alive. I'm getting too greedy.
stronger together given the challenges we face from Putin's Russia, China, Iran, and other threats. That's what I want. The cloud cuckoo world of holding hands and singing Kumbaya is over. The geopolitical moment now is going to be more violent, more disruptive, and we need to be ready for that in this country, in Europe, and in America. And we should.
When you
be
listen to
together.
European leaders
but
talking,
in order for that to happen, European countries, Britain, and America all have to be stronger. And what Trump is saying to, and what Marco Rubio was saying to Europeans is, let's be stronger together by you taking ownership and responsibility.
Sure.
That's what I want.
And I'll just say that spending the better part of the last year threatening to invade Greenland, I don't think has done much to foster positive resentment in Europe towards the United States, but I guess we'll see where that'll play out. Just one more thing. I see this rewritten a lot in the media, and I see you talk about it, and a lot of other people talk about it. Why is it that so many people are obsessed with pretending that when Donald Trump said that there were good people on both sides of that Charlottesville protest, why are people pretending that it was anything other than saying that the people in like the far-right neo-Nazi march had like good people in it? I don't understand where this like historical rewriting comes from.
Have you seen the clip?
Yes, I've seen all the speeches.
So you've seen that he says, I'm not talking about the KKK and neo-nationalists who should be condemned.
Okay, so I tuned into, I think, Destiny's stream or something. I don't know if it was a clip that I saw online or what. But the argument that I've made, okay, for years, that when Trump says right before the clip that they always cut out, the part that they always cut out is him saying that there weren't white nationalists and neo-Nazis. I just saw a clip of Destiny pulling up that clip, pulling up a clip of Ben Shapiro talking about this. And this is literally, my argument is literally the argument that Ben Shapiro gives. Like the part where he, like, I'm saying, like, he says at one point, like, that they're not white nationalists and neo-Nazis. And then afterwards, he's saying, oh, well, I'm not talking about white nationalists and neo-Nazis. But bro, you just said they're not fucking white nationalists and neo-Nazis. So, like, you saying you're not talking about white nationalists and neo-Nazis doesn't mean a whole lot in this scenario when you've already discounted the possibility of these people being white nationalists and neo-Nazis. We, however, the normal public, the general public, we look at the people who were there, and we all know that they were white nationalists and neo-Nazis. But you're saying they're not. So when you say you're not talking about white nationalists and neo-Nazis, whatever you mean by that, you're talking about something totally different than the rest of us. You're talking about a different thing than the rest of us, because the people who were there were white nationalists and neo-Nazis. So when he says, you know, very fine people on both sides, but I'm not talking about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis, it doesn't, it's a totally meaningless statement. He's doing everything he can to whitewash that group of people and try to downplay what they were and who they were by even saying that they weren't white nationalists and neo-Nazis in the first place. And then saying they're very fine people on both sides, just him further trying to like completely whitewash what happened there and who those people were. Like, the whole thing is just him downplaying everything from the Charlottesville rally. That's all he's doing the entire time, is just trying to downplay the entire thing. But it's a meaningless statement. Like, he is talking about white nationalists and neo-Nazis. Like, he just is.
Them totally. I'm talking about some of the people who were there to protest about the statues.
Yeah, but that doesn't make sense because it was a KKK neo-Nazi march.
Well, what he's saying is that there were two groups there.
But there weren't.
Hold on. What he's saying...
Well, there's Antifa and neo-Nazi. Like, there were two groups. Just not the good old boys that he tries making it out to be.
Just let me finish the argument and then we can talk about it. Is that there were people who were there to protest about the statues being removed, and there were also people there who were neo-Nazis. That is what he's saying. So
but it's not true.
What do you mean it's not true?
There was a Unite the Right, far right, neo-Nazi KKK.
And there were also some people there to protest about the statues. There was no people who were there to protest about
There
the
might have
statues.
been one or two, but like...
Hold on. There were no people there who were there to protest about the statues who are not neo-Nazis.
I don't think there were people in the Tiki Torch March that were just innocent wonder
Nor do
buyers.
Nor do I. But there were also people there protesting about the statues. I mean,
That's not how you would characterize... if there was a neo-Nazi march and there were a few people who just happened to be there that weren't necessarily neo-Nazis, you would still characterize it as a neo-Nazi march.
No, if that's what had happened, yes. But my understanding is there were people protesting about statues, and there was the Tiki Torch, this thing that you're talking about, the neo-Nazi march, which was a neo-Nazi march, which was abhorrent, right? And these two things happened at the same time in the same place, right?
They didn't. That's the point I'm trying to bring. Is there what the only march there was the Unite the Right march, which all of their advertising...
Yes, the Unite the Right rally was there to protest the taking down of the statue. That's what it was. The Destiny is 100% correct on this. The Unite the Right rally was there to protest the taking down of, I think it was a Robert E. Lee statue in Charlottesville. That's it.
memorabilia and all of the people who organized it were...
Now, to be fair, these are different days. So even Konstantin is wrong when he says like, well, these are just two different protests that are happening at the same time. They weren't at the same time. The Tiki Torch rally, where they like all march with their tiki torches saying Jews will not replace us, that was on Friday. And then the actual protest where they all like got into the fights with Antifa and killed Heather Heyer, that was on Saturday. So these are two different days. They just happened back to back.
Were all well-known white supremacists, white identitarians, neo-Nazis. There was no other group of people.
So there weren't any normal people there just protesting about the statues?
I'm sure there might have been a couple normal people in the crowd, but it was a neo-Nazi organized march.
So it was no more than two people?
Is this the... Hold on, wait, just to wait, I just want to understand real quickly. You would agree with this statement. There was not a single...
So what I've compared this to in the past is because it happened in a debate where a guy came on to push me on whether or not Trump said very fine people on both sides, like whether or not he was talking about neo-Nazis. And so we go over this and we're talking about it for a while, right? And eventually he brings up the fact that like this is what the media does. They're so dishonest. Because he was doing the same thing. The guy that I'm debating, he's doing the same thing, going like, yeah, but there might have been like one or two people who were there who weren't neo-Nazis. And so to act like it was only neo-Nazis is stupid. And that's just, it's so redundant. Like they're not redundant, but it's obvious that like they're trying to like frame him, and I'm like, no, he's trying to downplay the scenario, dude. Like anybody looking at it can tell he's trying to downplay what happened and trying to make neo-Nazis look good. And he said, no, he's not. No, he's not. And then a little bit later, he says, this is what the media always does. They always do this shit. Like when they stand in front of a burning building and they have at the bottom of the screen, it says, mostly peaceful protests. They're literally standing in front of a building that's on fire and they say mostly peaceful protests. I'm like, wow, dude. Wow, this is fucking crazy that you can understand that. And that is downplaying a scenario. But I bet you if I say, do you believe that the majority of people at the protest were peaceful? What do you think? And he's like, well, yeah, of course, but they're like, it's obvious that like they're just trying to downplay this. He's like, ah, fuck. I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, okay, well, and what he did, instead of admitting that he was wrong, he changed his mind on the mostly peaceful protest thing. Yeah, he changed his mind on that and was like, well, okay, so now I guess I get where they're coming from. I guess, yeah, if everybody there wasn't rioting and most of the people were peaceful, then I guess, yeah, I get where they're coming from. I guess they were right. All right, motherfucker. All right. Whatever.
Single BLM whole riot anywhere in the United States, because in any riot there were not every single person rioting, so you would never characterize it as a riot.
No, I'd characterize it as a riot, but if someone said there were also some decent people who just care about social justice, I'd say of course there were.
If there was when we saw the videos of people setting car dealerships on fire and everything, and somebody was like, what do you think about like the riots last night that set fire to the car dealerships? And you're like, well, you know, I think there were some good people there. Wouldn't that be like a really inappropriate thing to say? You say, I condemn the violence. I think it's a horrible thing.
Of course, but that isn't what he said. He said, I condemn the people who did the rioting, but we also have to recognize that there were also some people there who were not violent, and that's exactly the...
That's not what he said. He said, I condemn white nationalists and neo-Nazis completely. I'm not talking about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis. But he again, just moments before that, he said that they weren't white nationalists and neo-Nazis. Somebody said. They said that the white nationalists and neo-Nazis told everybody to go there, and Trump goes, hold on, they don't identify as white nationalists and neo-Nazis. They didn't put themselves down as white nationalists and neo-Nazis. What are you talking about? Yeah, he didn't condemn the rioting. He said, I'm not talking about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis. They should be condemned completely, is what he said.
It wasn't about not being violent. It was about being a neo-Nazi
who were not neo-Nazis, right.
It was a neo-Nazi organized march.
But I'm not arguing with you about that point. What I'm saying is what he was saying was that there were some other people. You gave me the BLM example, right? If you said to me there was a BLM riot which burned down a police precinct, but also next to it there was some people standing with placards saying Black Lives Matter who are just decent people, I'd be like, that's fair enough, but the riot is what matters.
Yeah, but I wouldn't talk about the people with the placards because I'd probably be asked for a clear comment on how do I feel about the rioting.
Well, what he said is there were people there who I condemn, who were the neo-Nazis, and there was the other people. So your argument is, did he defend the KKK and neo-Nazis? I don't think he did that.
Every single person that was there that was a neo-Nazi felt like they had been defended by Donald Trump.
Their subjective feeling is not the issue here.
It's literally definition the only thing that matters because they're the ones organizing the marches. And if Richard Spencer and these other guys are saying, yeah, I think Donald Trump made a nothing burger statement.
The Unite the Right rally was reprehensible. And what happened there was atrocious. I don't defend it. I don't support it. I'm actively against it. I think it was horrific. And these people are terrible. I hate all of them. I criticize them all the time. You mentioned, by the way, earlier that I never criticize them. I'm literally the person who, not the person, I don't want to take all the credit, who came up with the concept of the woke right, for which I'm constantly attacked by all these retards like Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens and whatever.
No, they didn't. We were all passing around the clip of Trump condemning us. That's not what I saw. I saw a bunch of people happy that he was defending them. It's same thing with the stand back and stand by thing. Like they felt like he was telling them, like, it's coming. You don't have to get all up in arms just yet. It's coming. That's like same thing there, as they were all like, yeah, when they asked him to condemn us, he refused to do it. He said, stand back and stand by instead. And and a lot of them felt like when January 6th came, that was what he was telling them to wait on. Like that was the thing that he was telling them to stand back and stand by for. Like it's the things that I've seen from the far right groups over and over is very different. I even now again, I mean, there's going to be different groups that have like different feelings on it, but I know the Groypers definitely didn't feel as though they were getting thrown under the bus from Trump at the time.
Right? I believe in criticizing both the right and the left when they're going wrong. The point I was making is that Donald Trump did not defend the KKK and the neo-Nazis. He made a distinction between those people and the others. And he condemned the KKK and the neo-Nazis, which he did.
Sure,
That's the
I
only
understand.
point.
I understand your perspective on this, but the people there felt like they were being supported. This exact same thing played out with the Proud Boys before, where he said "stand back and stand by," and you can see the leaders of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers on Parler and Gab saying like, "Oh, we heard you loud and clear, President Trump," and then they showed up on January 6th. You can see the organizers of the march. It might have been Jason Kessler. I don't remember the guy's first name. You know him. You can see Richard Spencer. You can see Enoch. All.
Well, Kessler is the guy who organized the Unite the Right rally. And he also did not feel like he was getting thrown under the bus by Trump. He did not feel like he got denounced by Trump. Now, he did denounce Richard Spencer, and Kessler, as the guy who organized it, he at the time didn't identify as a white nationalist. He does now, but yeah, at the time he also would have said that he wasn't a white nationalist.
Tweeted out or were given press interviews where they said, "Yeah, we feel like."
But like the people, when you say that like Donald Trump condemned the white nationalists, the majority of alt-righters didn't see themselves as white nationalists. Like they wouldn't have called themselves white nationalists. There were obviously a lot who did. The more Wignat types, but the majority of alt-right people were not Wignats, you know? So it wasn't, yo, get out, Tom Bottery, we're getting circled, we gotta get the fuck out. Oh, never mind. Okay, he didn't circle us.
You know, Trump was supporting us. It was a neo-Nazi organized march. It's just a very weird thing. And Donald Trump has a history of this inability to criticize people that he thinks supports them for being violent. This happened a lot in the wake of the...
These are all perfectly valid points on their own right, but they're separate from the only thing I've ever said about that, which is the people who claim that Donald Trump came out and said there are good people on both sides, and by good people he meant the KKK and the neo-Nazis. I don't think that's true. I don't think that matches the evidence of what he said.
Sure, although to be clear, nobody made that claim in particular. They said that he said that there were good people on both sides, where one side was an organized neo-Nazi alt-right march.
No, I think he made the distinction.
That's not true. Joe Biden literally said that Donald Trump called white nationalists very fine people.
Very, very clearly, and people do this
But
all the
everybody
time.
misunderstood
They
him?
take the words out of context to present that somebody said something they didn't say.
They're not under but apparently every person understood him to mean that he was supporting the neo-Nazis. The neo-Nazis felt that way.
Well, and yeah, so I think that's what they're doing. I think they're taking it out of context, because when they just add in, well, he said he's not talking about white nationalists and neo-Nazis, I think you're taking it out of context to try to make it sound like he's saying something that he's obviously not. Like, in context, with the scenario, with what happened, with what the press conference was about, with what he said before, with what he said after, they remove all of that shit and then just say, but he said not talking about the white nationalists and neo-Nazis. They should be condemned. What are you talking about?
The neo-Nazis are going to pretend that Trump supported them because it benefits them. That does not mean that if you read what he said or watch it in context, that is what he was saying.
If he would have just said unequivocally,
Stephen, just
I deny.
He said, I condemned the KKK and the neo-Nazis who are there totally, but there were also there people protesting about the statues.
Which there weren't.
That is what he said.
Sure, but there weren't those people.
That's what he said.
Okay.
And so when people try and present him as not having condemned them, that's just factually incorrect. And I care about the truth, and I care about the facts.
Okay.
Those are the facts.
I think the truth is really important, and I think using weird syntactical, out of context arguments to try to pretend that one thing was said when every single person understood a different thing. When you're asked to disavow a group of neo-Nazis that are marching, ostensibly supporting you as well, and your go-to immediately as well, I think there were good people on both sides of that, and then you ham up all of these people that were supposedly just defending the tear down of a statue, and he went on to describe, there were a lot of people there who were just trying to save a statue. That's not true. That whole march was organized by alt-right people. If you listen to Trump's statement, you come away thinking, oh, I guess maybe there were multiple marches or multiple protests, or there was a decent protest in the morning, and then the neo-Nazis came later. But that's not true. There was a singular alt-right neo-Nazi march that was organized. That's the only one he could have been referring to when he said there are good people on both sides. And what a pointless statement to make of saying, well, some people there might have been good people. That's true of the Nazi regime. That's true of literally everything in all of human history. Why even bother saying that unless you're just trying to obfuscate when you're being asked to take accountability for, a group of people that you refuse to disavow?
We should finish with some final thoughts, guys. We are getting out of time here.
All right, well, final thoughts from me is that I'm glad we managed to actually have a conversation. It's been a lot more enjoyable than the first part of it, because I think...
Yeah, dude, in the first 45 minutes, I was thinking, if it's gonna be this for the next like 2 hours, I don't want to watch this. This is unbearable. And like, obviously a lot of it is like Konstantin like refusing to answer questions. A lot of it was the way that Destiny was pressing him on it, instead of asking him a more specific question so that he answers more specifically. Destiny would instead just keep repeating the same broad general question that Konstantin was not answering already the first 5 times. So like, reword it, motherfucker. Stop saying the same shit. Yeah, I'm glad this turned into a better conversation by the end.
I think when people talk, even if they don't agree, I think that's good. I think that it's helpful to understand that putting people in tribes and then ascribing the worst opinions that you wish they had so you can argue with them is not the way to actually conduct public debate. I think those of you who don't agree with me might have seen that I don't hold some of the opinions that you hope I hold, in order that you could disagree with them, and that a lot of my opinions are actually quite reasonable and rational and based on the logic and facts of what I see. Doesn't mean you're going to suddenly start agreeing with them, but at least they make sense and there's a coherent worldview. So I'm very grateful for all of you coming out, and thank you very much for being here.
I feel like one of the kind of worst tricks that have been played on freedom of speech or debate or conversations over the past 10, 20 years is this concept that as long as two people are chattering at each other or in the direction of an audience, there's some kind of actual dialogue or actual conversation happening. I think that you can look at people who play this game of just asking questions, who don't stake out any real positions in anything. You can find them always leaning in a certain direction, always instigating a certain type of behavior, leading to things like the Southport riots, when somebody like Farage just comes out and lies and says that local British authorities are hiding evidence about Islamic extremism from a Muslim jihadist immigrant, and none of these things that are being true. People develop feelings about them, and then the same situation happens over and over and over and over again. And every single time when the people involved in spreading said misinformation are asked to take some accountability or asked how they feel about the things they've made, it's always the same broad allusion to freedom of speech and good conversations. I think that the arguments that have existed online today relating to the political cultures on both sides, especially the right, mainly the right, are just so unbelievably boring and played out. To hear the exact same talking points over and over again about how we need better immigrants, or we need to curb all of this, or wokeism and transgender people are destroying society. And then meanwhile, like the governments that are forming from these people, you guys are starting to have your own MAGA thing in the UK with Reform and Restore, is just a bunch of empty, hollow promises that just end up destroying the countries, ironically, even more than the perceived threats that they had before. I was promised in the United States that Hispanic people and Muslims were going to destroy my society, and I've got Donald Trump, who I don't even know how many more bombs have dropped in Iran or how many more attacks have gone on, the president of No New Wars, who's basically broken every single promise he's made. But the reason why he's been able to do this and get away with it is because the entire foundation that people drove towards voting for him was created on complete and total lies. And I don't know, I hope at some point in the future over the next year or two, I know you guys still have some real journalists in this country. We've lost basically all of them in the United States. I hope that people force the epicentrists to kind of like take stronger positions on things, to not get upset and to put down their microphones when they're actually asked challenging questions about the positions they hold, rather than being allowed to endlessly demagogue about their positions over and over again without giving any specifics, and then to just repeat the same empty, hollow talking points they've had for the past decade that have basically achieved nothing. That's my feeling on it.
Please put your hands together for Konstantin Kissin and Destiny.
And Destiny! Well, that was cute.
There is some major drama in the Democratic Senate primary in Texas. Right now, Texas State Rep James Talrico is leading Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett in the race to be the Democratic nominee for Senate. Both are trying to do what no Democrat has done in a generation, win a statewide race in Texas, which has not happened since 1994. But this primary just got more complicated because the Texas Supreme Court has blocked an earlier ruling that allowed extended voting hours in Dallas County. The court said any votes that came in after the original closing time should not be counted tonight while the case is litigated. They should be separated. Moments ago, Crockett spoke, saying she thinks it's unlikely that the winner will even be known tonight. On the Republican side, incumbent Senator John Cornyn will be headed to a bruising runoff against Attorney General Ken Paxton after neither candidate cleared 50% plus one of the vote. Our reporters and analysts are here to cover it all tonight, and I want to start with CNN's John King, who was at the Magic Wall. John, tell me, how important is the vote count out of Dallas County for that Talrico Crockett race?
Well, obviously, it is her home base, and every vote counts. And on this first primary night of 2026, we certainly want to start by making sure every vote is counted. But let's look at it. The question is, though, Laura, we'll see what happens in the courts, and we'll see which ballots they count. Hopefully, they count them all if people were in line and thought they could vote. The question is it enough? Is it enough? Because you look right now at the race, the state representative.
Destiny is Jasmine Crockett. They're the same person. Not all black women are the same person. Scrimtar.
Representative, as you mentioned, James Talrico, leading there 52 to 47. So he's got a 5-point lead, or 70, just shy of 75,000 votes at the moment, with about 63% of the vote counted. Now, how much is out in Dallas County? It's a good question. If they're going to have litigation now about, are all ballots counted or are some ballots, because of the state Supreme Court ruling, ruled out of bounds or after time. At the moment, she's winning big there, 61 to 38. Again, this is her home base, Dallas County, and next door in Tarrant County, Fort Worth. Dallas-Fort Worth, where her district stretches, and she's winning big there with about 65% in. But if you look at the rest of the map, Talrico's running up an impressive coalition. If you look in the other major areas, Travis County, where Austin is, that's the home base of the legislature where he works. It's the big government town, fifth largest of the 254 counties, excuse me. He's getting 76%. He moved down.
This is from an hour ago, so this isn't up to date. Obviously, Talrico's up at about 53% now, where she's about 46%.
Down to Bexar County, that's San Antonio. He's getting 57% of the vote there. Also impressive, Laura, we've talked about the Latino vote. Did Texas Republicans make a bad bet? Did they think all those Latinos who drifted toward Trump would stay with Republicans? We won't know the answer until November, how that actually plays out in this race and every other race in Texas. But if you look along the Rio Grande Valley, that's mostly Talrico blue you're seeing there. And if you go into some of these counties, it's by pretty big numbers. That has been part of his sales pitch, that he's a candidate who can win some white moderate voters, also win Latino voters. The question is, if he defeats Crockett, and that's an if at this moment, can he also bring in the African-American base of the party? That'll be a question going forward and a conversation for your panel. But the Democrats are trying to pick a candidate, and as you noted, this is every 2 years or 4 years we say, is Texas about to go blue? Is there a chance? They think because of Trump's approval rating and the climate, the broader national midterm climate, that they have a chance. The question now is, who will that Democrat be running against? When incumbents are forced into runoffs, they usually lose. John Cornyn with 43%, he's the senator, he's the incumbent senator. Ken Paxton, the attorney general, at 41. Congressman Wesley Hunt at 13. You look at the map, it's Cornyn and Paxton essentially trading counties as you go through. What's going to happen right now, Laura, this has already been, I just want to show you this, it'll make everybody at home sick to their stomach, because this has already been the most expensive Senate race in history, $71 million just for pro-Cornyn forces. You see all this other money spent. The question is, you have a Republican runoff that goes into May in a midterm election year where Republicans have to defend a lot of ground nationally, a lot of expensive places outside of Texas they need to defend. And so now you're going to have both Cornyn and Paxton going to one Donald J. Trump and say, Mr. President, put your thumb on the scale, because otherwise you're going to have more bloodshed, more spending, more Republican fighting in a place. Listen, if we're talking about this on election night in November, then that means the Democrats are in a very favorable climate. So we still don't know who the Democratic candidate is going to be, but we do know the Republican race goes on for a couple more months, and it's been ugly so far. I can only imagine what it gets like going forward.
So let's talk about going forward with that runoff between Cornyn and Paxton, given, of course, we don't know who they will ultimately, either of them will face in the general. But can you project out a little bit based on what you're seeing right now?
Again, history tells you that incumbents, when forced into that one-on-one race, if they had an early one and they get pushed into a runoff, very hard, right? You're an incumbent. Why didn't you win the first time, right? The forces of change are out there coming at you. However, as Cornyn has said repeatedly, and he's run some pretty crazy eye-opening ads, I'm not going to repeat the language in them, but you can find them on YouTube, folks at home.
Oh, Cornyn is in the lead now.
If you want to see them. This has been a nasty. I mean, we know about nasty races. This might give new meanings to nasty as you go through. Paxton has had a number of character challenges, a number of ethical challenges, and Cornyn has tried to take advantage of them. But despite all that money he spent, I just showed it to you, they're running almost even in that race. So the question is what happens. You say, so you look at the map like this and you say, can you find a strength or a weakness when it's a one-on-one? It's pretty hard, actually. I just want to show you, if this is overgeneralizing. But this is Bush versus Trump. Cornyn goes back to the George W. Bush days, the Karl Rove days in Texas. Even though he has tried to draft with Trump, in Washington, like a lot of Republicans do, he's not performative like Trump. Paxton is a mega Republican. He sues to help Trump. He says elections were stolen and things like that. So you look at, for Cornyn to win, he needs the traditional, college-educated, suburban, affluent Republicans. In Dallas County, he did pretty well there, 53.
I don't know why. I don't think the super chat came through on my end. Did you guys hear it? I didn't hear it. Thank you, Jeffy, for the $2 super chat. It said my truck is blue 27 minutes ago. Did it come through on y'all side?
3% to 31. What struck me is you come down here to Houston and Harris County, the fastest growing part of the state. They ran even down here. So you're more
Tyler.
Welcome. Today I am joined by
Yeah, what's his name? We went over the conversation between Mockler and Jennifer. What's her face? I can't remember her name. Somebody clipped me and posted this on Twitter.
Mockler, everybody, do not appease these fucks. Stop appeasing them. Stop talking to them. Stop acting like they are good faith people. Stop acting like they are part of our party. They are not part of our party. When she's talking about a minute ago that she thinks somebody like Jeffries is paid opposition, she's fucking paid opposition. Hassan is paid opposition. These people are our enemies. They are not on our side. They are not part of our coalition. They're not part of our party. They are lying fucks. Or they're just too stupid to be listened to. They're too stupid to have an audience or a platform. But don't go and give them a platform and then sit there and tacitly agree with everything they fucking say. This is actually disgusting. This is actually sickening to listen to this and him just sit there with that fucking face on the whole time.
It's like there's a little
Mockler, everybody, do not.
This is kind of what he did the whole time. He just sat there while she lied about Democrats over and over and over and didn't really say anything to combat a lot of what she was saying. Now, at some points he did. At some points he did push back a little bit here and there. But I would say almost every single statement out of her mouth was bullshit. Like, some of it was just blatant lies or misinformation about the Democrats or Democrat Party or individual Democrats, but almost all of it was complete bullshit. And he just, for the most part, just sat there, just kind of nodding along. The Thinking Monk, so when he posted this, he posted it with the title, I'm Gonna Say It. And that's what he posted it as on YouTube as well. I'm Gonna Say It. And yeah, Thinking Monk quote tweeted this where he said, I'm gonna say it, and said, you didn't say shit, with a screenshot from DGG chat with Destiny. Let's see. Whereas they were all watching it and chatting about it in DGG chat, and Destiny said, oh no, this interview, oh god, what the fuck Is it literally fucking impossible for people to fight back against the far left in our party? Holy fuck, why is it so hard to tell these people to fuck off? I wonder if someone talked to Adam privately or whatever and told him he needed to go ultra progressive on everything. Sleepstony. Newsom made some comments that really not smart when it comes to trans people. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. He gave on like every point related to Newsom and let every retarded dick suck comment about Hassan slide. Yeah, this is kind of how I felt watching it. I was really fucking annoyed. And the comments seem to be the same. Like I said, Mockler abandoned us. Trans Tifa said he agrees a lot. Let's see. Migsona said, I think we just need to accept that Adam is further left than we realized. Liberals attacking him is only going to push him further to that side, so just leave it alone. Let Adam do as he pleases. Shading him is just counterproductive. I don't think he's actually further left. Again, I remember him specifically saying that he thinks that we need to actually appease the farther left, that we need to appeal to them, that we need to start to use more populist rhetoric and give some credence to the way that people don't feel represented by the Democrat Party and things like that. And it's the feeling is fine. To have the feeling is okay. The problem is that if you're Adam Mockler or anybody, that you should be like correcting the misinformation. You should be telling them what's true. You should be telling them what the Democrats are doing, because for a lot of the other progressive and populist pundits that are out there and in alternative media, they're not giving that information to their viewers. They're not letting them know what's actually going on out here. They're not informing people. They just lie incessantly. And yeah, like people like, this what's their name? Substance will tweet this out as though this is weird for me to say. But if you're watching my review and you watch like all the things that I debunk, all the things that I call out as lies, all of the things that I say, like, why is he letting her get away with this? Like, this is bullshit. This is untrue. This is a lie. Of course, you're going to get upset with that. Like any normal person would. Any normal person, if they just sat there and listened to somebody lie over and over and over, they would get annoyed with it. I don't know if Adam is that uninformed on politics, or if he is just playing a game to try to appease these people. I don't know what it is, but I think that anybody who just listens to a large group of people in alternative media on the left, all just constantly spreading misinformation, where you already have the Republicans and MAGA on the right spreading nonstop information, but now you have the left doing it just as much, just different misinformation. It's kind of fucking obnoxious that there is no side that's willing to be objective and truthful when it comes to Democrats. There's no side that's willing to actually get it right. But all right, I'm gonna go ahead and get off. I had a long day today since I didn't get much sleep because of the issues with my power and cell phone towers going out and everything yesterday. So if you weren't here at the beginning, we went over a bunch of news at the beginning and went over some of the Christine Nome hearing that happened. So you can check that out at the beginning of stream. Make sure you join the Discord. Link is in the description. And follow me on Twitter. Link is also in the description. I should be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. And I'll see you next time. Later, fools.